Chapter 641, The Blackfire Lord's Summon. Chapter 641, The Blackfire Lord's Summon. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Wizard Heart. I finally succeeded. Merlin looked at the wizard heart in his awareness. There was only a total of 5 now. 4 smaller wizard hearts were scattered around, surrounding a larger golden wizard heart like stars holding the moon. This relatively larger and extremely unique wizard heart was Merlin's successful fusion of the fire-type and thunder-type wizard hearts, which had now merged into one, and was filled with power. Fire! Merlin raised a finger, and a flame immediately revolved around his fingertip, changing its shape at will. After a moment, it became a fire snake, then it rapidly expanded and became a raging and roaring fire dragon. Then, with a thought, the fire dragon instantly flashed, and bouts of electricity appeared on its body, like chains locking up the fire dragon. Merlin finally revealed a satisfied smile between the corners of his mouth. The new wizard heart, which he had combined from the fire-type and thunder-type wizard hearts, could freely change its shape, and could also freely transform in spells. There was no conflict between thunder-type spells and fire-type spells. It was not much different to a great wizard's multicolored wizard heart. Furthermore, he felt that the power of the 2-elemental spell after fusing the wizard heart had increased significantly, almost reaching the power of his 4-elemental spell fusion. It had almost reached the legendary level, and was only slightly inferior to the 7th form of Darkness Eye. Putting away the wizard heart, Merlin recalled the earlier danger when he was combining the wizard heart. It really was too dangerous. The fusion simulation in the illusory world was indeed useful, but it could not be taken completely seriously. After all, one would encounter all kinds of unexpected situations in reality. Fortunately, this time, Merlin had forcefully combined the wizard heart according to the situation he encountered in the illusory world, which was why he succeeded. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It's been such a long time since I went to the Void Zone from the Kingdom of Black Moon. I wonder how Father, Macy, Avril, and Cherise are doing. At the critical moment when Merlin was combining the wizard hearts, between life and death, Merlin thought about old Wilson and the others. After being in the Void Zone for so long, Merlin also wanted to go back to the Kingdom of Black Moon to take a look. However, after such a long time, Merlin failed to find any traces of the Glorious Land. If the Glorious Land really was sealed by the 3 ultimate arcane wizards, it would be very difficult for Merlin to return to the Kingdom of Black Moon again. When this war is over, I'll ask Wizard Cito. Then, Merlin went into the illusory world and started to simulate a 3-elemental spell fusion. His current 2-elemental spell's power was still somewhat poor. At least a 3-elemental spell would be able to compare to the 3rd form of Darkness Eye. If he could combine a 4-elemental wizard heart, its power would surpass Darkness Eye and rival even great wizards with 2 or more maxims. Several days passed, and Merlin's ring suddenly shook. In Merlin's ring was Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar, so Merlin immediately woke up, and stopped the simulating fusing the wizard heart in the illusory world. Whoosh! Merlin opened the spatial ring and saw that Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar was indeed shaking inside. Teacher Zardo, what happened? Did the civilization war end? Merlin naturally thought about the civilization war first. Over the past few months, he had received very little information about the civilization war while he was in the Alabaster Dimension. He only knew that the 2 sides were locked in a stalemate, and the war would not be lost or won for a while. Legend Zardo shook his head. Of course the civilization war isn't over yet. The Blackfire Lord has returned to the Alabaster Dimension and has called for you. Teacher Blackfire has returned to the Alabaster Dimension. Merlin's heart shook. He also knew about the Blackfire Lord's position as one of the 4 great lords at the front line, as well as having a special relationship with arcane wizard Cito. The Blackfire Lord's every move had attracted the attention of countless wizards. However, he had unexpectedly returned to the Alabaster Dimension silently and secretly. Something major must have happened at the front line. Alright, we'll go see Teacher Blackfire now. Merlin stood up and flew toward the Alabaster Dimension where the Blackfire Lord's castle was. In the Blackfire Lord's castle, ever since he returned to the Alabaster Dimension, he immediately called some legendary wizards who had just returned to the Alabaster Dimension. In the past few months, over 30 great legends had gathered in the large alabaster dimension, and more great legends were still coming in succession. These legendary wizards all belonged to Ceto Arcane City's camp, and rushed under Arcane Wizard Ceto's orders. However, there were no honored legends. After all, honored legends were relatively rare, and some might still be far away, so it would require some time before they arrive at the front line. When these great legends heard that the situation at the front line was not favorable, they were all deeply anxious. However, they did not dare to disobey Arcane Wizard Ceto's orders. Therefore, the Blackfire Lord let them go and prepare. Perhaps before long, he would personally bring those great legends into the front line. This was the task that Wizard Ceto gave to the Blackfire Lord, to organize more great legends and provide reinforcements to the front line. Blackfire Lord, Merlin is here. Legend Zardo quickly looked up and glanced at the door. This time, he followed the Blackfire Lord to the Alabaster Dimension. A few wizards helped the Blackfire Lord to deal with some matters in the Alabaster Dimension. The Blackfire Lord raised his head. Hearing a familiar voice from outside the door, he swiftly flew into the castle. Teacher Blackfire, Teacher Zardo. Merlin arrived at the castle, and saw that the Blackfire Lord and Legend Zardo were present and bowed to them. Both of them were considered his teachers. Merlin, you're here. A smile appeared on the Blackfire Lord's face. He valued Merlin very much. Currently, Merlin's mind power was even stronger than his. There was hope of him perfecting the mind power system in the future. However, when he carefully observed Merlin, his expression changed greatly, and his eyes were full of shock. Merlin, have you begun to combine spell models? With the Blackfire Lord's eyes, he naturally saw at a glance that Merlin had combined the Fire-type and Thunder-type spell models. That was the first step to becoming a great wizard, but it was also the most crucial. You've finally taken that step. However, that might not be a good thing. The Blackfire Lord's expression was very complicated. As a great lord, he naturally knew what it meant for a spellcaster to start attempting to fuse spell models. Perhaps other spellcasters would be delighted by this. Even Legend Zardo was overjoyed. His Maxim avatar could not see Merlin's current change, but his true body could see at a glance Merlin's differences, just like the Blackfire Lord could. Legend Zardo had hoped that Merlin could become a great wizard and lay a firm foundation for forming Maxims, but the Blackfire Lord seemed to have some other concerns. The Blackfire Lord did not care if Merlin could become a great wizard or not, or whether he could form a Maxim to become a great legend. He had high hopes on Merlin to perfect the mind power system, and only hoped that Merlin would devote himself to research and perfect the mind power system, and open up a new cultivation system. However, now, Merlin had started combining spell models and took the first step into becoming a great wizard. Once he took this step, he would no longer be able to turn back, and could only move ahead bravely. This was just a combined 2-elemental spell. There were still 3 elemental spells, 4 elemental spells, 5 elemental spells, and even 6 elemental combined spells. Each step was extremely dangerous. If Merlin was just slightly careless, he would die because of the failed fusion. It could be said that currently, Merlin was in constant danger. What the Blackfire Lord did not want to see most had become reality, but the Blackfire Lord had no choice. He could tell that Merlin obviously did not intend to concentrate solely on studying the mind power system, and saw the mind power system only as a means to increase his power. Teacher Blackfire, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong? Merlin was a little confused. He did not know why the Blackfire Lord was showing such a complicated expression. The Blackfire Lord quickly adjusted his mood, and slowly restored his calmness. Instead of tangling this matter, he asked Merlin with a solemn expression, Merlin, do you know the current situation at the front line? Merlin shook his head. He only heard rumors about the situation at the front line and did not understand much. What's the situation like now? Also, why did you return to the Alabaster Dimension, Teacher Blackfire? Merlin also eagerly asked. The current situation is very bad. The rock creatures had made ample preparations, and can form the progenitor's body. It's a great impact on us. Since the beginning of the war, dozens of great legends have already died, and most of them are spellcasters. Therefore, Wizard Ceto led wizards out to the front line to arrange a runic magic circle, and let me come back to the Alabaster Dimension to gather the spellcasters arriving here to quickly provide aid to the front line. With the Blackfire Lord's explanation, Merlin quickly understood the situation on the front line. In short, it was not optimistic at all, and very unfavorable to the spellcaster civilization. Setting up a runic magic circle could perhaps temporarily suppress the rock tribe's strength, but not by much. If it went on for a long time, the spellcaster civilization would still be at a disadvantage. It was very likely that in the end, the spellcaster civilization would lose this civilization war. That was the worst-case scenario, and also a result that Arcane Wizard Sito was unable to accept. Merlin, the civilization war has already started. Civilization-level prodigies like you won't be of much use anymore. Wizard Sito has already decided to let Sven and the others return to Arcane City, and stop participating in the front line of the civilization war. As for you, I also want you to go back to Arcane City, but on my way back, I suddenly had a thought. I want a definite answer from you. The Blackfire Lord narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Merlin. His expression also slowly became solemn. Chapter 642, Back to the Front Line. Chapter 642, Back to the Front Line. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Teacher Blackfire, what do you want to know? Merlin saw the Blackfire Lord's serious expression, and also gradually steeled his. Merlin, you're a mind power master, and your achievement in mind power has far exceeded me. Before, when you dealt with the Progenitor Squad and the 6 civilization-level rock creature prodigies, you always used your mind power and hallucinating spell. They're indeed very strong. However, I want you to tell me now, can you make ordinary great legends fall into your illusion? The Blackfire Lord asked in a deep voice. It turned out to be something about mind power. The Blackfire Lord was a mind power master who had reached the second stage of the hallucinating spell realm. He knew very well about hallucinating spells. He also knew that Merlin's hallucinating spell was already far above him. However, the Blackfire Lord was not sure of what degree it had reached. Merlin hesitated for a moment. His hallucinating spell was currently only at the 3rd stage and could let those below legend fall into an illusion. However, against civilization-level prodigies or great legends, he would need to use the illusory world. The illusory world could be mobilized with Merlin's current mind power, and was enough to let ordinary great legends with only one maxim fall into an illusion. However, there was a flaw, which was that it could not last. Merlin could not mobilize the illusory world for a long period of time. Thus, Merlin still nodded and said, I can cause great legends to fall into an illusion, but only if those great legends have one maxim. It'll be very difficult if the great legend has 2 or more maxims. Furthermore, it can't hold on for long. That's great. I knew you would be able to do it. The Blackfire Lord revealed a smile and continued. Originally, I wanted to send you with Sven and the others back to Arcane City, but it seems that you can only stay at the front line for a while. The present situation at the front line is very unfavorable to us. The rock creatures can form the progenitor's body, and although we've already prepared runic magic circles, it can't completely hold them back. That's why I have another idea, which was to make a very special squad with you as the center. I'll personally lead it, and there'll be other honored legends as well. We'll serve as your escorts. In short, you won't be in any danger. All you have to do is cast a hallucinating spell and make those weaker progenitors' bodies fall into an illusion, and the other great legends will act and strike them down. The Blackfire Lord had this thought, because he had seen 16 ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures form a progenitor's body that could be compared to a great honored legend. That was extremely unfavorable to the spellcasters. The progenitor bodies could contend against great honored legends, which was an almost decisive advantage against the spellcaster camp. It made the spellcasters completely helpless. Only by mobilizing the honored legends in the other 2 great arcane cities in the spellcaster civilization would they be able to completely suppress the progenitor bodies. After all, in terms of numbers, there were a limited amount of ancestor-level rock creatures in the rock tribe. It was far less than the spellcaster civilization. As a result, on his way back to the Alabaster Dimension, the Blackfire Lord thought of Merlin. A mind power master's hallucinating spell did not require any strong power. It could just be directly used on the rock creatures that formed the progenitor's body. As long as they were ordinary weak ancestor levels, it was entirely possible for them to fall into the illusion. Even if only one of the rock creatures fell into the illusion, it would lead to the instability of the progenitor's body, and the spellcasters could seize the opportunity to defeat them. This was only the Blackfire Lord's idea. They would still have to test it out to know if it would work or not. Merlin, although I'll make full preparations, and all great legends will protect you and not let you face danger directly, situations on the battlefield change rapidly. No one knows what will happen. Before the Blackfire Lord had finished speaking, Merlin answered, Teacher Blackfire, I'm willing to try. I'm also a member of the Spellcaster Civilization and a member of Ceto Arcane City. Since I already have the strength to contend against great legends, I should go to the front line immediately. Teacher Blackfire, I'll obey your arrangements. The Blackfire Lord sighed deeply and said, in that case, there's no time to lose. I'll immediately call 20 legendary wizards in the Alabaster Dimension and rush to the front line as soon as possible. Merlin nodded, and quietly prepared in the castle. In the cold and dark void zone, Merlin and 20 great wizards sat in a casting tool and quickly rushed over to the front line. These legendary wizards had all just become great legends not long ago and had not experienced the cruel civilization war, so they still seemed relatively relaxed along the way. However, Merlin was not as relaxed. He was deeply aware of the cruelty of the civilization war. Many spellcasters had already died before the civilization war began, much less after. Therefore, he was still at the illusory world, constantly trying to simulate fusing spell models, trying to ruse 3 elemental and 4 elemental spells as soon as possible. Only by becoming stronger would he be safer in the cruel civilization war. They very quickly arrived at the front line, but at this time, it looked completely different. It was much different from the chaotic battlefield before the Blackfire Lord left. Presently, between the spellcasters and the rock tribe, there was a relatively empty area. It was where the runic magic circle was just been arranged. The spellcasters would not take the initiative to attack and were waiting for the rock creatures to step into the runic magic circle. Although they knew the runic magic circle was very unfavorable to the rock tribe, the rock creatures had no choice but to step into the runic magic circle. Currently, time was very precious to them. They wanted to follow up their victories and press home the attack, and make the spellcasters suffer as heavy losses as possible. As for the spellcasters, they needed time to recuperate and adjust their war tactics. Then, the rock tribe progenitor Hanra ordered the rock creatures to enter the runic magic circle, and a large amount of rock creatures formed the progenitor's body and stepped into the runic magic circle. After they entered the runic magic circle, they felt a powerful force of suppression. Strong rock creatures might only be suppressed by 10%, but weaker rock creatures might be suppressed by 20% or perhaps even more. Seeing that the rock creatures had stepped into the runic magic circle, Arcane Wizard Ceto could only order the spellcasters to fight the rock creatures in the runic magic circle. They could not keep retreating time and time again. If they had retreated again, they would most likely have to retreat back to the Alabaster Dimension. At that time, it might mean that hundreds of spellcaster civilization dimensions would be involved in the war. This was a price that Wizard Ceto could not afford under any circumstances. With the runic magic circle suppression, the spellcaster civilization finally did not seem to lose as much as before. However, as the rock tribe continued to increase the amount of ancestor-level beings, they still had the overall upper hand, and the spellcaster camp was still at a disadvantage. If this goes on, Ceto Arcane City's losses might be irreparable even after hundreds of years. Arcane Wizard Ceto was also quite helpless, but he had no choice. They could not retreat any longer, so the only other option was to fight. Swoosh! A huge flying ship slowly appeared at the front line. A figure flew out of the flying ship, heading straight toward Wizard Ceto. Wizard Ceto's expression shook and a smile appeared on his face. He hurriedly asked, Blackfire, you're finally here. How many legendary wizards did you bring from the Alabaster Dimension this time? At present, a few legendary wizards died almost every few days, causing great losses. Wizard Ceto could not wait for the reinforcements. The Blackfire Lord said somewhat helplessly, Wizard Ceto, there's not even 30 legendary wizards left in the Alabaster Dimension. I brought them all over. Not even 30? The number is somewhat small. It can still supplement some losses, but it's unable to turn the tide of the war. Wizard Sito was slightly disappointed when he heard that not even 30 legendary wizards were left. This force could only be used as a supplement but could not turn the tide of the war. What Wizard Sito pondered over now was a way to turn the tables in the spellcaster camp's favor. Blackfire, I have some hesitation on letting the remaining lords from Arcane City come to the front line, but the current situation is very unfavorable to us. No matter what, we definitely can't lose this civilization war against the Rock Tribe. That's why I decided to let the 5 lords from Sito Arcane City to come here as well as some honored legends who stayed behind to take care of things. Also, those idle great legends will all be transferred here in Sito Arcane City's name. This is a war mobilization order. No one is allowed to violate it. Wizard Sito's voice was full of conviction, showing that he had already made up his mind. The 9 great lords were Sito Arcane City's most powerful force. Although Wizard Sito was one of the 3 great arcane wizards, he was the last to become an arcane wizard, and also the last to establish an arcane city. Therefore, Sito Arcane Wizard's strength was also the weakest among the 3 great arcane cities. Even so, the 9 great lords overseeing Sito Arcane City were a terrifying force. The spellcaster civilization lasted for 3,000 years, and it was only the civilization war with the Atlan civilization that required the spellcasters to send 1 arcane wizard and 9 great lords to fight in. However, the war with the Atlan civilization had lasted for thousands of years while the civilization war with the Rock Tribe had just begun. It was very rare to assemble such a huge force. The Blackfire Lord raised his head and said with a peculiar expression, "Wizard Sito, the situation hasn't declined to that level. The 5 great lords overseeing Arcane City will ensure that Arcane City is safe. Furthermore, we need some powerful lords to oversee our inner ranks. It's not suitable now to assemble the last 5 lords yet. I have an idea now. Even if it might not be able to turn the tides, it can at least ease our disadvantage and let the Rock Tribe suffer serious losses." You have an idea? Even the runic magic circle couldn't reverse the situation and inflict heavy losses on the Rock Tribe. What idea do you have? Even an ultimate arcane wizard like Wizard Sito was unable to hit the Rock Tribe with the current forces on the front line, much less the Blackfire Lord. Therefore, Wizard Sito had some doubts about the Blackfire Lord's words. The Blackfire Lord revealed a mysterious smile and said calmly, "Merlin, come here and meet Wizard Sito." With the Blackfire Lord's voice, a familiar voice flew out from the gigantic flying ship. Arcane Wizard Sito's gaze suddenly froze, but his expression became extremely astonished. Chapter 643, Support. Chapter 643, Support. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin? Your disciple? Arcane Wizard Sito looked at Merlin, who was flying over, and a hint of hesitation crept on his face. The civilization war had already erupted, and those below legend were of no use. No one below legend in the spellcaster camp participated. Only the rock creatures could form a progenitor's body, so some powerful upper-rank rock creatures worked together to form a progenitor's body and participated in the civilization war. Therefore, Merlin's appearance filled Wizard Sito's heart with doubt. "Wizard Sito, Teacher Blackfire." Merlin flew over, and saluted Arcane Wizard Sito and the Blackfire Lord. Then, he respectfully stood to the side. Wizard Sito's expression sank, and he asked lowly, "Blackfire, what's the meaning of this? This is a civilization war, and what's needed is absolute strength. Only by mobilizing more legendary wizards to the front line would we be able to win the war." The civilization war was all about the details, especially those above legend. Whoever had more legends and stronger power would win the war. There was no other way. The Blackfire Lord shook his head lightly and said, "Wizard Sito, our legendary wizards aren't lesser than the rock tribes, so why can't we have the upper hand? The rock tribe can form progenitors' bodies, which are naturally very unfavorable to us. If everyone were proficient in runology, how would we be afraid of the rock tribe's progenitors' bodies?" Wizard Sito's tone was also somewhat helpless. The spellcasters also had a similar way to layer their power, and that was by using runic magic circles, which would not be inferior to the power of the rock tribe's progenitors' bodies. It was like the Mill Squad. They were comparable to the progenitor squad precisely because of the runic magic circle. Unfortunately, among the numerous spellcasters, only a handful was proficient in runology. They could not all form progenitors' bodies as the rock tribe could. They don't have to be proficient in runic magic circles. Wizard Sito, I have an idea. Form a special team with Merlin as the center. Of course, they must all be at least legend, and there must also be some honored legends. You should know that Merlin is a mind power master. His mind power is formless and incorporeal, and can directly affect those rock creatures. Even those who formed progenitors' bodies would be affected by Merlin's mind power. Mind power? Wizard Sito's eyes stared carefully at Merlin. As an ultimate arcane wizard, Wizard Sito naturally knew the uniqueness of mind power masters. In the past, Wizard Sito had even extrapolated the mind power system before, but even with his strength as an ultimate arcane wizard, he was unable to extrapolate a perfect mind power system. It showed just how profound the mind power system was. At least, if someone could perfect the mind power system, it would definitely be a new system not inferior to the spellcaster system. Moreover, Wizard Sito also thought about how Merlin handled the progenitor squad before. The 6 civilization-level rock creature prodigies formed a progenitor's body that was equivalent to a powerful legend, but Merlin had still won not because Merlin's strength could truly be comparable to those great legends, but because Merlin's mind power could directly affect those rock creatures. The progenitor's bodies that the rock creatures formed had no effect on Merlin's mind power. It's risky, but we can try it. Wizard Sito looked at the Blackfire Lord and grit his teeth, and immediately began to assemble some spellcasters. Whoosh! Before long, a great legend flew from the front line toward arcane Wizard Sito. Wizard Sito, what are your instructions? This great legend was obviously not an ordinary legend but a powerful honored legend. Wizard Yaston, I know that you've been fighting a progenitor's body for 3 days and 3 nights, but you still can't do anything about it, right? Wizard Sito asked bluntly. Wizard Yaston's expression changed. He was a grand honored legend. Although he had only formed one ultimate maxim, he was still a great honored legend, spanning across countless dimensions. However, now, he was stuck because of a progenitor's body. If it were from middle-rank ancestor-level rock creatures, then it was acceptable, but that progenitor's body was formed by only 16 lower-rank ancestor-level rock creatures. These lower-rank ancestor-level rock creatures were only equivalent to ordinary legends. If they did not form a progenitor's body, never mind 16, even 26 or 36 would not be a threat to Yaston. However, now, those 16 lower-rank ancestor-level rock creatures had formed a progenitor's body, and instantly became comparable to a great honored legend. They fought for 3 days and 3 nights, but no victor had emerged yet. Only 16 ordinary legend-equivalent rock creatures were needed to pin down a great legend. It was not surprising that the rock tribe had the upper hand. Unless the spellcaster camp had several times more great legends and honored legends than the rock tribe, they would not be able to suppress the rock tribe. Otherwise, they would have to remain on the passive. Wizard Sito, those rock creatures really are abominable. They're just mere ordinary legends, but with a certain number, they can form a progenitor's body that's comparable to an honored legend. I'm also helpless against them. Yaston's expression was helpless. After fighting for 3 days, that progenitor's body was evenly matched with Yaston. No one could do anything about it. However, this had also caused the honored legend Wizard Yaston to feel aggrieved. Oh. Wizard Yaston, I'll give you someone now. Go back and fight with that progenitor's body. I believe the results will be different this time. Wizard Sito said calmly. You're sending another wizard to send me? Wizard Sito, which honored legend is it? As long as you send another honored legend, I guarantee that that progenitor's body will be defeated. Hearing that Wizard Sito wanted to send someone to support him, Wizard Yaston immediately grew excited. Honored legend? Wizard Yaston, don't mention honored legends. I can't even send out the few remaining legendary wizards. Furthermore, he won't be supporting you. You'll be supporting him. Merlin, go with Wizard Yaston. Wizard Yaston will protect you. You only have to give it a try. The Blackfire Lord and I will also assure your safety. Wizard Sito pointed at Merlin, and Legend Yaston's expression changed. His mouth fell open in shock as he stared in astonishment. Wizard Seoff, you'll send over Wizard Merlin who's not even a legend? If it were to deal with ordinary rock creatures or even the weakest lower-rank rock creatures, then perhaps Wizard Merlin would be of help. However, we're going up against a progenitor's body that's comparable to an honored legend. Yaston was also one of the first legends to reach the front line, so he naturally recognized Merlin. After all, a few days ago before the Civilization War erupted, Merlin grew famous for suppressing the Rock Tribe. However, now that a Civilization War had erupted, Yaston did not believe that Merlin would be of any help. However, Wizard Sito simply waved his hand. Yaston, remember. You're the one supporting Wizard Merlin. You have to give your all in supporting Merlin and make sure he's safe. As for whether or not it works, we'll only know after we try. Wizard Sito clearly did not want to explain too much, and directly ordered. Yaston saw that Wizard Sito had already made up his mind, so he had no other choice. He looked at Merlin and could only nod and say, Wizard Merlin, please follow me. Then, Wizard Yaston also nodded toward the Blackfire Lord. He knew that Merlin was the Blackfire Lord's most valuable disciple. With such an identity, Yaston could only do his best to protect Merlin. However, Yaston did not understand what Wizard Sito meant. Why would he send Merlin to follow him to go against a progenitor's body that was comparable to an honored legend? Was that not the same as sending him to his death? Quickly, the two wizards reached the front line. Merlin saw a huge silver light at the vast void zone. The horizontal line bisected the void zone, with spellcasters on one side and the rock tribe on the other. At this time, the rock creatures that brazenly entered the silver light constantly approached the spellcasters. However, the spellcasters that stepped into the silver light suffered a powerful suppressive force. This silver light was the runic magic circle arranged by the Nightmare Lord and the others. To a certain extent, it did help the spellcaster camp and increased their strength. However, it could not completely resist these rock creatures. They were still at a disadvantage. At the end of the day, it was still because the rock tribe's progenitors' bodies were too strong. A progenitor's body formed by several weak rock creatures would instantly become powerful. Although the most powerful progenitors' bodies could only be comparable to an honored legend, it was enough to enhance the strength of the rock tribe several times over. Thankfully, it was not easy for the rock creatures to cultivate. There were not many ancestor-level rock creatures, and there were much less than spellcasters. Otherwise, the rock tribe would be able to sweep countless powerful civilizations just by using their progenitors' bodies. Wizard Merlin, do you see that tall progenitor's body? That's the progenitor's body that I've been fighting, and it's comparable to an honored legend. We're evenly matched, and neither of us has the upper hand. Wizard Yaston looked at the progenitor's body and felt vexed. Merlin carefully looked at that progenitor's body. As Yaston said, it was formed by 16 ordinary lower-rank rock creatures. However, the progenitor's body formed by the 16 rock creatures was comparable to a great honored legend. Merlin's hallucinating spell had only reached the third stage, and could not plunge great legends into the illusion. Therefore, he could only use the illusory world. Fortunately, the illusory world was not split again to refine a mind avatar. Otherwise, Merlin would not be able to trap legends into an illusion. Wizard Yaston, you must get ready. I might only be able to last for a short amount of time. You have to seize the chance to defeat that progenitor's body in one blow. Seize the chance to defeat the progenitor's body? Wizard Yaston was somewhat astonished, not understanding what Merlin meant. However, Merlin's expression suddenly became solemn. Imperceptibly, Yaston even felt a powerful mind power slowly appear. Illusory world, go! Merlin raised a ringer, and the illusory world immediately erupted from the illusion bead. Shapeless and without a shadow, it enveloped the progenitor's body that was comparable to an honored legend without any obstructions. Boom! At that moment, a large number of the rock creatures in the progenitor's body seemed to be plunged into a strange world. Everything around them disappeared. Oh no, what happened? Many rock creatures immediately realized the danger, but they could not free themselves from the illusion. Merlin's illusory world could confuse even great legends who possessed a mind heart, much less these rock creatures. Therefore, even if these rock creatures knew something was off and that they were in danger, they could not break out of the illusion. Merlin's expression was solemn as he tried his best to maintain the illusory world. That progenitor's body was clearly unstable. The beautiful darkness eye did not have the power to defeat this progenitor's body, so he could only turn around and shout toward Wizard Yaston standing beside him, "Wizard Yaston, what are you waiting for? Quickly attack the progenitor's body." "Right, attack!" Wizard Yaston gaped. As a spellcaster, he was not unfamiliar with mind power masters. He already knew that Merlin was using mind power, but he did not expect that even the progenitor's body formed by 16 ancestor-level rock creatures would be affected. Now, the progenitor's body was unstable. This was a chance to defeat the progenitor's body. Ultimate Maxim, Destructive Tempest. Wizard Yaston became an honored legend because of his achievement in his Wind-type Maxim. He immediately used his Wind-type Ultimate Maxim. A terrifying Wind-type Ultimate Maxim covered the sky and swept toward the progenitor's body. Chapter 644, Defeat. Chapter 644, Defeat. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Bang! The Wind-type Ultimate Maxim viciously hit the progenitor's body. Previously, the progenitor's body would be able to easily block Wizard Yaston's Ultimate Maxim. However, when the Ultimate Maxim viciously hit it now, the progenitor's body began to shake violently, and cracks appeared on its body one after another. Kacha. Finally, the progenitor's body collapsed with a rumble. The 16 ancestor-level rock creatures were unable to withstand the power of Wizard Yaston's Ultimate Maxim. Just the violent impact alone had already killed 9 ancestor-level rock creatures. However, it was far from over. Although they lost the progenitor's body, these rock creatures were still only comparable to ordinary legends. Yaston laughed. His Ultimate Maxim surged up his body and swept toward them in a wave. "Ha ha, you're finally defeated. Do you want to escape? All of you will die." The violent Wind-type Maxim was like a giant net that descended in an instant, trapping the remaining 7 rock creatures. Then, the Wind-type Maxim ruthlessly strangled them. 16 rock creatures comparable to great legends died just like that, all strangled by Wizard Yaston's Wind-type Maxim. The entire battlefield immediately went silent. "Retreat, retreat immediately!" Progenitor Hanra instantly issued the order to retreat. His sharp gaze stared at Merlin. Even though Merlin knew that Wizard Ceto, the Blackfire Lord, and the others were behind protecting him, he could still feel a coldness coming from inside. It was killing intent. The rock tribe progenitor Hanra had already fixed his killing intent on Merlin. "Ha ha, 16 rock creatures comparable to great legends. This is a great victory. I've never felt this happy in a long time. What a feeling of exultation, ha ha." Seeing the rock tribe retreat, Wizard Yaston could not help but laugh. They had defeated a progenitor's body comparable to a great legend as well as killed 16 ancestor-level rock creatures. This was something unimaginable ever since the Civilization War broke out. This was an unprecedented victory. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Wizard Ceto and the Blackfire Lord flew over. Not only Wizard Ceto but the other 3 great lords, the Arctic Lord, the Nightmare Lord, and the Sorrow Lord also flew over, their eyes staring at Merlin with bewilderment. With their strength as lords, they naturally knew what had happened. Merlin played the biggest role, and Yaston had relied on Merlin to make the 16 rock creatures forming the progenitor's body to fall into the illusion before being able to attack the progenitor's body, and deliver the killing blow. Wizard Ceto, Wizard Merlin is crucial to us. Who would have thought that Mind Power Masters would have such power? Should we recruit all the relatively powerful Mind Power Masters in Arcane City to the front line? The Sorrow Lord said while laughing. The other great kings looked at Merlin with fervent eyes. Earlier, when Merlin and Yaston were working together, these great kings instantly understood Merlin's value. He was specialized in restraining the rock tribe's progenitors' bodies. "Blackfire, you're the clearest on Mind Power Masters. Do you think the Sorrow Lord's idea would work?" Wizard Ceto looked at the Blackfire Lord. He knew that the Blackfire Lord had always been trying to perfect the Mind Power system, and was even a Mind Power Master himself. He was extremely knowledgeable when it came to the Spellcaster Civilization's Mind Power Masters. The Blackfire Lord looked at Merlin and shook his head. He did not know if Merlin really had a great gift for understanding mind power. For Merlin to reach the point of being able to confuse ordinary legends was very shocking to him. However, besides Merlin, the other mind power masters in the spellcaster civilization were far inferior. Most of them relied on their own experiences to be enlightened, and their understanding of the mind power system was also varied and unique. Thus, it was basically impossible to find a mind power master stronger or close to Merlin. They would not be of any help in the civilization war at the front line. Wizard Sito, Merlin's mind power has already reached a very advanced point. Even I can't compare with him. As for other mind power masters, I've never seen anyone equivalent to Merlin. Therefore, it really wouldn't be much use to call those mind power masters to come to the front line. After all, even ancestor-level rock creatures are comparable to great legends. For an ordinary mind power master to be able to go against a great wizard would already be extremely powerful, much less a great legend. The Blackfire Lord said truthfully. What a shame. The other great lords said helplessly, their faces full of regret. Wizard Sito waved his hand. Don't be discouraged. Although only Merlin can affect those ancestor-level rock creatures, that's more than enough. I believe that progenitor Hanra won't be willing to give up. He'll definitely want to test it again. We can take that opportunity to severely weaken the rock tribe's strength. At that time, we'll naturally hold the upper hand, and completely drive the rock tribe back to their nest. Turning the situation around with the power of a single wizard. However, that wizard was not Wizard Sito but Merlin. Perhaps Merlin's power was not strong. He alone could not defeat a progenitor's body that was comparable to an honored legend. However, with other great legends cooperating with him, Merlin's role would be exponentially multiplied. A civilization war had changed because of one wizard before. Some extremely powerful lords had appeared in severe civilization battles, and those lords were almost invincible among those below ultimate existences. Even ultimate existences had to have life-saving methods. Therefore, against these tyrannical lords, any civilization war was futile. It could only be kept in check if ultimate existences also joined the war. However, lords like that had not been born in the spellcaster civilization nor the rock tribe yet. Otherwise, with a tyrannical lord like that, the rock tribe would not even dare to start a war. We'll go back and have a discussion. This is the first time Merlin worked together with Yaston, so there are still many shortcomings. Hanra might think of some countermeasures. Wizard Sito did not issue an order to continue the pursuit. It was still far from the time for a decisive battle with the rock tribe. Thus, the spellcasters also started to retreat. Leaving behind only a small number of wizards at the front line, the others all flew back towards Sito Castle. In the rock tribe dimension, all the retreating rock creatures were hanging their heads dispiritedly. Today, 16 ancestor-level rock creatures died at once. It was simply too heavy a blow to the rock tribe. Ever since the civilization war erupted, only a dozen or so ancestor-level rock creatures had died. However, now, 16 had died at one go. This had also let the rock creatures deeply realize the cruelty of the civilization war. Unlike the spellcasters, it was very hard for rock creatures to become ancestor level. It required thousands or even tens of thousands of years to achieve. The rock creatures had a long life and were a non-living civilization. In order to become powerful, besides some hard-to-come-by talents, they could only rely on time to slowly accumulate. Therefore, ancestor-level rock creatures had already been few and far in between. A civilization war breaking out was also something progenitor Hanra did not want to see. However, since it had already happened, he could only try his best to win. Originally, everything was developing well. The rock tribe was like an irresistible force as it suppressed the spellcasters. As long as the spellcasters continued to retreat, they would be able to occupy countless spellcaster dimensions and even open up a passage. In the future, the rock tribe could achieve rapid development. However, just when their situation was great, they had suddenly lost 16 ancestor-level rock creatures. Even progenitor Hanra could not afford such a heavy blow, and could only temporarily retreat. Everyone, you've all seen what happened earlier. How can a spellcaster that hasn't even reached legend defeat a progenitor's body comparable to an ancestor level? Progenitor Hanra's expression sank as a terrifying aura wrapped around his body. Even those ancestor-level rock creatures were trembling with fear, appearing very timid. Seeing that no one was speaking, Progenitor Hanra said coldly, "Nisk, speak. You've personally killed a few spellcasters before. You should know best." Nisk immediately stood up, and looked at the numerous rock creatures with a complicated look, and said slowly, "Sir Progenitor, that spellcaster is called Merlin. He's part of a special group of spellcasters known as Mind Power Masters. The most important thing about these Mind Power Masters is that they're able to create illusions. The illusions Merlin created seem to be able to plunge some lower-rank rock creatures into the illusion. This led to the 16 ancestor-level rock creatures unable to maintain the progenitor's body, and thus was defeated by an honored legend from the spellcasters. In other words, our rock tribe is destined to lose? If they send out large amounts of Mind Power Masters and work with powerful spellcasters, what use is our rock tribe's progenitor's body? Our strong forces are scarce, and we have far less than the spellcasters. If we even lose the advantage of our progenitors' bodies, how can we continue this civilization war?" Another rock creatures instantly stood up, and said angrily. The entire hall grew solemn. The rock tribe was still confident that by relying on the progenitor's body, they would be able to suppress the spellcasters. However, now that they heard that Mind Power Masters could restrict the progenitor's body, the rock creatures no longer had the advantage of the progenitor's body. Even if they added together all their ancestor-level rock creatures, their numbers would never surpass the spellcasters. There no longer seemed any need to continue this civilization war. "Sir Progenitor, it's not that serious. According to my understanding of the spellcaster civilization, their Mind Power Masters are very scarce, and there are even less who are able to make ancestor-level rock creatures fall into an illusion like Merlin can. I've only seen Merlin able to do something like that. Therefore, it's very possible that in the spellcaster civilization, Merlin's the only one who's extremely special. As long as we think of a way to kill Merlin at any costs, our progenitor's body will still maintain an advantage over the spellcasters." Nisk's voice dropped, and Progenitor Hanra's eyes also became sharper. Chapter 645, Direction Changer. Chapter 645, Direction Changer. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Kill Merlin at all cost? Nisk, last time you've acted directly against Merlin but was unable to kill him. Can you guarantee that you can kill Merlin this time? Progenitor Hanra's gaze was sharp, and his dissatisfaction was reflected in his tone. Nisk felt helpless that Progenitor Hanra was slightly dissatisfied with him. However, Progenitor Hanra's disappointment was somewhat founded. How could he, a bona fide middle-rank ancestor-level rock creature, fail to kill a spellcaster who was not even a legend? Regardless of the resentment Nisk felt, he replied cautiously, "Sir Progenitor, this Merlin is indeed a special case. I failed to kill him the last time. This time, I'm not completely confident either. Therefore, if Sir Progenitor decides to kill Merlin, you must send someone more powerful than me, to avoid any mishaps." "Someone more powerful than you? That leaves us with only the upper-rank ancestor-level rock creatures. However, it's not as easy as meets the eye. The upper-rank rock creatures are closely watched by the spellcasters. After all, we only have a few upper-rank ancestor-level rock creatures. If one of them goes missing, Sito would suspect something amiss. I guess I have to transfer an unfamiliar upper-rank ancestor-level rock creature from the rock tribe here." Countless thoughts flashed across Progenitor Hanra's mind before finally, he decided to kill off Merlin for good. In order not to repeat his past mistake, he must ensure that the plan was flawless. "All right. In this period, we won't go to the front line. We'll wait quietly here until all the preparations are done, then defeat the spellcasters with one big strike." Progenitor Hanra waved his hand and dismissed all the rock creatures. He slowly shut his eyes, and arranged for a powerful upper-rank ancestor-level rock creature to be transferred to the front line. In the main foyer of the castle, several legendary wizards were filled with a joyous expression. Today was the first time they felt so joyful ever since the civilization war started. Even the great legends felt extremely pressured, and did not have complete confidence to survive the civilization war. Furthermore, no one knew when the civilization war would come to an end. Additionally, the spellcaster camp had been continuously defeated and was facing a disadvantageous situation. They had completely no means of defeating the rock tribe's progenitors' bodies. However, The combination of Merlin and Wizard Yaston staggeringly managed to kill 16 rock creatures who were comparable to great legends. Such a bold move immediately excited the legendary wizards. This was because they finally saw a glimmer of hope for victory. Everyone, the war with the Rock Tribe has been going on for some time. The Rock Tribe's progenitors' bodies used to give us a massive headache. We had no choice but to mobilize more legendary wizards to resist them. Right now, with Wizard Merlin's help, the Rock Tribe's progenitors' bodies are no longer a threat to us. Victory will definitely belong to us. Wizard Sito was also very pleased. Not only because Wizard Yaston managed to kill 16 rock creatures, but more importantly, Merlin's presence would allow the spellcasters to gain the upper hand in this battle. All the legendary wizards shifted their gaze to Merlin. No one would dare think of Merlin as an ordinary spellcaster. They would treat him equal to a real great legend. Wizard Sito, the Rock Tribe would not back down so easily. I'm afraid they would send some powerful opponents to ambush Merlin. The Blackfire Lord could not help but say in dismay. Hearing the Blackfire Lord's words, Wizard Sito's lips curve into a thin smile. It's not just a possibility but a certainty. I'm sure Hanra is able to see the importance of Merlin in this war. In fact, Merlin has the potential to change the direction of the war, so his safety is of utmost importance. Wizard Sito held Merlin in extremely high regard, but it came as no surprise to everyone. His statement that Merlin was a direction changer of the war was also not an exaggeration. After all, everyone had clearly witnessed the magnificent combination between Merlin and Wizard Yaston earlier. Although not all the rock creatures would be affected by Merlin, the ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures were definitely susceptible. It was these ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures that made up the most numbers. They also formed the greatest number of progenitors' bodies, each of which was equivalent to an honored legend. In other words, they were the backbone of the Rock Tribe. Merlin did not have to face the middle rank or upper rank ancestor-level rock creatures. Merely defeating these ordinary ancestor-level rock creature would give the Rock Tribe an irrecoverable blow. They would not be able to launch another civilization war to challenge the spellcaster civilization. Wizard Sito, we shouldn't allow Merlin to go to the front line for a while, to escape the Rock Tribe's pursuit. Someone raised the necessity of protecting Merlin. After all, he was someone who could potentially change the direction of the war. The Rock Tribe would surely try to kill Merlin at all cost, and Merlin was not yet as powerful as a lord who could resist the attempts of even an ultimate existence. No, the civilization war cannot drag on. We need to end it as soon as possible. Therefore, Wizard Merlin cannot evade but must increase his attacks and kill even more rock creatures. The earlier we can defeat the Rock Tribe, the sooner the war will end. Many of the great legends began arguing among themselves. Only the four lords and Wizard Sito maintained a cool composure as they watched the heated discussion among the great legends below them. After some time, the numerous great legends could not come to an agreement, so they shifted their gaze toward the four lords and Wizard Sito. On the other hand, Wizard Sito looked at the Nightmare Lord, the number one lord under his command. Nightmare Lord, tell me what you think. The Nightmare Lord glanced at the Blackfire Lord and Merlin, then said calmly, Wizard Sito, Wizard Merlin is a pivotal wizard in this war. We cannot hide him away, but it's difficult to predict the Rock Tribe's ambush. So, I suggest we build a team around Merlin, flanked by the most preeminent honored legends. At the same time, the four lords must secretly protect Merlin at all times. If and when it becomes necessary, Wizard Sito, even you should act. Blackfire Lord, what about you? Wizard Sito shifted his gaze toward the Blackfire Lord. Since Merlin was his disciple, it was natural that he would ask for the Blackfire Lord's opinion. The Blackfire Lord nodded in agreement. I agree with the Nightmare Lord's suggestion. However, it's all up to Merlin to decide. Merlin, what do you think? The Blackfire Lord cast a fervent look at Merlin. Instantly, the eyes of hundreds of great legends landed on Merlin. Merlin raised his head without any trace of nervousness. In a calm voice, he replied, I'll obey the arrangements made by Teacher Blackfire and Wizard Sito. Ha ha, very well, the Nightmare Lord's suggestion is well thought out, let's do that. I'll form a team of honored legends to follow Merlin around and move at any time. Thus, no one would be able to grasp Merlin's whereabouts. His presence in the battlefield will be as indiscernible as a spirit to give the Rock Tribe a headache. Moreover, the four lords and the other spellcasters, if you see Merlin in trouble or trapped by the rock tribe, all of you must rescue him at all cost. Wizard Sito appeared to have already decided. He was prepared to use Merlin as a wandering spirit on the battlefield, enabling him to act at any time. Each strike would cause the rock tribe to pay a huge price. After a few blows, the rock tribe would find it difficult to continue and have no choice but to admit defeat. Alright, all of you are dismissed. Watch the rock tribe's movements carefully. Merlin, you stay back here. Subsequently, the numerous great legends left the castle, including the four lords. Merlin was the only one who was held back by Wizard Sito. The empty foyer turned weirdly silent. Wizard Sito, do you have more instructions for me? Merlin looked at Wizard Sito inquiringly. He was preparing to go back and get ready, such as simulating spell fusion, and attempting to fuse a 3 or 4 elemental wizard heart. Merlin, I'm sure you know that your mind power technique is extremely pivotal to this war. Therefore, nothing must happen to you. I know Hanra too well. He'll use all sorts of means to kill you. Mere protection on the outside is completely insufficient. You'll need to have some covert protection tactics. Wizard Sito's lips curled upward as a mysterious smile lit up on his face. Chapter 646, An Avatar. Chapter 646, An Avatar. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Another secret protection? Merlin stared at Wizard Sito in astonishment. Firstly, Merlin did not have to stay in a certain place on the battlefield. Secondly, he could choose whether to attack any time or not at all. Thirdly, he was under the protection of an honored legend as well as under the furtive surveillance of the four great lords. In other words, although Merlin was at the front line, he was extremely safe. After all, it was incredibly difficult for the rock tribe to track Merlin's whereabouts, not to mention act against him. Nevertheless, it was of course beneficial that Wizard Sito valued Merlin so highly. Merlin, as you know, I have many avatars. All these avatars can represent me, but precisely for this reason, the avatars cannot publicly get involved in the civilization war. However, you're pivotal to this war, so nothing must happen to you. Therefore, I'll place an Earth avatar in your spatial ring. You cannot tell anyone, including the Blackfire Lord. Only you and I know of this. If everything goes well, then all the better. However, if you truly run into danger and the rock tribe manages to attack you, then my Earth avatar can save your life at the most critical moment. Once Wizard Sito finished speaking, a strapping figure filled with a different twist of Wizard Sito's aura emerged from the subspace behind him. It was a very dense and solid aura which belonged to the Earth or an Earth-type Maxim. Merlin opened his mouth but did not make a sound. Every Wizard Sito's avatar was placed in a different location, and each of them was able to guard an entire region. Every avatar was Wizard Sito's blood and sweat. However, this avatar would now have to hide in Merlin's spatial ring. This was incomprehensible to anyone. Even Progenitor Hanra would not expect that Merlin carried Wizard Sito's avatar everywhere he went. With this avatar, Merlin was fail-safe on the battlefield. Even if he encountered any danger, he would be able to turn it into a miracle. Wizard Sito, if you do this, are you not afraid that Progenitor Hanra will also intervene directly? Although it was only an avatar, it still represented the arcane Wizard Sito. If the arcane Wizard Sito was seen to intervene, then there was a possibility that Progenitor Hanra would turn humiliation into a fury, and directly intervene as well. He doesn't dare. No matter how humiliated or how furious, he wouldn't dare. Our spellcaster civilization can endure a setback and a loss, but can the rock tribe endure it? If he attacks, it will not merely be a civilization war. If that happens, the other two ultimate arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization would also intervene. In the end, both sides will suffer massive losses. However, Progenitor Hanra cannot afford that outcome. Wizard Sito smirked. He was completely unconcerned that Progenitor Hanra would act crazily out of desperation. Once the ultimate existences got involved, it often meant that the civilization would be destroyed. Finally, only the ultimate existences would be left all alone. There would be no tribe, no civilization, and no meaning left. In the vast void zone, Anyone who could cultivate themselves to become an ultimate existence would naturally be supported by their tribe and civilization. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become an ultimate existence. It was not to say that no one could cultivate themselves into an ultimate existence by themselves, but it was extremely rare. This was because a powerful civilization possessed a unique force that could affect the strongest individuals of the civilization. Thus, the stronger the civilization, the stronger their ultimate existences would become. That was why many of the ultimate existences in most civilizations would develop their civilizations so enthusiastically. The spellcaster civilization, for example, was very weak when they left the glorious land and entered the void zone. However, they eventually managed to become arcane wizards. Such achievements could not be disassociated from the gradual prosperity of the spellcaster civilization. Alright, let's continue to wait. The Rock Tribe should be ready to make another move very soon. When that time comes, it's time for you to showcase your abilities and end the civilization war in one strike. Merlin kept Arcane Wizard Sito as avatar in the spatial ring, and left the main foyer. Then, he returned to the Alabaster Dimension. Haha, Merlin, now you've really snatched the limelight. How is it, the Mind Power Masters aren't inferior to the spellcasters, right? Titus' voice sounded from the illusion bead. Although he was in the illusory world, Merlin did not seal the illusion bead, so Titus knew everything that was going on outside. Mind Power Masters are indeed unique. Several thoughts flashed through Merlin's mind. The Mind Power system was originally born from the Spellcaster system. After all, at the very beginning, Mind Power was considerably important to spellcasters. In fact, without Mind Power, it was impossible to become a spellcaster. However, over time, the usefulness of Mind Power for spellcasters began to diminish. For those who became great wizards or great legends, Mind Power was completely rendered useless to them. Thereafter, with the hard work and exploration of countless Mind Power Masters, the Mind Power system slowly separated from the scope of the spellcasters. The Mind Power system developed by Titus, in particular, allowed Merlin to personally experience the uniqueness and strength of the Mind Power system. The spellcasters had other unique tactics. They could wield spells and unleash terrifying destruction. In terms of destructive powers alone, the Mind Power Masters lagged far behind the spellcasters. Even the damage caused by a staggering mindstorm could not compare to the damage wreaked by an ordinary spellcaster. Nevertheless, the Mind Power Masters held a natural edge over other types of practitioners, especially those who did not possess strong mind power. Moreover, mind power was shapeless and invisible. If one was able to cultivate up to the illusory world realm, then it would be even more fearsome, because it would be possible to imperceptibly control an opponent's mind. Such a tactic was completely unavoidable, so it was truly terrifying. Therefore, if the mind power system could be perfected, even though it was born out of the spellcaster system, its unique characteristics did not make it any less formidable than the spellcaster system. In some sense, it might even be more powerful. As the person closest to perfecting the mind power system, Titus of course, hoped that Merlin would devote his full attention to the cultivation of mind power. Mind Power Masters are indeed powerful, but I'm currently reliant on the illusory world and can't hold it for long. Merlin no longer paid attention to Titus. Naturally, he would not give up on the mind power system, but right now he needed to improve his spellcaster abilities, especially combining his spell models. This had become the only hope for Merlin to improve his abilities right now. Whoosh! A strand of Merlin's mind power immediately entered the illusory world. Merlin was very familiar with this illusory world. Even he did not know how many times had he simulated the spell model fusion. This time, Merlin intended to simulate fusing the Wind-type Wizard Heart with the former two-elemental Wizard Heart. Once the fusion was successful, Merlin would possess abilities comparable to the seventh form of the Darkness Eye. The three-elemental Wizard Heart was already considered impressive, whereas if he managed to combine the four-elemental, five-elemental or six-elemental Wizard Heart, then Merlin's ability would instantly be able to rival the powerful great wizards and surpass the civilization-level prodigies. Fuse! Merlin did not hesitate, because he was in the illusory world. Instead, he became bolder. Only by boldly combining spells, it was possible to encounter a variety of potential problems. This would avoid running into unexpected situations with no solutions when he attempted a real fusion in the future. This was also the experience that Merlin gleaned when he attempted to fuse the two elemental wizard heart previously. In the illusory world, he would not suffer any harm and only lose some mind power. Hence, it was beneficial to simulate boldly, and even better if he could experience all the unexpected situations that might arise during the fusion at least once. This way, when Merlin actually combined the wizard hearts in the future, his success rate would be increased significantly. Therefore, Merlin stayed in the alabaster dimension and peacefully simulated the fusion of wizard hearts. On the Rock Tribe dimension, it had been more than half a year since the last frontline battle. Throughout this half a year, the Rock Tribe did not make any move. Similarly, the opposing spellcaster camp also did not move. Both sides seemed to be accumulating strength, so next time the war broke out, it would certainly be more brutal than before. Inside the main foyer of the Rock Tribe dimension, Progenitor Hanra was like a real slab of rock, completely unmoving. He sat there for half a year. Swoosh! Suddenly, Progenitor Hanra opened his eyes and looked towards the tightly shut door. With a mighty wave of his hand, the door swung open. However, there was no one outside. "Ha ha, invisible rock, come in." Progenitor Hanra's voice resounded in the main foyer, yet there was no one outside. Suddenly, in the blank space outside the door, there was a strange fluctuation. Once the door was shut, an outline gradually shimmered into view, revealing a skinny rock creature with a dark green glow. This rock creature, from inside to outside, was very different from the ordinary rock creatures. "Respected Progenitor Hanra, upon receiving your orders, I've come here at the greatest speed." This peculiar-looking rock creature bowed slightly towards Progenitor Hanra with a respectful look on his face. "Invisible rock, this time I've transferred you to the front line because I have no other choice. I need you to act, then only we might be able to resolve the crisis and reverse the situation." Progenitor Hanra appeared to highly value this rock creature named Invisible Rock. "Oh. Just a while ago, didn't we have the upper hand at the front line? Why has the situation changed so quickly?" Invisible Rock asked with some suspicion. "All because of one person." Invisible Rock narrowed his eyes, seemingly to comprehend something. In a low voice, he said, "Sir Progenitor summoned me, just to deal with this person? If it's those glorious lords, I'm afraid even I'm powerless." Invisible Rock immediately thought of the glorious lords. Only a glorious lord could single-handedly overturn the outcome of a civilization war. If a glorious lord actually emerged among the spellcasters, the Rock Tribe would lose the war no matter what. It was impossible that Progenitor Hanra did not know of this fact. It's not a glorious lord, and not even a legend. This is a very unique person among the spellcasters, they call him a mind power master. Progenitor Hanra shook his head gently, but a ruthless murderous glint flashed past his eyes. Chapter 647, The Most Powerful Prodigy. Chapter 647, The Most Powerful Prodigy. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Mind Power Master? Obviously, this was the first time Invisible Rock was hearing of this term. He was not as well versed about spellcasters as Nisk. As an upper-rank ancestor-level rock creature who was second only to the rock progenitor, his status was equivalent to the powerful lords among the spellcasters. Thus, Invisible Rock had always been very conceited. Yes, a mind power master. This wizard is called Merlin. According to the ability classification of spellcasters, he's only a 9th level spellcaster, but his mind power could create an illusion that can entrap even the ordinary lower-rank ancestor-level rock creatures. As such, he's able to affect the stability of the progenitor's body. Due to this reason, our progenitor's body had been constantly restrained by Merlin. Coupled with some other powerful spellcasters, the progenitor's body is able to be defeated with ease. Before you were transferred here, it was Merlin's emergence in the battlefield that had helped the spellcasters score a massive hit. They had defeated a progenitor's body and killed 16 ancestor-level rock creatures. Invisible Rock gently closed his eyes. Now he knew why Progenitor Hanra had transferred him here so urgently. The death of 16 ancestor-level rock creatures was a huge blow for the Rock Tribe. There were very few powerful ancestor-level rock creatures to begin with, so they would not be able to endure such losses continuously. Therefore, in order to win the war, they must do whatever it took to get rid of Merlin. Sir Progenitor, please don't worry. I'll kill Merlin personally so that he'll never be able to threaten another progenitor's body again. Very well. However, it would not be easy to kill Merlin. Ceto will tighten his protection over Merlin. In order to kill him, you cannot act outright, but you must hide. Until now, no one knows you have arrived, so Ceto wouldn't know either. You'll hide among an ordinary ancestor-level squad, and await your chance. Remember, we may only have one shot at this. You must make sure that it's a guaranteed strike. Progenitor Hanra had already thought of the counterattack, which was making a respectable upper-rank rock creature hide his identity among an average rock tribe squad. Although Invisible Rock felt that it was an exaggeration, such method was absolutely foolproof. This clearly showed Progenitor Hanra's emphasis on this matter. Invisible Rock could only nod, and disappeared again amidst those in the main foyer. In the Alabaster Dimension, Merlin himself had lost track of the time that he had spent in the illusory world undergoing various simulations. Utilizing the illusory world, he had not only simulated wind-type spells but also ice-type spells. This was also the 4 elemental spell fusion that Merlin had previously achieved. As these 4 elemental spells had been fused before, Merlin could distinctively sense that it was slightly easier for them to be fused again. In fact, it was undeniably true that the 4 elemental spell fusion had been extremely useful for Merlin to combine the 4 elemental wizard hearts. Furthermore, he had also attempted combining spell models in the illusory world, which had worked out well. It has been more than half a year. I'm not sure how many times I've simulated this in the illusory world. I think it has probably been approximately 10,000 times. Merlin grinned. In the illusory world, he had been running simulations madly, and encountered all kinds of incidents. However, as everything in the illusory world was fake, Merlin only lost a bit of mind power. Merlin could replenish this bit of mind power with just a short meditation. Therefore, in the real world, Merlin had started to fuse the wind-type wizard heart. If everything proceeded smoothly, he would continue with fusing the ice-type wizard heart. Merlin calmed down and immersed his consciousness into his awareness. There was a total of 5 wizard hearts. However, situated right in the middle was a noticeably larger wizard heart. This was the 2 elemental wizard heart formed by fusing the fire-type and the thunder-type wizard hearts. The other 4 smaller-sized wizard hearts surrounded the 2 elemental wizard hearts like stars around the moon. It reminded Merlin of the celestial bodies in the universe from his previous life. Most of the celestial bodies revolved around a large star. Similarly, the wizard hearts in Merlin's awareness revolved around the more powerful wizard heart. This would help ensure balance so that the few wizard hearts would not collide with each other and cause instability in the awareness. However, to fuse the wind-type wizard heart with the 2 elemental heart, Merlin would have to mobilize his enormous mind power to stabilize the remaining wizard hearts. Thinking along these lines, Merlin no longer hesitated. Immediately, his enormous power took control over all the wizard hearts. In fact, Merlin had stabilized the entire awareness. Merlin's mind power soon found the wind-type wizard heart, and began to pull it slowly toward the 2 elemental wizard heart. This time, Merlin was extraordinarily cautious, and luck was on his side, so nothing seemed to happen. Boom! Finally, the wizard hearts came into contact, and the awareness descended into an inevitable quake. Fortunately, this quake was not too strong, so his awareness was able to withstand it even without Merlin's mind power support. It withstood. Continue to fuse. Merlin's emotion was very calm, and his mind power did not fluctuate at all. The 2 elemental wizard heart was obviously more powerful than the wind-type wizard heart. Rather than a fusion, it would be better construed as an engulfment. Regardless of whether it was a fusion or an engulfment, as long as they combined into one, Merlin would have achieved his goal. Once he had successfully combined a 3 elemental wizard heart, it would be a significant achievement. After all, for 3 elemental spellcasters, they would become great wizards upon successfully combining a 3 elemental wizard heart. Nevertheless, in Merlin's case, a 3 elemental heart was simply the beginning. Kai kai kai. The fusion of wizard hearts still had some repulsion, but it was much smoother compared to Merlin's previous experience with the fire-type and the thunder-type wizard hearts. There was only a slight repulsion, and the overall situation remained calm. The wizard heart grew bigger, and its aura also became more concentrated. Merlin could even sense that the gradually forming new wizard heart was much stronger than before. The two-elemental wizard heart was basically engulfing the wind-type wizard heart at breakneck speed. None of the complications from Merlin's simulation in the illusory world arose at all. Perhaps, Merlin had a stroke of luck, and was extremely fortunate, or perhaps, he had simulated fusing the wizard hearts so many times in the illusory world that his understanding of the wizard heart had far surpassed them when he first attempted the fire-type and thunder-type fusion. Therefore, this time, fusing the wind-type wizard heart did not result in any complications. On the contrary, the process was very smooth. Nevertheless, Merlin still did not lower his guard, and maintained tight control over the three remaining wizard hearts. Boom! Finally, the moment when the wind-type wizard heart had completely fused with the two-elemental wizard heart, the entire awareness quaked. The three remaining wizard hearts also seemed to be attracted and moved slowly toward the largest wizard heart in the center. This was the new three-elemental wizard heart. The three-elemental wizard heart was apparently much larger than the two-elemental wizard heart. Moreover, the terrifying aura emitted was unequivocally comparable to a legend. Even the seventh form of darkness eye was only on par with this three-elemental wizard. Now, besides the seventh form of darkness eye, Merlin had a new tactic that could rival a great legend. However, this was still not enough. In the illusory world, Merlin had simulated both wind-type and ice-type spells. After seeing the wind-type wizard heart fuse so smoothly, Merlin of course, desired to fuse the ice-type wizard heart in one go. Furthermore, after consolidating the three-elemental heart, Merlin discovered that the three remaining wizard hearts seemed to be drawing nearer to the three-elemental wizard heart. Hence, this would bode well for him to consolidate a more advanced wizard heart. Thus, Merlin stopped hesitating, and activated the ice-type wizard heart to gradually approach the three-elemental wizard heart. Due to the supreme power of the three-elemental wizard heart, even before the two wizard hearts could come closer, the huge three-elemental wizard heart began to expand and turned into something like a large mouth, and swallowed the ice-type wizard heart in a single gulp. The three-elemental wizard heart and the ice-type wizard heart were simply too different, so they could not be described as a fusion. Instead, this was a clear engulfment. Nonetheless, this engulfment gave rise to some complications. The ice-type wizard heart began to quiver mightily, and faint cracks began to appear on it. Merlin had seen such situation when he simulated spell fusion in the illusory world. It was very dangerous, because once he could not control the wizard heart, it would collapse entirely. The effect could cause all the wizard hearts to collapse, and might even grievously injure his awareness. Merlin immediately calmed down, and recalled the various remedies he tested in the illusory world. The only solution was to increase the speed of fusion. He must ensure that the wizard heart was properly fused before it could collapse. With that in mind, Merlin could no longer guard the two remaining wizard hearts. His enormous power swiftly activated the three-elemental wizard heart, and frantically accelerated the fusion of the wizard hearts. Originally, the three-elemental wizard heart was already very powerful and was fusing at a fast rate. Assisted by Merlin's mind power, the rate naturally increased even further. At a speed almost visible to the naked eye, the ice-type wizard heart was promptly engulfed by the three-elemental wizard heart. Although the surface of the ice-type wizard heart had begun to collapse, it did not negatively affect the three-elemental wizard heart engulfing it. Phew! When the last sliver of ice-type wizard heart was fused, Merlin released a long breath of relief. This time, it had been too dangerous. If the ice-type wizard heart had collapsed, then his quest to combine a wizard heart would have failed. Fusing a wizard heart is truly dangerous. Merlin had now experienced personally the dangers of combining a wizard heart. For a 9th-level spellcaster to become a great wizard, this was the most dangerous process. It was because fusing every type of spell would bring about various unforeseeable risks. Even if Merlin had successfully combined 5 elemental spells, there was still a chance that the final element could spell his downfall and render all his previous efforts null. There was also a chance that he would plunge into an unrecoverable chasm. If his wizard heart collapsed, Merlin would not be able to become even the most common spellcaster, and there was also a risk to his life. it was not surprising that even the Blackfire Lord, upon hearing that Merlin had fused a wizard heart, would betray such a despairing expression. However, once the danger had passed, Merlin obtained a powerful ability. The fusion of the four-elemental wizard heart had promoted Merlin beyond the ordinary legends. To some extent, Merlin was confident that his four-elemental wizard heart would be able to rival those great legends with two maxims. In the vast and endless void zone, even the most talented civilization-level prodigy would be able to compete with a two-maxim great legend. For anyone to surpass a two-maxim great legend was completely unheard of. Merlin, on the other hand, still had two more wizard hearts left unfused. Once the fusion was successful and he became a great wizard, Merlin would create an entirely new legend. Among the countless civilizations and dimensions in the Void Zone, Merlin would be the most powerful civilization-level prodigy. Chapter 648, The War Resumes. Chapter 648, The War Resumes. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the awareness, Merlin's four-elemental wizard heart was like a giant overlord, suspended in the middle. Only two wizard hearts were left. These two wizard hearts was the most difficult to fuse as well as the most unexposed, compared to the other four which had previously been components of the four-elemental spell fusion. For Merlin to fuse these two types of wizard hearts, he would have to run simulations for a very long time. Phew! Merlin exhaled deeply. A thought flashed through his mind. With what I've achieved so far, I wonder, compared to the seven-elemental wizard Neela, who would be stronger? Merlin had a very deep impression of Neela. Throughout the history of spellcasters, only one seven-elemental spellcaster had existed. Moreover, Neela had 30 perfect grade spells, only 6 less than Merlin. Coupled with the fact that Neela was a seven-elemental wizard, Merlin really wondered which prodigy would be more powerful. He had inquired around about Neela, but it seemed like no one had ever heard of him. It was as if he had disappeared into thin air. The only proof of Neela's brilliance was his name on the spells ranking in Arcane City. Perhaps, Neela didn't even become a great wizard. Perhaps, he failed to fuse his spell models and died as a result. Merlin was very eager to meet this seven-elemental spellcaster, but none of the numerous great legends know about Neela's whereabouts. In fact, some of them had not even heard of Neela's name. So, there was only one possibility, which was that Neela died prior to becoming a great wizard. Since Merlin was currently fusing spell models, he was deeply aware of the challenge posed by fusing spell models. Just a single wrong step would render all previous efforts null, and it was impossible to recover. Merlin did not continue to simulate the fusion, but spent a lot of time to familiarize himself with the four-elemental wizard heart. This was because his progress had been too fast, so he would need time to familiarize himself with the wizard heart in order to wield its powers. Time ticked by, and after an unknown period of time, Merlin sensed his ring vibrating gently. Surprisingly, it was Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar. Merlin, the rock tribe is moving again. Hurry back to Ceto Castle. Merlin's heart skipped a beat. The rock tribe was finally on the move again. This time, it would likely be the turning point of the civilization war. The two sides might engage in a final battle. Merlin, be careful. I'm still waiting for you to perfect the mind power system, so you cannot die. As soon as Merlin stood up, Titus' voice warned him softly from the illusory world. Merlin smiled. If he died, Titus probably would not have any hope of resurrection. So, he nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't die so easily." After fusing the four-elemental wizard heart, Merlin was emboldened. Especially, hidden in his ring was arcane wizard Ceto's Earth avatar. This was only known to Merlin and wizard Ceto, and was Merlin's biggest life preserver. Swish! Merlin quickly flew out of the Alabaster dimension, and headed towards Ceto Castle in the Void Zone. Currently, Ceto Castle was packed to the brim with great legends. During this time, numerous great legends had arrived continuously from Ceto Arcane City to replace the legendary wizards who were lost in the war. The current number of great legends exceeded that of before the civilization war started, which opened Merlin's eyes to the true strength of the spellcaster civilization's foundation. If just Ceto Arcane City alone possessed such a strong foundation, then he could not imagine how staggering the entire spellcaster civilization foundation would be combined. It was first and foremost important to note that Ceto Arcane City was the weakest force among the 3 arcane cities. In the main foyer of the castle, arcane wizard Ceto sat perched at the very top, flanked by the 4 great lords by his sides. Below them were countless honored legends and legendary wizards. The entire foyer was nonetheless silent as they affixed their gazes upon arcane wizard Ceto. Everyone, I believe you've received the news. The Rock Tribe is finally moving and heading toward us. This is a civilization war. None can live while the other survives. Fortunately for us, we're occupying the upper hand. Based on the spellcaster's 3,000 years worth of foundation, has there been a civilization war that we didn't win? A while ago, the progenitor's body stumped all our efforts, but we have Wizard Merlin. He can defeat the progenitor's body and is the key for us to win this war. Many legendary wizards looked around curiously, but they soon spotted Merlin, who was hiding in a corner. Merlin, come up. Wizard Ceto smiled at Merlin. Merlin hesitated but eventually went to the front and faced Wizard Ceto. Wizard Ceto continued. Wizard Merlin is the key to this war. He's a powerful mind power master. I'll assign Wizard Locke to follow Merlin, and specifically work with him to confront the Rock Tribe's progenitor's body. If Wizard Merlin is in danger, every spellcaster nearby must rescue him at all cost. All of you are great legends, so I'm sure I don't need to explain to you on Wizard Merlin's importance. Once he had finished speaking, one of the great legends stepped forward, and nodded slightly at Merlin. He was Wizard Locke, a famous great legend whose existence was second only to the Lords. Merlin, don't worry. The 4 great lords will be paying attention to you. However, your mind power cannot sustain for a long time, whereas the civilization war will go on for a long time. So, you don't have to exert too much effort. Find an opening and strike to kill. As long as you can defeat a progenitor's body with every strike, you'll effectively weaken the Rock Tribe's strength. The Blackfire Lord whispered to Merlin. Merlin nodded. Indeed, he could not sustain the illusory world for a long time. Nevertheless, moving around stealthily and launching sneak attacks was a good strategy. Even if the Rock Tribe had some means, they would not be able to use it. Hence, it would indirectly ensure Merlin's safety. Alright, let's go to the front line. Following a wave of arcane wizard Ceto's hand, rumbles of spellcasters left the castle and flew toward the front line. Similar to the spellcasters, the Rock Tribe was also advancing boldly toward the front line, displaying a formidable sight. These rock creatures had already formed the progenitor's body ahead of time, and every single progenitor's body was supremely powerful. In the Rock Tribe camp, Progenitor Hanra was observing the spellcaster camp. I don't see Merlin. I'm sure Ceto had already hidden him away. Never mind, I've already expected that Ceto would have some tricks up his sleeve. Invisible rock, don't let it concern you. Don't emit any aura. You must hide among the ordinary rock creatures and form the progenitor's body with them. Once you see an opening, you must kill Merlin. A cold glint flashed across Invisible Rock's eyes. He nodded, and flew off together with some other rock creatures toward the runic magic circle. The civilization war was resuming. For great lords, go now. Since they've come all the way here, there's no need for them to leave. Wizard Ceto waved his hand. Instantly, under the leadership of the 4 great lords, numerous great legends stepped into the runic magic circle. Immediately, a massive confrontation between 2 great civilizations ensued in the runic magic circle. All the Rock Tribe's progenitor's body went berserk, and suppressed the spellcaster camp. Despite being in the runic magic circle, multiple progenitors' bodies were able to release unfathomable strength. In just a few short hours, the spellcaster camp had lost 3 great legends. This was a rate that had never been witnessed before. HMPH, it seems like the Rock Tribe is truly giving their all. Merlin, be prepared to strike. Wizard Ceto watched the battle from the front line. The strength displayed by the Rock Tribe was indeed powerful, relegating the spellcaster camp into a passive stance. Wizard Ceto did not want to lose too many great legends, so Merlin prepared to strike. Merlin had remained hidden in a distance. Beside him, there was only Wizard Locke. Wizard Locke, get ready, we'll kill with 1 strike. Merlin's gaze shifted toward a gigantic progenitor's body in the battlefield. Even faced against two honored legends, it was deftly able to put up a strong resistance. Merlin also sensed that this progenitor's body was comprised of only some very ordinary rock creatures. So, with Wizard Lock beside him, as long as the illusory world was triggered, they would certainly be able to defeat this progenitor's body. Attack! Merlin growled. Instantly, both their speeds kicked up a notch. Lock, in particular, wrapped Merlin in a maxim and sped into the battlefield at top speed. Illusory world. Merlin did not hesitate and fiercely mobilized the illusory world. The huge illusory world directly enveloped this gigantic progenitor's body. The progenitor's body trembled a little but did not cease. Nevertheless, many could distinctly feel that this progenitor's body was not as flexible as before. Its movement appeared to be very stiff. This was because some of the rock creatures in the progenitor's body had fallen into an illusion. Wizard Lock, your turn. Merlin's tone was cold and merciless. He was trying hard to sustain the illusory world. Every single second to sustain it required large amounts of mind power. Hence, he would not be able to hold on for a long time. Wizard Lock must act quickly. Kill! Wizard Lock did not hesitate. He released his 5 maxims consecutively, including one ultimate maxim. It was not surprising that Wizard Lock was an existence just below the Great Lords. Boom! The powerful maxims were like a huge dragon. Roaring loudly, it slammed onto the progenitor's body. The rock-solid progenitor's body that appeared infallible began to tremble violently upon this collision. Crack! Finally, a faint crack appeared on the progenitor's body. It continued to grow, one ring after another, like a spider web. Swoosh! Countless gazes gathered on Merlin and Lock. Merlin even felt a strong threat coming out of nowhere. Let's go! Merlin did not dither. Together with Lock, he immediately flew out of the battlefield and did not stop. Rumble! Finally, that progenitor's body collapsed. With that, a few rock creatures died on the spot. Whereas the remaining rock creatures, due to the loss of the progenitor's body, were also killed by the spellcaster's cavalry. Wizard Merlin, what happened to you earlier? No one can pose a threat to you. Wizard Lock declared confidently, but Merlin remained frowning. Chapter 649, Invisible Rock Attacks. Chapter 649, Invisible Rock Attacks. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. No danger? Merlin did not believe it. Just a moment ago, he felt a violent surge of danger. If he had not taken the opportunity to escape, something unbeknownst might have occurred. That surge of danger came very quickly, without any hint of premonition. Hence, Merlin glared unblinkingly at the progenitor's bodies on the battlefield, but he did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Nevertheless, the combination of Lock and Merlin managed to land a surprise attack on one progenitor's body. About a dozen ancestor-level rock creatures in it died, so it was a huge loss to the rock tribe. In contrast, it was a large victory dance for the spellcasters. Merlin again. Progenitor Hanra narrowed his eyes, filled with maliciousness. Although one progenitor's body had been defeated, he had predicted as much. He knew that Wizard Sito would include Merlin in some of his tactics. However, he did not expect that it would be such a stealthy tactic. Merlin had immediately escaped after launching a single strike, so there was no opening for the rock tribe. This is bad. If this continues, Invisible Rock would have to depend on sheer luck. Progenitor Hanra gnashed his teeth in hatred. No matter how much he wanted to track down Merlin, due to Wizard Sito's interference, he would not be able to trace Merlin's whereabouts. Invisible Rock, you must make some big moves to attract the spellcaster camp's attention. However, don't expose yourself. I'm sure Merlin will aim for you. When that time comes, it'll be your chance. No one will be able to save him. Progenitor Hanra's voice resounded in Invisible Rock's ear, who was hiding in one of the progenitor's bodies. Following the death of a dozen ancestor-level rock creatures, Progenitor Hanra's heart was obviously filled with rage. Nonetheless, they could not stop now. Without drawing Merlin out of hiding, they would not be able to win the war. Right now, Progenitor Hanra could only wait. Phew! Merlin breathed a sigh of relief. He opened his eyes and looked at Legend Lock standing beside him. Shifting his attention to the battlefield, he asked softly, "Wizard Lock, how's the situation on the battlefield?" "Wizard Merlin, has your mind power recovered?" In the past 5 days, Legend Lock had been standing guard beside Merlin. Naturally, he knew that Merlin was recovering his mind power. Merlin nodded. "It has recovered quite a bit. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, it doesn't look promising." Wizard Lock nodded and replied, "Indeed, not very promising. Throughout the past 5 days, the Rock Tribe didn't retreat at all. Instead, they had continued to press closer. Even though you've defeated a progenitor's body, it's insignificant to the Rock Tribe because it didn't falter their foundation. Look at that progenitor's body. It's very powerful and has consecutively killed 3 legendary wizards." Merlin followed Wizard Lock's gaze and saw the powerful progenitor's body. Letting out an angry roar, it swung a punch. The terrifying blow sent countless spellcasters flying. Even some of the great honored legends were finding it difficult to withstand its attacks. It's indeed strong but comprised of very ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures. They're the breakthrough point, so we may have a chance. Wizard Lock, get ready, we'll defeat 1 progenitor's body. If that's still not enough to chase away the Rock Tribe, we'll defeat another 2, 3, or more progenitors' bodies. How long more can the Rock Tribe hold on?" Merlin's lips curled into a cold-blooded smile. Subsequently, both their gazes turned ruthless and their figures flew toward the battlefield. Swoosh! The sneaky Merlin and Lock appeared on the battlefield once again, and set their sights on the most active progenitor's body, which had been attacking several great legends. "You're the one. Illusory World." Merlin did not hesitate, and immediately wielded the Illusory World. Instantly, the invisible Illusory World shrouded the entire progenitor's body. Legend Lock was already completely in sync with Merlin. So, with a stretch of his hand, his ultimate maxim descended like a giant mountain. Boom! There was a huge crashing sound, and everything proceeded smoothly. Thin cracks began to emerge on this progenitor's body. It would break at any time. One more time. Legend Lock was ready to launch another strike when suddenly, a chilling aura rose into the air. Even Legend Lock felt a shudder in his heart. This is a great lord. Moreover, it's the strongest lord. Oh no, we've been tricked. Wizard Merlin, leave now. Legend Lock bellowed. His entire body was bearing a tremendous pressure. A power, like ripples of a wave, was descending upon Legend Lock. Crack! The tremendous force violently smashed down on Legend Lock. The ultimate maxim that covered his body became completely useless and was immediately crushed into fine dust. Subsequently, the invisible force shifted onto Legend Lock. The esteemed honored legend cried out in distress, and was reduced into a bloody mist the next instant. Wizard Lock's aura had disappeared completely. Died? Legend Lock had died? He's a great honored legend. The first honored legend has gone down in this civilization war. The entire battlefield seemed to fall into dead silence. Wizard Lock was not an ordinary spellcaster but a great honored legend. Ever since the beginning of the civilization war, the death of great legends had become quite normal, but this was the first time an honored legend was killed. Boom! The progenitor's body collapsed, and a foreign silhouette emerged from within. The chilling aura it exuded was comparable to a powerful lord. In fact, it was even more powerful than the Blackfire Lord. Merlin, their target is Wizard Merlin. Merlin, escape now! Many of the spellcasters had realized with a jolt that Wizard Lock's death was simply the beginning. This rock creature who had been hiding in the progenitor's body was obviously charging at Merlin. His aim was to kill Merlin. Right now, both the spellcaster camp and the Rock Tribe camp knew of Merlin's usefulness. He could be almost considered to be the key to the war. Therefore, they would not hold back any effort to protect Merlin. Upon Wizard Lock's death, and looking at the imminent attack of the mighty rock creature who was comparable to a great lord, numerous spellcasters immediately rushed to Merlin's side. However, even the legendary wizard who was closest to Merlin would not be able to reach in time before the mighty rock creature. The Blackfire Lord frantically rushed over, roaring at the top of his lungs. Even the other lords also hastily rushed over, but the distance was too far. "Little guy, after so many days, you've finally come a-knocking." Invisible rock, the rock creature comparable to a great lord, was of course the secret weapon previously arranged by progenitor Hanra. Finally, Invisible Rock was able to reveal himself and pointed directly at Merlin. At this moment, progenitor Hanra's face broke into a relieved smile, whereas Invisible Rock's eyes were filled with vindictiveness. At the same moment, Wizard Ceto did not move the slightest, whereas Merlin, despite sensing the chilling power comparable to a great lord, remained completely calm. Chapter 650, The War Ends. Chapter 650, The War Ends. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Boom. As an existence comparable to a powerful lord, Invisible Rock was able to kill an esteemed honored legend with just the aftershocks of his punch. An honored legend was turned into a bloody mist. What could Merlin do? However, when Invisible Rock swung his punch, he felt as though he had hit an invisible wall. No matter how strong his force was, it would not budge. What's happening? Invisible Rock's smile froze. Progenitor Hanra's smile also froze. This was because before Merlin, a figure filled with an arca-colored maxim was standing quietly in the air. Once the maxim on his body had consolidated, it was like a solid wall that could not be broken. Invisible Rock's strength was completely unable to move it. "Ceto, you actually dare let your avatars intervene?" Progenitor Hanra's voice immediately thundered. Invisible Rock's gaze fluttered in understanding. He immediately realized that this Arca figure was Arcane Wizard Ceto as avatar. The Rock tribe was unlike the spellcasters. In their case, there was only one Rock progenitor. Although the progenitor's body was powerful, he did not have any avatars. On the other hand, arcane wizards were able to transfigure multiple avatars, each of which stood guard at different places. Above all, an arcane wizard's avatars were not within a comparable range of the ordinary lords. These avatars might not be able to compete with the glorious lords, but they were still considered very powerful lords. With the arcane wizard's avatars standing guard, the overall strength of the spellcaster civilization was boosted. The Rock tribe had their progenitor's body while the arcane wizards had their avatars. Nevertheless, due to the intimate connection between these avatars and the arcane wizards would exercise caution in using their avatars in a civilization war, fearing such involvement would tempt the opponent's ultimate existences to act as well. Therefore, up to this point, if not for the sake of protecting Merlin, Wizard Ceto would not have mobilized his avatar. However, Merlin was simply too important, thus, Wizard Ceto decided to mobilize his avatar to protect him just in case. Right now, this avatar had proven to be useful. HMPH, Hanra, you used a lord to hide in a progenitor's body, I'd say you're the devious one. I'm simply using an avatar to protect Wizard Merlin. What does that even amount to? Wizard Ceto laughed. His avatar did not attack, so it would not aggravate progenitor Hanra too much. As long as Merlin was safe, it was a success. Hence, Wizard Ceto brought Merlin and flew back to the spellcaster camp, leaving progenitor Hanra's enraged roars behind. Still, the Rock tribe did not give up on the civilization war. On the contrary, with the addition of Invisible Rock into their midst, the Rock tribe's force appeared to be re-energized. Nightmare Lord, go and face Invisible Rock. Blackfire Lord, you can start attacking too. All four lords, start attacking, I'm sure the Rock tribe won't be able to hold on much longer. Wizard Ceto's eyes were also filled with recklessness. Indeed, with Invisible Rock's addition, the Rock tribe force was temporarily strengthened, but arcane Wizard Ceto also knew that this was the final round of berserk attack by the Rock tribe. In any case, a visible strong opponent was easier to handle than a hidden one. Besides, Merlin was alive to fight another day. The next time Merlin struck, the Rock tribe would finally understand that they could not possibly win the war. At that time, the civilization war would come to an end. 5 days later, Merlin awoke once again full of energy. When he opened his eyes, he saw a familiar spellcaster standing in front of him. Wizard Yaston? This was Legend Yaston, who had once paired up with Merlin before. He was also an honored legend. Legend Yaston smiled. Wizard Merlin, we meet again. Due to Legend Locke's unfortunate death, Wizard Ceto sent me to pair with Wizard Merlin. Merlin nodded, but before he could say anything, he heard Titus' voice. Merlin, you don't have to contend against the powerful progenitors' bodies. All you have to do is defeat some of the great legend-level progenitors' bodies comprising of the ordinary rock creatures. With your current level of mind power, you can entrap 2 or 3 great legend-level progenitors' bodies simultaneously. This way, you can defeat 3 progenitors' bodies with a single strike, which would be a huge blow to their morale. Wizard Sito also wants to win the war as soon as possible, so there's no need for you to put your life on the line fighting the powerful progenitors' bodies. You simply have to weaken their morale and destroy their confidence. After listening to Titus' advice, Merlin contemplated for a moment. Titus was right. The most important thing was to end this war. As long as he kept defeating their progenitors' bodies, the rock tribe would feel immensely pressured, and become demotivated, unable to hold on. Wizard Yaston, let's go. Merlin stood up, and said to Wizard Yaston. Swish. Merlin and Yaston had paired up before. Therefore, even without Merlin's prompting, Wizard Yaston's gaze had already followed Merlin's aim at a progenitor's body. However, Wizard Yaston said hesitantly, Wizard Merlin, this is only an ordinary progenitor's body. Defeating it would only inflict limited damage on the rock tribe. Defeating one might only inflict limited damage, but what about defeating 3 progenitors' bodies at the same time? Merlin's lips quivered into a mysterious smile. Then, he shut his eyes gently. Like ripples on water, the illusory world rapidly spread out to the surroundings. 1, 2, 3. A total of 3 ordinary progenitors' bodies were enveloped by Merlin's illusory world. Immediately, these progenitors' bodies turned stiff, indicating that they were trapped in an illusion. Wizard Yaston also did not dither. Seeing that Merlin had attacked, he stretched out his finger. His ultimate Maxim transformed into 3 Maxim dragons. Subsequently, each of them opened their big mouths and swallowed the 3 progenitors' bodies. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks began to form along these 3 progenitors' bodies. The cracks grew bigger and collapsed abruptly the next moment. A huge shockwave rippled all around, causing a huge stir. None of the rock creatures in these 3 progenitors' bodies survived. After all, they were only ordinary rock creatures. Only 1 or 2 of them were ordinary ancestor-level rock creatures. Although only a few ancestor-level rock creatures died, the rock tribe appeared to be shaken. Many of them had a look of hesitation, and appeared frightened. Although this was a civilization war which would be inevitably brutal, they were unwilling to continue fighting a losing battle. Such an approach was unacceptable to the rock tribe, so all of them turned their gazes toward Progenitor Hanra. Progenitor Hanra's cold gaze scanned the evasive glances of the rock tribe. The situation on the battlefield had gone askew. In fact, he already expected this. If Merlin did not die, the rock tribe would eventually lose this war. It was just that he did not expect them to lose so soon. Fine, this war, the rock tribe has lost. Seeing the discouraged expressions on numerous rock creatures, Progenitor Hanra's voice boomed across the entire battlefield. For some time, everyone, whether it was the spellcaster camp or the rock tribe camp on the battlefield, was stunned. Lost? We've lost? Losing is good too. At least the civilization war is finally over. Some of the rock creatures seemed to be reeling from disbelief, whereas others could not imagine that such a fierce and violent war had ended just like that. Moreover, it was a complete defeat with their tails tucked between their legs. The rock tribe had lost a few dozen ancestor-level rock creatures. For the rock tribe, which did not have many ancestor-level creatures to begin with, this was a massive blow. As for the spellcaster camp, they were also stunned. Similarly, some were still filled with disbelief, while the legends who managed to recover their wits obviously broke into a smile. This civilization war, neither side was willing to continue it any longer. Throughout this period, the spellcaster camp had also lost dozens of great legends, especially Wizard Locke, who was an honored legend. Additionally, a few dimensions were destroyed. In some way, it could be said that the spellcaster civilization had suffered a greater loss. Nevertheless, Wizard Sito and the 4 great lords were still apparently relieved. The spellcaster civilization was indeed powerful, but this civilization war was fought with the resources from Sito Arcane City alone. The amount of loss sustained by the rock tribe was insignificant. Instead, the true victory was forcing the rock tribe to retreat. With the passage of time, the spellcaster civilization definitely possessed a greater advantage. In just 3,000 years' time, the spellcaster civilization managed to grow into a powerful civilization. In terms of time, the rock tribe would never be able to compete with the spellcaster civilization. After this war, unless there were any extraordinary changes, the rock tribe would not dare to launch a civilization war for at least 1,000 years. We won, we finally won. Now we don't have to face those terrifying progenitors' bodies every day. The key to winning this war is attributed to Wizard Merlin. His hallucinating spell is truly too impressive. I've never paid much attention to mind power masters before, hence I didn't expect that they could be so powerful. It seems like I must pay more attention to the mind power masters once I go back, or perhaps research it further. Many of the great legends were sighing in relief, thankful that the civilization war had ended. At the same time, they gained a new understanding of mind power masters. Previously, in the eyes of spellcasters, mind power masters were merely a system within the spellcasters. Since it had not been perfected, it must not be a very powerful system. This was because even the mightiest mind power master could not match up to a great legend. However, Merlin's emergence completely overturned their preconceived notions of mind power masters, especially the combination of a mind power master cum spellcaster. With Merlin's hallucinating spell as well as his darkness eye, many of the great legends were self-conscious that even they would not be comparable opponents. Therefore, Merlin's usage of mind power attracted the attention of many great legends. This time, upon returning to their respective dimensions, they would surely further research the mind power system. Hence, this would help lay the foundation for Merlin's vision of turning the mind power system into a system that was independent of the spell caster system. After all, it would be insufficient to rely on Merlin alone to realize this vision. Hanra, the war has ended, but remember, the rock tribe better stay meekly in your own dimension. The spellcasters will not initiate any invasion, but if you ever think of launching a war, the spellcaster civilization is always ready for you. Wizard Sitoa's voice was very succinct despite being in the void zone where there was no space and time. His words resounded in everyone's ears. Progenitor Hanra's gaze was ice cold, and did not say anything. He led a large number of rock creatures and flew back haughtily to the rock tribe dimension. The war is over. Merlin also released a long sigh. He was finally able to relax. The large-scale civilization war between the rock tribe and the spellcaster civilization had ended merely after a few months. All in all, the damage endured was still bearable for both sides. Chapter 651, Return I. Chapter 651, Return I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin, name your reward. You're the biggest contributor to this civilization war. Whatever your request, you can say it. In the hall of the spacious castle, only the Blackfire Lord and Wizard Sito were left. There was a wide smile on Wizard Sitoa's face, undoubtedly reflecting the happiness in his heart upon winning the civilization war. Ever since he became an arcane wizard, this was the first time he had single-handedly led the force of Sito Arcane City to face a powerful civilization. In addition, he had emerged victorious. Although there were dangerous instances, they had finally obtained victory. From now onward, Sito Arcane City would build on the victory of this civilization war to develop even faster and stronger than before. Since Merlin was the biggest contributor to the civilization war, naturally, Wizard Sito would not treat him miserly. Even if Merlin requested for Wizard Sito to analyze his future again, Wizard Sito was ready to agree. The Blackfire Lord saw that Merlin seemed hesitant, so he nodded and said, "Merlin, don't worry, say it boldly. Whatever your request, I'm sure Wizard Sito will fulfill it." Despite hearing the Blackfire Lord's obvious hint, Wizard Sito merely smiled. He's right. Merlin, you can make any request. Merlin indulged for a moment and spoke softly. There's indeed one thing that I need Wizard Sito's assistance. Perhaps Wizard Sito doesn't know this, but I came from the Glorious Land. After so many years, I would really like to go back to the Glorious Land and take a look. However, I've not been able to find a way back. So, return to the Glorious Land? Wizard Sito's smile froze in place, and his expression gradually sank. Blackfire Lord, please leave for a moment. I'll explain this to Wizard Merlin personally. Wizard Sito's expression turned somber, and requested the Blackfire Lord to leave. The Blackfire Lord also seemed to know some secrets about the glorious land, so he did not say anything and left the castle. Wizard Sito, is it very difficult to return to the glorious land? Merlin asked curiously. He had only heard bits and pieces of news about the glorious land. According to rumors, the 3 great arcane wizards had hidden the glorious land away. Other than the 3 great arcane wizards, no one would be able to find it. Wizard Sito hesitated and whispered, if anyone else asked me, I wouldn't answer. I won't even consider it at all. However, you came from the glorious land, and are also a hero of the civilization war, so I can reveal some information to you. The glorious land was jointly sealed by me and the other 2 arcane wizards. Back then, we encountered a strange civilization called the Atlan civilization. We wanted to conquer them, but we didn't expect the Atlan civilization to unleash amazing powers. In the beginning, we lost, and due to some negligence, we caused the flames of war to spread to the glorious land. Later, we were eventually able to banish the Atlan civilization back to their origin dimension, but the glorious land had already suffered massive damage. The glorious land is the birthplace of the spellcaster civilization. In the Void Zone, the birthplace of every single civilization is valued highly. Moreover, the glorious land of our spellcaster civilization is very unique. In addition to giving birth to the spellcaster civilization, it had also nurtured many gods. The Lord God of Light is a prominent example. Back then, the God of Light wasn't considered powerful, but after we left the glorious land, the God of Light also left and founded the Light God organization. Now, the Light God organization is one of the 8 largest God organizations in the God Alliance. One of the important reasons we cannot unseal the glorious land is also to guard against the Lord God of Light. Does that mean I can't go back to the glorious land? Wizard Sito, the glorious land was personally sealed by your own hands, so you must be able to send me back, right? Merlin turned a pleading gaze to Arcane Wizard Sito. As an arcane wizard, he was an ultimate existence. There were very few things that could stump these ultimate existences. Arcane Wizard Sito turned around, and gently shut his eyes, appearing to be in deep thought. After about half an hour, Arcane Wizard Sito turned back again. In a deep voice, he said, well, it's not completely impossible. Fortunately, you're not a legend or even a great wizard. This way, I don't have to alert the other 2 ultimate arcane wizards. I can simply expend some energy to send you back to the glorious land. Thank you so much, Wizard Sito. Merlin's heart was overjoyed, and sincerely expressed his gratitude to Arcane Wizard Sito. Going back to the glorious land had always been his dream. Finally, it would come true. Meow. Suddenly, from the depths of the castle, a black ball of light flew toward Merlin at the speed of light. It was the black cat Didymos. The current black cat Didymos was still as fat as a dog. With an expectant look, he said, Merlin, bring me back to the glorious land with you. Merlin looked at Arcane Wizard Sito. He also wanted to bring the black cat Didymos back to the glorious land. However, Wizard Sito immediately waved his hand. Didymos cannot go back to the glorious land with you. His life force is too robust, far exceeding the powers of a legend, so it would require gathering all 3 arcane wizards to break open the seal. If we do that, there's a distinct possibility that the Lord God of Light would also leverage on the opportunity to send his power into the glorious land. If that happens, we'll be in trouble. After all, the glorious land is the birthplace of spellcasters, there can be no room for errors. Arcane Wizard Sito placed great importance on the glorious land. The birthplace of every civilization was irreplaceable. The last time, the glorious land had been damaged due to the war with the Altan civilization. Therefore, the 3 great arcane wizards would not allow the glorious land to be destroyed again. In this regard, Merlin felt very sorry, but he could only say helplessly, Didymos, I think you better stay here with Wizard Sito. The black cat Didymos understood that he could not return, so he trotted around Merlin with a dejected look. Merlin, your return to the glorious land actually comes with an important mission. Mission? Merlin peered at the grave expression on Wizard Sito's face curiously. Although the glorious land was the birthplace of the spellcaster civilization, yet after so many years, No one had been able to return to the glorious land. That's right. The situation in the glorious land is slightly complicated. I believe you know about the Church of Light? The Church of Light is the power left behind by the Lord God of Light. Moreover, though the power of faith from its believers, it's able to influence the entire glorious land. Due to the seal placed by the three great arcane wizards on the glorious land, the Lord God of Light's power is weakened countless folds, so he could only transmit traces of power into the glorious land. For many years, we dare not break open the seal to the glorious land, so we're unable to get rid of the Church of Light. This time when you return to the glorious land, your most important mission is to destroy the Church of Light. You must completely eradicate Lord God of Light's aspiration to use the Church of Light to influence the glorious land. In sending Merlin back to the glorious land, Wizard Ceto arranged a mission for him to destroy the Church of Light. Merlin carefully recalled memories of the Church of Light. In the glorious land, the Church of Light was considered a behemoth existence. Even the great wizards among the spellcasters were unable to defeat the Church of Light, shedding light that the Church of Light was not at all a simple opponent. Wizard Ceto, the Church of Light isn't that simple. In addition, a Lord God is involved, an ultimate existence that founded a God organization. What if there are some accidents? Merlin was a little reluctant, but Wizard Ceto scolded him amicably. Merlin, are you trying to derive some benefits from me? I'll tell you now, there are no benefits for you. You say that the Lord God of Light is powerful. Is he any more powerful than the three great arcane wizards? Standing behind you are the three great arcane wizards. Furthermore, with the three great arcane wizards seal, even if the Lord God of Light noticed something amiss, he's unable to transmit more power to them. At most, it would be a legend's powers, which is about the optimum limit. Do you think I don't know that your hallucinating spell can entrap an ordinary great legend? If that isn't enough to fight the Church of Light, then you still have Darkness Eye, which is also comparable to a great legend. So, this task isn't too difficult for you. If you cannot agree, then don't go to the glorious land. Merlin smiled wryly, and shook his head. Very well, Wizard Ceto, I agree. This trip back to the glorious land would not come with additional benefits from Wizard Ceto. Nevertheless, if he succeeded in annihilating the Church of Light, perhaps there would be some benefits for him. After all, the Church of Light was a powerful force that had been entrenched in the glorious land for so many years. How would it be sparse? When are you ready to depart? Wizard Ceto asked Merlin. Merlin thought for a moment. He had not much to prepare. The wizard heart in his awareness had not been fused with the darkness type and thunder type wizards' hearts, but simulating fusion in the illusory world would take a very long time. Thus, Merlin replied directly, it's better not to delay. There's nothing I have to prepare. We can go now. Oh. Go now? However, you cannot bring Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar in your ring into the glorious land. The Pandora demon abilities and wizard heart inside your body, though comparable to a great legend, aren't an issue. On the other hand, if a real great legend or a robust life force like the Black Cat Didymos were to enter the glorious land, it would destroy the seal and might result in an unpredictable outcome. Wizard Ceto was aware that Merlin was accompanied by Legend Zardo's avatar. On several occasions, Wizard Ceto had communicated with Merlin using Legend Zardo's avatar. I can't bring the Maxim avatar. Merlin took a deep breath and retrieved Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar. Then, he gave a respectful bow. Thank you, teacher, for staying with me all this time. Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar nodded. You better not slack off. Strive to become a great legend as soon as possible. With that, Legend Zardo's Maxim avatar flew out of the castle. All right, we can go to the glorious land now. Wizard Ceto also stepped out of the castle. After keeping the castle away, he led Merlin and flew toward the depths of the Void Zone. Chapter 652, Return 2. Chapter 652, Return 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Splash splash. Merlin trailed behind Wizard Ceto in the Void Zone. He did not know how long they flew before Merlin heard the sound of flowing water in the Void Zone, which had no time nor space. I'm beginning to imagine sounds. Merlin shook his head slightly, and said with a bitter smile. The void zone would not possibly have flowing water, much less the sound of such a thing. Splash splash. However, this sound grew louder and louder, seeming to reverberate in Merlin's ears. You're not hallucinating. Wizard Ceto suddenly stopped and pointed at a direction next to Merlin. Look, what's that? Merlin followed Wizard Ceto's gaze. The scene in front, which had been empty, after a gesture from Wizard Ceto, was instantly replaced by an image of unparalleled magnificence that appeared before Merlin's eyes. A gigantic waterfall plunged from above, but it was not water that was flowing, but a golden light. These golden rays flowed as one massive waterfall and seemed to be never-ending. Moreover, below the giant waterfall, the pooling golden light rapidly converged as a starry universe. In that starry universe, there was a dimension shaped like a ball of fog. This was a dimension. Merlin had seen many dimensions in the void zone, and this mass of fog definitely contained a dimension. Merlin, here's the glorious land. Can you guess what that golden waterfall is? Wizard Ceto looked at Merlin with a dry smile as he asked. Golden waterfall? Merlin looked carefully at the golden ribbon of flowing light. He did not discern any force of a maxim from the golden rays of this waterfall, but he would not be mistaken about this imposing presence. This was surely more terrifying than a maxim. The golden light was everywhere, surrounding the glorious land tightly like a lake. In order to enter the glorious land, one must pass through this lake of golden light to even approach the dimension. Merlin thought about what Wizard Ceto had said about how the glorious land was jointly sealed by the three great arcane wizards. With that, Merlin raised his head and said tentatively, this golden waterfall and the golden river, is it the seal of the three arcane wizards? When Wizard Ceto heard this, he laughed heartily. Ha ha, not bad, Merlin, you've guessed correctly. This golden waterfall and river are the seal of us three great arcane wizards indeed. If there was someone who could look through our concealment, and they tried in vain to approach the glorious land, even a mighty lord would be instantly killed when they enter the golden river. Seeing the cold glint in Wizard Ceto's eyes, Merlin's heart jolted. Even a great king would be instantly killed. This was enough to show the importance of the glorious land toward the three great arcane wizards for them to join forces and set up such a fearsome seal. Don't be afraid. There's a part of me in that seal too. I'm unable to open the other two sides, and a great legend would have no way of entering. However, it's just you alone, and you're not a legend. I only have to release the seal that I've placed, and you'll be able to pass through the golden river and enter the glorious land. Merlin nodded and became thoughtful. Since this golden river was not a maxim, and neither was it elemental energy that Merlin was familiar with, it was a mystical force that Merlin had never seen. With this bubbling curiosity, Merlin asked softly, Wizard Ceto, what power is this golden light? What power? Wizard Ceto lifted his gaze, and looked toward the void zone, his eyes deep and inscrutable. Indeed, this isn't a maxim because this is the power of the natural order that only ultimate existences can connect to. The power of the natural order? Merlin was shocked. He knew that even the void zone in fact abided by the natural order. Ultimate existences were likewise limited by the natural order, and no one could break it. A reversed living being like the black cat Didymos was reversing the natural order. A being like this, as long as they did not die, would have unimaginable accomplishments in the future. Ultimate existences were unable to transcend or overcome the natural order. Nevertheless, because of that, the most important standard of becoming an ultimate existence was the ability to connect to the natural order, and receive the greatest possible power permitted under the natural order. Strictly speaking, ultimate existences were still like lords, only they were able to successfully connect to the natural order and obtain powers far beyond any lords. As long as a place had the natural order, the abilities of ultimate existences were nearly endless. It was not surprising that Merlin would find this golden light to be something unfamiliar. This was the core strength of ultimate existences, to connect to the natural order and seal the glorious land. Only then could one escape the God of Light's investigations, preventing him from learning about the glorious land's exact position. All right, Merlin, are you ready? Wizard Ceto asked with a serious expression. Merlin nodded. I'm ready. However, Wizard Ceto, I have one last question. After entering the glorious land, how do I leave? Merlin pointed at the golden river. He found it hard to imagine, with such a powerful seal, after he had returned to the glorious land, how should he come out? Wizard Sito shook his head as he explained, "You don't have to worry about this. The seal we've placed is only directed toward the outside but doesn't affect the inside of the glorious land. One only needs to have a legend's power. They don't even need to be a legend to directly fly out of the glorious land. It's not that different from the ordinary dimensions of the Void Zone. Now that you have the seventh form of Darkness Eye, you can leave the glorious land at any time." With that, Wizard Sito's body exuded golden rays all over, and a marvelous fluctuation induced a sense of reverence in Merlin. The natural order? Merlin raised his head but saw nothing. Nonetheless, from the depths of his heart, he was overwhelmed by reverence. Nothing else besides the omnipresent natural order would have such an effect of him. Open! Following Wizard Sito's great roar, the entire Golden River seemed to be stirred up by a giant at full strength. Rumble! The golden light began to boil over, but a part of it started to surge apart furiously, and a perfectly straight passage appeared, allowing entrance into the glorious land. Merlin drew in a deep breath, and slowly approached the passage. The flowing golden light within made him feel a sense of veneration like he did not dare to step in. Wizard Sito's body was glimmering with a golden light that was exactly similar, and he appeared incomparably divine. "Merlin, don't forget the mission I've assigned you to destroy the Church of Light. How can we allow the origin of our spellcaster civilization to be under the God of Light's constant influence?" Wizard Sito's voice rang beside Merlin's ears. Merlin nodded, and without a backward glance, resolutely stepped into the passage. This passage looked to be rather short, but in truth, it was very long. Merlin increased his speed. He could even see that the wisps of golden light were folding into each other, which meant that it was strenuous for Wizard Sito to open this part of the seal. After all, the seal was a unified whole, so if Wizard Sito opened a part of it, it would be suppressed by the other two parts of the seal. Whoosh! Merlin finally got through the passage, and made it across the Golden River. He stood before the thick white fog. This was the closest he had been to the glorious land. All he had to do was take a small step, and he would return to the glorious land. Merlin turned to look back. He could still see the piercing golden glow of Wizard Sito's body, and behind Wizard Sito was the boundless, impenetrable Void Zone. Phew! Merlin let out a long sigh, then turned back firmly. His body transformed into a beam of light, and he immediately flew into the glorious land, hidden within the white fog. "Glorious land, I'm back." Merlin shut his eyes, and his figure soon vanished in the dense, white fog. Chapter 653, Three-Headed Monster. Chapter 653, Three-Headed Monster. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The snowfield stretched as far as the eye could see. The pure white blanket of snow weighed upon the branches, making them crooked. Moreover, a fresh drift of snow was still fluttering from the sky, bringing a chilly wind that cut to the bone. Nonetheless, even on such a cold snowfield, a horse carriage was slowly making its way through the forest, leaving two deep track lines in the ground. The coachman, Old Quincy, had a face full of wrinkles and was wearing a fur overcoat that was lined with thick, shaggy cotton. Nevertheless, he was still shivering in the chilly wind. Old Quincy was shivering, but he still urged the horse on, passing the undergrowth. He turned back to look within the carriage, but his sight was obstructed by a curtain and he could not see inside. However, Old Quincy knew clearly that the passenger within was a mysterious spellcaster. This was Sub-Zero Snowfield, which was chilly all year round. There were few Normies who lived in Sub-Zero Snowfield, and Old Quincy was one of them. Old Quincy made his living by driving the carriage. Having lived in Sub-Zero Snowfield for most of his life, Old Quincy was very familiar with the place, and he knew almost every corner. A few decades ago, when he was very young, Old Quincy learned that there lived a group of mysterious people who called themselves spellcasters in Sub-Zero Snowfield. They possessed strange and unfathomable powers. Thereafter, the spellcasters of Sub-Zero Snowfield suddenly grew in number, and they had established Frost City. This was an enormous city entirely founded by the mysterious spellcasters, and Old Quincy had been there before. A few days ago, Old Quincy had met this enigmatic black-robed passenger on the roads, who had casually tossed 10 glittering elemental crystal stones at him, saying that he wanted to go to Frost City. He asked Old Quincy to show him the way. Naturally, Old Quincy was overjoyed. Perhaps Normies would not know the purpose of elemental crystal stones, but Old Quincy, having been to Frost City, knew that each elemental crystal stone could be exchanged for many gold coins in Frost City. Even if one could not exchange them for gold coins, one could obtain precious treasures not to be found in the outside world. Any of these treasures would fetch an inconceivable sum in the outside world. However, Old Quincy had taxied many passengers, a few of which were spellcasters too, but they had all used gold coins. It was the first time Old Quincy had met someone like this mysterious passenger who immediately took out 10 elemental crystal stones. Therefore, even though Old Quincy knew that hastening on this journey in such extreme weather would be dangerous, he could not care about that for the sake of the elemental crystal stones. If this journey was a success, he would be able to return, no longer needing to toil away in sub-zero snowfield. Hoo! A gust of cold wind, carrying sleet and snow, battered Old Quincy. Old Quincy forced his head up and saw that there was an open space before him. On his left, there was a river that stretched into the horizon. Currently, the river had formed a thick layer of ice crystals long ago. What river is this? A deep voice came suddenly, and Old Quincy's heart jumped. He hurriedly turned around and saw that it was the mysterious passenger in the carriage, who had pulled the curtain aside as he stared at the frozen river. Old Quincy smiled as he replied, "This is the Triad River of Sub-Zero Snowfield. The layer of ice on the river would only melt for 18 days in the summer. Other than those 18 days, it's frozen over in a thick layer of ice." The Triad River? How far are we from Frost City? The enigmatic passenger asked softly. Old Quincy thought about it for a moment, then carefully answered, "If the weather is good, we can reach in a day, but with weather like this, we'll still need 2 days. 2 days? The mysterious passenger furrowed his brow, and Old Quincy felt an unpleasant jolt, knowing that his customer was not satisfied. Therefore, he glanced at the wide, frozen surface, and clenched his jaw. "If you're not afraid of danger, then going across the ice would only take us half a day to reach Frost City." Going across the ice would only need half a day? So what danger is there in doing so? The ice is thick enough so there's no worry of falling in. It's just that, according to some stories, there's a powerful monster living below the frozen ice. If we encounter this monster, we'll be in danger. Old Quincy gazed at the solid ice layer. He still had some misgivings about the fabled monster. The enigmatic passenger laughed, and said in a breezy manner, "Then let's go across the ice and reach Frost City earlier. What monster can there be here?" "All right, since you agree, we'll go across the frozen river." Old Quincy wished to reach Frost City as soon as possible in order to exchange those elemental crystal stones for gold coins. From then on, he would not have to drive around in such a dangerous place as Sub-Zero Snowfield. With that, Old Quincy made a few simple changes to the carriage's furnishing to ensure its ability to travel across the slippery ice. Then, he gradually changed direction, and headed toward the frozen ice. Clip-clop, clip-clop. A rhythmic beat rang out as the horses' hooves clipped across the ice. In the carriage, a black-robed man shut his eyes tightly. His hand clutched a white bead that was glowing with white light, appearing extraordinary and mysterious. Phew! After an unknown period of time, the black-robed man awoke, wearing an exhausted expression. He looked down at the white bead in his hand, following which he said helplessly, "I've been carrying out simulations in the illusory world for so long, but I'm still not assured enough." This black-robed man was Merlin, who had returned to the glorious land. Upon his return, he found himself in a land of extreme cold. After some inquiries, he learned that it was Sub-Zero Snowfield. In the past, he had stayed in Sub-Zero Snowfield for some time, and finally, he learned from his inquiries that Frost City was established in Sub-Zero Snowfield. It seemed that it was founded by an external faction called the Dark Magic Region. Therefore, Merlin had flagged down Old Quincy's carriage on his way, ready to hurry to Frost City. All this while, Merlin had not been relaxing. Instead, he was simulating spell fusions in the illusory world, but he had discovered that fusing darkness-type spells, or thunder-type spells, was very difficult. Even after he had been simulating for a long while in the illusory world, he was still not assured of success. Thus, Merlin dared not attempt to fuse the spell models. Pulling aside the curtain, Merlin stared at the white expanse of ice, and familiar memories sprang up in his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Merlin was suddenly awakened by a bump. "What's going on?" Merlin frowned, and threw the curtain aside, questioning Old Quincy. Old Quincy's face was presently drained, and he was trying to stop the carriage with all his might. "In front. There's a crack in front. We must leave quickly," Old Quincy explained loudly. Cracks were forming over the ice. This was rather similar to avalanches and the like. It was nature's most fearsome power. "Those aren't natural cracks." Merlin narrowed his eyes. He sensed that below the thick ice layer, there was a formidable life force gradually awakening. After this force was aroused, the splits in the ice grew in number like a spider web. Boom! Finally, a massive head thrust out from beneath the ice, and a ferocious force swept all around. The surface of the ice shattered instantly. "It's the monster, the fabled monster beneath the river. We're goners for sure this time." Old Quincy was so frightened that he was shaking uncontrollably. He had met the fabled monster of the frozen river. Just the massive head alone caused him so much despair. A strange look flashed across Merlin's eyes. He glanced at Old Quincy, and immediately flew out of the carriage. With a gentle lift of his hand, a powerful gale carried Old Quincy and his carriage back to the riverbank. Crack! Finally, the layer of ice was smashed completely. 2 other heads popped out from below the icy river. It was a frightening monster who had 3 ugly heads with 2 colossal wings on its back. The 3-headed monster exuded a tremendous force. As it roared furiously, the violent sound waves caused more cracks in the distant ice. Thereafter, it opened its mouth and spat a storm filled with sleet that whistled as it approached. "That's something. Its life force is comparable to a great wizard." As he watched the storm, Merlin pressed forward gently with his hand, and the spells in his hand quickly transformed into a gigantic palm. The massive storm spat by the 3-headed monster was immediately crushed to bits by Merlin's palm. Powers on par with a great wizard was nothing much to Merlin, who had the 4-elemental wizard heart. The disparity was too great. Nonetheless, Merlin was highly interested in this 3-headed monster. The glorious land could not compare to the Void Zone. In the Void Zone, there were too many foreign civilizations, and monsters on par with mere great wizards were a dime a dozen. However, in the glorious land, great wizards were essentially the preeminent strength. This monster must practically be an overlord-grade existence in the sub-zero snowfield. Flap! Soon enough, the 3-headed monster's great wings extended, and it flew to the sky. The 3 heads glared unwaveringly at Merlin as if disgruntled that Merlin dared to provoke it. Swish! The 3-headed monster flapped its wings, following which it sped toward Merlin like the wind. Its claws obviously contained terrifying strength that was comparable to the giant tribe. Merlin's face turned icy, and the spell in his hand swiftly transformed into countless pikes of flame. They hovered in the air, aimed at the 3-headed monster. His 4-elemental wizard heart was capable of innumerable transformations now, and casting spells was of unprecedented convenience. More importantly, Merlin's 4-elemental wizard heart was too powerful, even comparable to a great legend with 2 maxims. The 3-headed monster would die in one blow. "Merlin, don't be so hasty to kill it. This monster has powerful strength, but its willpower is flimsy. If you want to learn the state of the illusory heart, you can try to control it, and use it to do so." Titus' voice rang in Merlin's ear, causing a slight falter in Merlin's movements. "Control this monster? Learn the illusory heart?" Merlin's hallucinating spell had reached the 3rd stage, yet he was ultimately unable to approach the realm of the illusory heart. He only knew that the illusory heart mainly targeted one spirit, and could even control an opponent without any trace nor sound. It was fearsome indeed. "All right, I'll listen to you and give it a go." Merlin nodded, following which he waved his hand. Those pikes of flame instantly turned into a fiery red net which was cast over the 3-headed monster. Chapter 654, Frost City. Chapter 654, Frost City. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whimper. The 3-headed monster was immediately trapped by Merlin's net of spells, and it was struggling non-stop. Nevertheless, Merlin pointed, and the net burst out in flames, causing the three-headed monster to struggle even more violently. Furthermore, after the flames, came the ice crystals, which instantly froze the monster in place. The three-headed monster had truly experienced the 9 heavens of fire and ice. "Are you well behaved now?" Merlin looked at the three-headed monster, and made a pitying expression. He knew that this monster was intelligent. Now that it knew of Merlin's prowess, which was not something it could contend against, it dared not struggle recklessly. "Titus, what do I do next?" Merlin immediately asked Titus, who was in the illusory world. "Using all of your mind power, it's best if you can get this monster to fall into your illusion. Thereafter, implant your own will and make this monster your slave. You're now unable to grasp the illusory heart. You can't even brush its side, so you can only use this method." Titus appeared rather helpless too. This was merely an attempt for Merlin to understand the illusory heart better. After all, not even Titus could guarantee that Merlin would be able to grasp the illusory heart. "Right, implant my will?" Merlin lightly shut his eyes, then mobilized his mind power. The tremendous mind power gradually shrouded the three-headed monster. With the current state of his hallucinating spell, it was a piece of cake to trap a monster of average intelligence like this in an illusion. Very soon, the three-headed monster fell into the illusion, and its eyes turned blank. Merlin drew in a deep breath, and in the boundless illusion, began to forcibly implant his will into the three-headed monster. "You're my slave." No matter which illusion the three-headed monster was in, the depths of its heart reverberated with this voice again and again in an endless and inexhaustible manner. After a long moment, the three-headed monster began to tremble all over, and its face even became rather sinister. "You're my slave. You're my slave. You're my slave." Merlin's voice rang incessantly in the depths of the three-headed monster's heart. This was the first time Merlin was forcefully implanting his willpower into the three-headed monster. Roar! The three-headed monster abruptly opened its eyes. Not only did it come out of the illusion, but it also began to struggle fiercely once more. Its body expanded by a whole size, wishing to escape from Merlin's net of spells through brute force. However, the four-elemental wizard heart was not something the three-headed monster, which was merely equivalent to a great wizard, could escape from. Although the three-headed monster struggled non-stop, it was ultimately unable to escape the net. "I failed." Still, Merlin shook his head. He had relied on Titus' method to forcibly implant his willpower into the three-headed monster's mind, but he failed in the end. Merlin could not even imagine how scary the illusory heart was to be able to instantly control an opponent's soul. "Titus, your method was of no use. I'll have to use my own ways." A cold smirk flitted across Merlin's lips, following which he gripped his 5 fingers together. That net of spells instantly shrank, enclosing the three-headed monster firmly within. Moreover, as Merlin continued to shrink the net, the surrounding force seemed almost about to crush the three-headed monster to pieces. It could not help but make whimpering noises as a plea. "I know you can understand me. I can spare you, but you must follow me from now on." Merlin spoke to the three-headed monster firmly. The three-headed monster hesitated but did not nod in the end. Its expression indicated that it was struggling internally. Merlin was not worried, and instead, shrank the net of spells even more. At that point, the three-headed monster felt an even stronger pressure, as if it would be turned into a lump of minced meat by the net in the next second. The three-headed monster immediately nodded at Merlin, emitting mewling sounds. A monster like this, once it had surrendered, was even more useful than signing a contract. Very well. Merlin felt a burst of joy, and the net of spells was withdrawn. The three-headed monster was honest and guileless, bowing its 3 heads to express its allegiance to Merlin. "Titus, are you seeing this? My way is more effective than yours." Merlin laughed as he spoke. "So what? It's merely a monster on par with a great wizard." Titus' voice was cold. He was rather annoyed too. He had asked Merlin to implant his will into the mind of the three-headed monster, not for the sake of controlling the monster, but for Merlin to gain another level of understanding of the illusory heart. However, this had failed. Titus did not know when Merlin would be able to grasp the illusory heart. If Merlin could not do so, then he could forget about creating an illusory world. Titus would only exist forever as an illusory strand of mind power, unable to be resurrected. Merlin paid no mind to Titus. He valued hallucinating spells highly, but if he was ultimately unable to grasp them, he would not force it. After all, the mind power system was incomplete. This in itself was a dangerous path. A moment of carelessness could lead to unbearable consequences. On the other hand, the spellcaster system was perfected long ago, able to produce ultimate existences. As long as Merlin's hallucinating spell could not be upgraded, he would focus his efforts on simulating spell fusion. Looking at the three-headed monster who was still bowing its head to maintain its subservience, Merlin instantly flew atop the three-headed monster's back and lightly patted one of the massive heads. "Let's go, fly back to the riverbank first." The three-headed monster roared to the sky, following which it flapped its wings and promptly flew to the riverbank. Phew! On the riverbank, old Quincy watched with mouth agape as, across the distant frozen ice, a giant shadow flew toward him. It was that frightening three-headed monster, but this monster was now subdued by that mysterious passenger. Even so, old Quincy felt a shiver of fear as he looked at the enormous shape in the sky. Even his horse was so scared that its knees buckled as it wore an uneasy expression. The three-headed monster quickly landed on the ground, and those three heads glared coldly at old Quincy. "Take the elemental crystal stones and leave quickly. You don't have to bring me to Frost City anymore. Just point me in the general direction, and I'll go myself." Merlin's voice cut through the air, and old Quincy hurriedly replied, "Follow the Triad River all the way north, and you'll see Frost City." Merlin bobbed his head, then softly patted that massive, wart-like head of the three-headed monster, booming in a deep voice, "Did you hear that? Onward to Frost City." The three-headed monster extended its wings, and leaped into the air. It stretched its wings and reached the sky in a few flaps, following the direction pointed out by old Quincy, flying north. Old Quincy only recovered his senses then. After thinking about it in detail, he realized that to be able to subdue the three-headed monster, this passenger he had fetched in his carriage must be a powerful spellcaster. How lucky to have met a powerful wizard, and also get so many elemental crystal stones. "I can head back, and won't have to risk my life in Sub-Zero Snowfield anymore." A smile appeared on old Quincy's face, and he immediately repaired his carriage. Driving the carriage, he slowly headed back to the returning path. In the bustling Frost City, spellcasters entered and exited everywhere, but most of them were spellcasters who wore an unusual, long wizard robe, seemingly occupying a special position in Frost City. Spellcasters who were often in Frost City would know that these special wizards were the spellcasters of the dark magic region. Initially, Sub-Zero Snowfield was relatively unorganized and disorderly. There had never been any large-sized faction that was able to establish itself in Sub-Zero Snowfield. However, ever since a few decades ago, everything changed after the arrival of the dark magic region. The dark magic region, upon arriving at Sub-Zero Snowfield, relied upon its extensive resources to quickly build Frost City. Moreover, it was completely open, allowing free trade in Frost City. Furthermore, the dark magic region had handed out some precious items unique to spellcasters' organizations, so it swiftly attracted most spellcasters of Sub-Zero Snowfield. There were even some spellcasters from beyond Sub-Zero Snowfield who came here just for Frost City. With that, Frost City rapidly developed into the sole large-sized city in Sub-Zero Snowfield. With the dark magic region overseeing things, it was very secure. It was just that, after the chaos of the entire spellcaster world, some other spellcaster factions had entered Sub-Zero Snowfield to form their own groups as well. They secretly fought against the dark magic region for the position of governing Sub-Zero Snowfield. Currently, Frost City was in a castle, and many spellcasters, with long faces and worried hearts, reported toward the Grand Elder Wizard Seymour regarding recent significant developments in Sub-Zero Snowfield. "Wizard Seymour, lately, Sleet Fort has absorbed another small-sized spellcaster faction at Thule in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Sleet Fort's powers would increase somewhat, and they've recently clashed against some disciples of our dark magic region who were outside. Wizard Seymour, Bloodlion Tower is forcing our hand as well. They're trying to completely occupy the Triad River. In that manner, they would press on closer to our Frost City. It's really terrible. Wizard Seymour, there's Osmu as well who's on the move once again. After taking over the southern spellcaster world, they've completely broken off with the northern spellcaster world. A war may break out at any moment. With all these matters put together, the spellcasters had to make their reports for over 2 hours. Alright, the most urgent matter is to deal with Sleet Fort and Bloodlion Tower. The rest are small problems for now, so we can forget about them first. Wizard Seymour opened his eyes, and the hall was filled with a serious mood. Currently, Wizard Seymour was the Dark Magic Region's sole support. Back when the Dark Magic Region had just arrived at Sub-Zero Snowfield, it only had 3 8th-level spellcasters, one of whom was Wizard Seymour. Although an 8th-level wizard was powerful in Sub-Zero Snowfield, they were unable to become an Overlord-grade faction. However, in merely 16 years, Wizard Seymour had a breakthrough and became a 9th-level spellcaster. He had become the strongest contender of the Dark Magic Region. It was under Wizard Seymour's support that the Dark Magic Region was able to expand Frost City to its present glory. Sleet Fort and Bloodlion Tower are really pushing it. It's only because they have 9th-level spellcasters as well, and there are even rumors that there are more than one of those in Sleet Fort. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted outside the Great Hall, and he could hear the sounds of terrified, panicked cries among the hubbub. What's happening outside? Wizard Seymour's face turned dark as he asked softly. Bang! The huge doors were viciously kicked open. Usually, this was considered impolite, and no one would dare to do so, but the one who came in was an 8th-level wizard of the Dark Magic Region. Wizard Seymour, it's bad. Come take a look outside. A 3-headed monster is heading toward our Frost City. Swoosh! The faces of all the spellcasters in the hall, including the 9th-level Wizard Seymour, instantly turned deathly pale. All at once, everyone was looking at Wizard Seymour. At a moment like this, only Wizard Seymour could decide what to do. Chapter 655, He had returned. Chapter 655, He had returned. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. On the rampart, the chilly wind buffeted their faces like an icy knife. Even the spellcasters had no choice but to cast defensive spells to block the vicious chill of the wind. It really is a 3-headed dragon, a creature of the legends. I've heard that the 3-headed dragon only lives in the coldest part of the frozen river, and that someone has seen it before in the Triad River. I didn't think that it really exists. Wizard Seymour was presently standing atop the city gate tower as well. The entire Frost City was built by the Dark Magic Region back then. The Dark Magic Region specialized in runic magic circles, so naturally, the entire Frost City was covered by a powerful runic magic circle. Currently, Frost City had activated the runic magic circle, and it was glowing with a faint white light. It was just that when they saw that colossal 3-headed dragon in the distant sky, just like a massive shadow that was speedily approaching Frost City, everyone's heart was choked by an apprehensive haze. The 3-headed dragon was one of the most ruthless monsters of the legends, comparable to those powerful great wizards, and they were unable to find any great wizard in the entire Frost City. Hurry, let's run. All the spellcasters of the Dark Magic Region must flee as far as they can. Frost City can't hold back a 3-headed dragon. Wizard Seymour was trembling slightly, and his heart was enduring an immense torment too. He had gone to great lengths to lead the Dark Magic Region out of its slump, finally setting a solid foundation in Sub-Zero Snowfield. He even hoped to expand its influence a step further, restoring the former glory of the Dark Magic Region. Although Sleet Fort and Bloodlion Tower were closing in step by step, Wizard Seymour could still put up a fight. Nonetheless, the approaching 3-headed dragon before his eyes was a fearsome creature on par with great wizards. Once it had landed, Frost City would be utterly destroyed. The Dark Magic Region had no strength to resist at all. Open the city gates and remove the runic magic circle. Anyone who can flee must flee. Wizard Seymour's voice even carried a faint note of madness. Everyone could discern his sense of frustration. Wizard Seymour, what about you? Flee with us too. You mustn't stay in Frost City any longer. The Dark Magic Region could not do without Wizard Seymour. The entire Sub-Zero Snowfield was no longer as scattered as it was decades ago when spellcasters were all lone wolves, and there was not a single faction of minimum power. Therefore, the Dark Magic Region was able to grow so swiftly back then. However, the Sub-Zero Snowfield now had Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort. If the dark magic region lost Wizard Seymour, their only 9th level spellcaster, then the dark magic region would be in a difficult position in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Leave? I can't bear this. How difficult it was to rebuild the dark magic region, all the challenges just to have the chance to restore the former glory of the dark magic region. I can't bear this. Wizard Seymour clenched his fists, and his ferocious expression was frightening indeed. Frost City was his heart and soul. The dark magic region was salvaged, all thanks to his sole efforts. However, now that everything was going to be thoroughly wiped out by a fabled monster before him, how could Wizard Seymour bear it? Swoosh! At last, that enormous shadow descended from the sky. The colossal frame of the three-headed dragon stepped into Frost City fearsomely, and its terrifying force was suffocating. Wizard Seymour, if you don't leave then it'll be too late. We'll use the runic magic circle to trap the three-headed dragon first. The other two 8th level wizards, after seeing that the dragon had landed, immediately thought to use the runic magic circle to trap the creature. Phew! Wizard Seymour heaved a long sigh, and calmed his turbulent emotions. Following that, he shook his head. Forget it. I'm guessing even the runes won't hold it down. Why should we provoke this dragon further, causing the entire Frost City to be destroyed? Let's go. We'll hide for now. Perhaps the fabled monster only came to Frost City by chance. After Wizard Seymour spoke, he released his clenched fists. Following that, he quickly turned, and flew out of the city along with other spellcasters who were above the 7th level of the dark magic region. Boom! The entire Frost City started to quake violently, following which a whistle pierced through the air. Wizard Seymour and the rest looked up and saw a gigantic shadow in the sky above. What's going on? The monster is chasing us? The three-headed dragon is rushing toward us. Is it intelligent? A great change came over their faces. The three-headed dragon was scary enough, and now it was intelligent. It was racing directly toward Wizard Seymour and the rest, and the situation turned into a crisis. Swish swish swish. A few 7th level spellcasters immediately rushed in front of Wizard Seymour, protecting him. Wizard Seymour, leave first. The dark magic region can only deal with its many problems under your leadership. Nothing must happen to you. This dragon is acting berserk now. I'm afraid we can't even protect Frost City. We'll block this dragon right here for now. Nonetheless, Wizard Seymour fixed his gaze upon the three-headed dragon, and paid no mind to the 3 7th level wizards. Boom! The three-headed dragon landed on the ground not far from Wizard Seymour, and everyone prepared for a battle against a mighty foe. In particular, the 3 heads of the three-headed dragon now extended their necks, practically reaching past the heads of the 3 7th level spellcasters. Snort! Suddenly, the three-headed dragon snorted, and the 3 7th level spellcasters were incomparably nervous. Under the overwhelming force of the three-headed dragon, their nerves became extremely tense. After all, this three-headed dragon looked to be too powerful. The difference between them and the three-headed dragon was too big, as if the creature was able to crush them in one stomp. Even the entire Frost City could not bear the destruction of the three-headed dragon. Wizard Seymour! Suddenly, a figure standing high atop the head of the creature appeared on the back of this utterly terrifying three-headed dragon, gazing at the wizards below. You! Wizard Seymour's gaze sharpened as he stared unwaveringly at that figure atop one of the three-headed dragon's heads. He only felt a sense of familiarity, as if a memory tucked away in his mind was now gradually unfolding. Wizard Seymour, it's been decades since I saw you. The dark magic region has grown very well. A voice with the hint of a sigh caused Wizard Seymour to shiver all over, and the locked memory finally revealed a familiar figure. Wizard Merlin, you're Wizard Merlin. An incredulous expression blossomed across Wizard Seymour's face. Decades ago, when the dark magic region was getting ready to leave, Wizard Merlin, who had single-handedly urged the dark magic region to leave, suddenly vanished, and the entire runic magic circle had disappeared along with him as well. Ever since then, no one had seen Merlin. In the dark magic region, those who truly understood Merlin's significance were few in number, but only Wizard Seymour knew that Merlin was the first elder of the dark magic region back then. Without Merlin, the dark magic region would have found it difficult to survive. Wizard Merlin, you've returned at last. Wizard Seymour's voice was filled with emotion. That's right, I've returned at last. Standing atop the head of the three-headed dragon, Merlin spoke in a rueful tone as well. To think that back then, he was abruptly brought into the void zone by the black cat Didymos. Since then, he had lived through various dangers. Among these, his experiences were something unattainable to many spellcasters even in 1,000 years. Being able to return to the glorious land and meet his old friends of the past once more, even Merlin was moved to his core. Wizard Merlin, welcome back to the dark magic region. Seeing that it was the prodigious spellcaster Wizard Merlin of the dark magic region back then, Wizard Seymour finally heaved a sigh of relief. Frost City would not be destroyed. As he stared at Merlin, who could stand atop a three-headed dragon, Wizard Seymour even felt that this was an opportunity for the dark magic region to be completely restored to its former glory. Merlin nodded, and looked at the other spellcasters who were still bewildered and uncertain. Thereafter, he waved his hand lightly, and the three-headed dragon lowered its three fearsome, gigantic, wart-like heads, just like a pet. Merlin stroked its head, and said softly, "Wait for me outside. You're not allowed to ruin anything here." The three-headed dragon nodded heavily, following which it sprawled onto the ground and shut its eyes. It could not be bothered to pay attention to the spellcasters of Frost City. After all, it honestly dared not wreak havoc in Frost City. Seeing that Merlin could tame a three-headed dragon so easily, many spellcasters felt an unprecedented level of shock. In particular, Wizard Seymour's eyes also flashed with a strange light. He knew that after so many years had passed, Merlin, who was still budding back then, had now grown to a level that was nearly inconceivable even to a 9th-level spellcaster like him. Chapter 656, The Situation of the Spellcaster World. Chapter 656, The Situation of the Spellcaster World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Frost City had resumed its former peace. The spellcasters of the dark magic region worked to pacify everyone, and there were no further disturbances in Frost City. Nonetheless, within the highest tower of the dark magic region in Frost City, the atmosphere was tense. As Frost City was built by the dark magic region, it had carried the dark magic region's past manners and traditions. They had erected many towers. Currently, Merlin was in Wizard Seymour's tower. Not even 7th-level wizards had the right to enter, only Wizard Seymour and those two 8th-level wizards. Wizard Merlin, it's been so many years. Where have you been? Why were we unable to find out anything about you? Wizard Seymour could not help but ask at last. In the past, due to his high regard of Merlin, he would often send wizards to inquire in the southern and northern spellcaster world, even infiltrating the dangerous Holy Light Empire to ask around. However, they had not been able to find any traces of Merlin. Merlin looked at Wizard Seymour. Naturally, he could tell in a glance that Wizard Seymour was a 9th-level spellcaster. Throughout so many years, the dark magic region had been propped up by Wizard Seymour. Nevertheless, Merlin had decided not to speak of the Void Zone for now. The glorious land had been sealed for so many years that it had declined long ago. They might know nothing about the world outside. Therefore, Merlin replied carelessly, "Indeed, I've been to a mysterious place, and only just got the chance to return now. Tell me about the dark magic region." Merlin's voice unwittingly now carried an involuntarily domineering tone. Perhaps even he himself did not realize this. Before this, Merlin would never act so domineering in the dark magic region no matter what, but after he had entered the Void Zone, joined a civilization war, and killed existences like great legends, it was natural that he would not acknowledge a mere 9th-level spellcaster like Wizard Seymour. As for Wizard Seymour, he felt that this was to be expected. Based solely on how Merlin was able to subdue that terrifying three-headed dragon outside, he knew that Merlin was far beyond anything he could compare to. Thus, Wizard Seymour began to narrate in detail the process of the dark magic region's development throughout the years. The dark magic region had originally emerged strongly in Sub-Zero Snowfield, gradually causing a reshuffling of the factions in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Previously, Sub-Zero Snowfield had almost no faction, but after the emergence of the dark magic region, two other factions, Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort, rapidly rose as well. Moreover, they had some conflicts and clashes with the dark magic region in Sub-Zero Snowfield. These three factions would battle to determine their position sooner or later. So in recent years, Most of the dark magic region's efforts had been focused on secretly struggling against these two factions. Other than Sub-Zero Snowfield, what about other palaces? The Southern Spellcaster World, the Northern Spellcaster World, and Osmu, what's up with all those? Merlin needed to know the general situation of the entire glorious land and not just a small area of Sub-Zero Snowfield. After all, Sub-Zero Snowfield's influence was considered rather insignificant in the entire Spellcaster world, amounting nothing much at all. Even if all the factions of Sub-Zero Snowfield were put together, they could not compare to a large-sized spellcasters organization. The Southern Spellcaster world is completely done for. Wizard Seymour eyed Merlin, and noticed Merlin's astonished look. He knew then that Merlin really did not know about the matters of the Southern Spellcaster world. Therefore, he explained, the Southern world's three major spellcaster organizations had been wiped out completely by Osmu. Moreover, Osmu had absorbed the forces and influence of these spellcasters' organizations, and in the blink of an eye, they were able to directly contend against the Northern Spellcaster world. In fact, the Northern Spellcaster world has reaped what they sowed. Initially, they were much stronger than the Southern Spellcaster world, having no less than 7 major spellcasters organizations, but they ganged up with Osmu back then to bring about the ruin of the Southern Spellcaster world. Now, it's their turn. In recent years, Osmu has made the Northern Spellcaster world learn the meaning of suffering. They're about to go down the same route as the Southern Spellcaster world. Wizard Seymour's voice was underlined by a trace of bitterness. After all, back then, Osmu and the Northern Spellcaster world had joined forces, thus causing the great ruin of the Southern Spellcaster world. Their spirit was grievously damaged, and they were finally annihilated by Osmu in one fell swoop. It could be said that the Southern Spellcaster's downfall was largely due to the actions of the Northern Spellcaster world. As a past member of the Southern Spellcaster world, Wizard Seymour naturally did not feel too favorably toward the Northern Spellcaster world. Osmu? Even if they were considered powerful back then, they can't possibly be of any threat to the Northern Spellcaster world. How come now it's Osmu who appears to be backing the Northern Spellcaster world into a corner, gaining the upper hand? Merlin still understood a part of the past situation. The Southern Spellcaster world's 3 major spellcaster organizations had all joined forces, ready to deliver a destructive blow to Osmu. However, their plan was leaked, and instead, Osmu ganged up with the Northern Spellcaster world's large-sized spellcasters organizations to inflict heavy losses upon the 3 major spellcaster organizations. Therefore, from this, one could see that Osmu's power back then might be greater than a single large-sized spellcasters organization, but it definitely could not hold up against 3 large-sized spellcasters organizations. In addition, the Northern Spellcaster had the 7 major spellcaster organizations. When he observed Merlin's puzzlement, a strange expression crossed Wizard Seymour's face, following which he answered slowly, "Wizard Merlin, it really is like a fairy tale. Osmu is able to become so overbearing toward the Northern Spellcaster world mainly because Osmu has given birth to a new great wizard. This great wizard, in a previous battle, managed to kill 3 great wizards of the Northern Spellcaster world, and even injured 2 others, and he became everyone's fascination." When Merlin heard this, his gaze shuddered slightly. Osmu had produced such a fearsome great wizard. "Who is it?" Merlin asked quietly. A smile tugged at the corner of Wizard Seymour's mouth, and he said softly, "This wizard goes way back with Wizard Merlin, and he also has a link to our dark magic region that's impossible to unravel. He's the one who, like Wizard Merlin, was acclaimed to be the most gifted spellcaster in the Southern Spellcaster world, Clyes." "Clyes? So, it's him." Merlin was surprised as well. Back then, his competition with Clyes had aroused a sensation. Merlin, who had been a nobody, managed to beat Clyes, and from then on, Merlin was even reputed to be the foremost genius of the Southern Spellcaster world. However, the dark magic region was faced with extinction soon thereafter, and the entire Southern Spellcaster world descended into chaos. Merlin, the foremost genius, was no longer noticed by anyone. To think that after decades, the 5-elemental wizard Clyes had actually become Osmu's strongest contender. Clyes relies upon spatial spells, right? Merlin knew that Clyes had been a rare spatial wizard. Spatial spells were not something most spellcasters were able to cultivate. One would need to possess tremendous spatial talent. Even though Merlin had met many spellcasters in the Void Zone, there were very few who had spatial talent. Among them was the arcane wizard Ceto. He had even condensed a spatial avatar to rescue Merlin from the slothful beast world. Evidently, spatial wizards were immensely powerful. Merlin now had a basic understanding of the spellcaster's world state of affairs. In short, it was still in chaos. Compared to the past, the current wars of the spellcaster world were even more ruthless and frequent. Tell me about the Church of Light. How much do you know about it? When Merlin returned to the glorious land, Wizard Ceto had explicitly briefed him on dealing with the Church of Light. It was best if he could uproot it completely. They must never allow the God of Light to exploit the Church of Light in order to affect the origin of the spellcaster civilization. The Church of Light? Wizard Seymour was somewhat taken aback. In fact, he had not paid much attention to the Church of Light, but he knew about them somewhat. The Church of Light is presently monopolizing the Holy Light Empire, even launching a crusade against heresy. The Kingdom of Black Moon is exerting itself fully, but it still seems incapable of holding them back, suffering great losses. Merlin's heart tightened as his penetrating gaze fixed upon Wizard Seymour while countless thoughts flashed across his mind. The spellcaster world is still fighting among themselves, and they even think that the Church of Light isn't much of a threat. Even a 9th-level spellcaster like Wizard Seymour doesn't take the Church of Light seriously. However, the Church of Light is the biggest threat of all. Merlin felt powerless. Behind the Church of Light was the God of Light who stood at the peak of the Void Zone. Launching a crusade against heresy was a way to gain greater influence and control over the glorious land. Although they did not know the God of Light's true purpose, the 3 great arcane wizards would not possibly allow this to happen. Merlin, having returned to the glorious land, must utterly end the Church of Light. However, before he did that, it seemed like he must end the disputes within the spellcaster world. Boom! Suddenly, the tower quaked, and they could faintly hear the furious roar of the 3-headed dragon outside. Merlin and Wizard Seymour exchanged a glance, and hurriedly flew out of the tower. In Frost City, the 3-headed dragon had initially stretched out its heads upon the ground, but the surrounding spellcasters who gathered around increased in numbers. When they saw that the 3-headed dragon was not moving, a few bold spellcasters approached the creature despite its menacing appearance, even reaching out to touch it. It was this which infuriated the 3-headed dragon. It flew into a rage and spat out a terrible gale, which sent the surrounding spellcasters flying. Fortunately, it still understood Merlin's command and dared not use its real strength, so it did not kill a single spellcaster. Even so, many spellcasters were so frightened they had fled far away from the 3-headed dragon, wearing an expression of lingering fear. Swish swish. Merlin and Wizard Seymour quickly landed before the 3-headed dragon. That massive bulk of the 3-headed dragon, upon seeing Merlin, bore the manner of one feeling wronged as it lowered its hideous and sinister heads. Merlin lightly patted the head of the 3-headed dragon and said calmly, "All right, we'll leave this place now. Wizard Seymour, let's go, bring me to the Wilson clan." Wizard Seymour's eyes brightened. In the past decades, the dark magic region had taken care of the Wilson clan very well, even allowing the Wilson clan to establish a spellcaster clan in Frost City. This was the only spellcaster clan in Frost City. Therefore, with Wizard Seymour leading the way, Merlin mounted the 3-headed dragon and followed behind Wizard Seymour. Chapter 657, Alone. Chapter 657, Alone. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Sub-Zero Snowfield was icy cold, but in the frigid wind, a humongous 3-headed monster spread its wings, and became a shadow in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 3-headed monster landed from above. The 3 heads swiftly lowered themselves, and Merlin gradually walked down from above the head. Wizard Merlin, this is the Wilson clan. Wizard Seymour was about to further introduce the place to Merlin, only for Merlin to wave his hand lightly. There's no need for introductions. I know that this is the Wilson Castle. As he looked at the familiar castle before him, Merlin was unable to forget that back when he had arrived in this world, he had appeared in the Wilson Castle. Even after they went to the Kingdom of Black Moon, they had reconstructed Wilson Castle as it had been in Blackwater City. The castle before him was no different than Wilson Castle had been in the past. Nonetheless, currently, Wilson Castle had the additional protection of a runic magic circle. Wizard Seymour explained, Wizard Merlin, the Wilson clan now isn't an average clan. Among them is Wizard Felinda, a runic magic circle wizard. She's not inferior to the runic magic circle wizards of our dark magic region, therefore she set up a runic magic circle around the castle. The runic heartprint on Merlin's brow flashed quickly, and the runic magic circle of Wilson Castle was immediately under Merlin's control. He seemed to recall Felinda as well. In the past, Felinda was not even a spellcaster, but because she had spellcaster quality, she became the first batch of spellcasters nurtured by the Wilson clan. At that point, Felinda had only displayed a slight affinity for runology. Merlin did not expect that she had become a runic magic circle wizard today. It should be known that the dark magic region specialized in runology. If Felinda could become a runic magic circle wizard, her attainments in runology were naturally rather significant. Buzz! Very soon, after the arrival of the three-headed dragon, of course, this had roused the attention of Wilson Castle. Such a massive dragon was something astounding to anyone. Therefore, a few knights swiftly rushed out of the castle, equipped with great swords. They all raised their great swords, yet their eyes contained no trace of fear, as if all they needed was a single command for them to rush at the three-headed dragon. Wizard Seymour and Merlin naturally were not bothered by mere knights like these, but the apparel of these knights caused Merlin to immediately think of the heavy armored knights under his father Old Wilson's command back then. Wizard Merlin, these are the heavy armored knights of Wilson Castle. I've heard that they're personally trained by your father. I don't know what methods he used, but when these knights come together, they're just about able to contend against some first-level spellcasters. Although they could only handle first-level spellcasters, Wizard Seymour was still astounded to his core. This was a world where spellcasters reigned supreme, and mere elemental swordsmen had never dared to challenge the might of spellcasters, for the disparity was too great. Nonetheless, these heavy armored knights of Old Wilson had shattered this perception. The mysterious postures of the relief sculpture. A smirk passed over Merlin's lips. He knew that these heavy armored knights were so impressive surely because they had cultivated the postures on the mysterious relief sculpture. As if sensing the hostility of these knights, the three-headed dragon's gigantic heads all stretched their jaws and huffed lightly. Who? These knights, along with their horses, were immediately blown away, and the three-headed dragon even wore a self-satisfied expression. Merlin shook his head helplessly. Although this three-headed dragon was intelligent, it was not highly so, only at the level of a 7- or 8-year-old child. All right, stay right here, Merlin said softly to the three-headed dragon, following which, as if going into an uninhabited place, he and Wizard Seymour stepped into Wilson Castle. Although its exterior looked just like the Wilson Castle of the past, when Merlin stepped inside, he discovered that everything had changed within. Bang! In a distant open space, there was a group who seemed to be practicing fireball. Fire element had gathered in the air above them as fireballs fell like rain upon targets which had been set out for this purpose. Moreover, before these kids, who were about 10 years old, there was a 20-something-year-old young spellcaster dressed in a long blue wizard robe. His elemental fluctuations indicated that he had already become an official first-level spellcaster. However, what caught Merlin's notice was not this man's spellcaster level, but his appearance. With his slim build and lean face, it was as if Merlin was looking at a reflection. More importantly, Merlin felt an intense rush of blood in his body. This was a reaction that could only be induced by someone who shared the same blood. Wizard Seymour seemed to be very interested too. After he looked closely at Merlin, he said, "Wizard Merlin, surely this young spellcaster is your lineal descendant?" Lineal descendant? Merlin nodded. He had not returned for so many years, and did not know a single descendant of his. Nonetheless, this young spellcaster who looked so much like him was very likely to be a lineal descendant. Merlin seemed to sense something, and swiftly looked up toward a higher part of the castle. There, a pair of eyes were staring at Merlin. Swish! Merlin did not even say anything to Wizard Seymour before he immediately flew into the castle. Wizard Seymour gazed at Merlin's figure with a complicated look, wearing a bittersweet smile. He mumbled sorrowfully, "Blood relatives. How I miss them." Following that, Wizard Seymour vanished into the castle too, as if he had never appeared in the first place. In a warm room, an old lady with a face full of wrinkles and hair that had turned the color of snow long ago, gripped the windowsill tightly as she gazed below. Her eyes were shining with amazement. "Is that you? Merlin, is that you?" The old lady muttered softly without stopping, and her body was even trembling slightly. "It's me. Cherise." In the room, a black-robed man had appeared at an unknown time. He looked at the old woman before him, his eyes filled with a multitude of complex emotions. Cherise stared at Merlin, and for a moment she was like a deflated balloon. Powerlessly she shook her head. "Merlin, I had once hoped endlessly for your return." Merlin had returned now, but Cherise realized that she was already old. Her countless anticipations and interminable longing were reduced to nothing but a profound sense of alienation in the present moment. "Cherise, I've come back." Merlin walked toward her and gently stroked Cherise's white hair. Norm years were like this. In a mere few decades, she had grown to this stage while he would not change even after centuries. "Tell me, where's Avril?" Cherise opened her mouth a few times before managing to say powerlessly, Avril's health was never that good. Although she had potions brewed by an apothecary, 13 years ago, she had passed away. She had passed away. There was an intense sense of loss and frustration in Merlin's heart. Time had flown by without a whisper, and his loved ones were no longer by his side. When he looked at Avril, who had aged so much with a head of white hair, Merlin could feel that the life force of her body was trickling away. In less than 10 years, Cherise would die of old age as well. This was something no potion would be able to prevent. "Merlin, throughout these years, our Wilson clan has had remarkable progress. We're now an honest-to-goodness spell-caster clan. You have 4 children in total, and they're all adults now and have borne 10 children themselves. Among them, there are many with spell-caster quality." Cherise was the same as before. As soon as Merlin returned, she unceasingly reported all the matters of the family to Merlin. In that manner, a few hours went by. Merlin listened without any expression. He sensed a deep joy as Cherise was talking about the trifles of the clan. Perhaps she had kept busy all her life in service of the Wilson clan. "Merlin, you once promised me that we'll return to the Kingdom of Light. I've always been waiting." Cherise gripped Merlin's hand tightly. "We'll return. We'll be able to return soon." A determined glint shone in Merlin's eyes. Cherise, being the princess of the Kingdom of Light's royal family back then, was always thinking about returning to her kingdom. She had now waited for decades, to the point where she was an old lady with a head of white hair. A smile blossomed on Cherise's lips, but after all, she was old. It had been a few hours, and she was already tired. After a while, she was asleep in Merlin's embrace. Merlin set her down gently, careful not to wake her, and quietly left Cherise's room. In another room, although old Wilson was very old now, his eyes still burned with a vigorous light, and his tall body was not stooped at all. "Ha ha, Merlin, you're finally back. I thought that I might not see you before I die." Old Wilson stared at Merlin in a gratified manner. His son was still so young, but he was old already. Macy, Cherise, even Merlin's own children who had no spell-caster quality, were all aged as well, but Merlin was as youthful as ever. When he saw Merlin, old Wilson seemed to recall the days back in Blackwater City. "Merlin, have you gone to meet Cherise?" Old Wilson asked gruffly. "I've seen her." Merlin, throughout all these years, the clan was able to grow so well because Cherise had given her all. She always had one wish, which was to return to the Kingdom of Light. "I don't know where you've been in the past decades, and I don't need to know. I only want to ask you one thing, is there a way for us to return to the Kingdom of Light?" Old Wilson's somber expression still shone with dignity. "Yes, there is. Soon, we'll be able to openly, without fear, return to the Kingdom of Light, to Blackwater City." Merlin answered confidently. He could distinctly feel that the life force of old Wilson's seemingly tough body was also trickling away slowly. Even though old Wilson had cultivated the posture on the mysterious relief sculpture, and he was a powerful elemental swordsman, old Wilson had only lived up to this point due to the potions brewed by the clan's apothecary. Merlin could clearly perceive that old Wilson's life force was almost exhausted. He would die of old age in a few years, and there was nothing he could do about it. "Ha ha, go and see your sons, daughters, and your grandchildren. Go and see them." Old Wilson waved his hand. He now had a more mellow outlook toward life and death, so when a son like Merlin who had disappeared for a few decades suddenly returned, it was nothing more than a momentary joy for him. Following that, Merlin turned to leave. He secretly observed his daughters and sons, and even other family members who looked somewhat like him. However, Merlin did not go up to them. He felt nothing but a sense of unfamiliarity with them. There was no intimacy. In the vast Wilson castle, he was only reluctant to part with old Wilson and Cherise. A spellcaster is ultimately alone. Merlin recalled Wizard Hill's words. Now, as he stood within Wilson Castle, he felt a profound sense of isolation. Even if his lineal descendants were everywhere, it was different from how he had felt in Blackwater City. Everything here only reminded him that he was a stranger. "You're able to stealthily remove my runic magic circle and infiltrate Wilson Castle. How bold!" Suddenly, Merlin felt a force constricting his body as if he was restrained by multiple runic magic circles. Behind him stood a beautiful female wizard dressed in a long wizard robe. Chapter 658, Unification I. Chapter 658, Unification I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Felinda. The female wizard standing behind Merlin gave a shiver when she heard this. She had the utmost familiarity with this voice. Even though she had only been by Merlin's side for a very short time, it was Merlin who had changed her fate. "Wizard Merlin? You're back?" Felinda waved one hand, and removed the runic magic circle. Following that, Merlin turned around and looked at the female wizard Felinda behind him. In the past, Felinda was not even a first-level spellcaster, but now, she was already a third-level spellcaster. Although this was not a high level, based on her technique of casting the runic magic circle earlier, she was definitely worthy of being called a runic magic circle wizard. "Felinda, I've never imagined that in so many years, you'll be able to achieve so much." This seed, which Merlin had incidentally planted back then, had sprouted and flourished, and was able to guard Wilson Castle now. "Felinda, how come I didn't see Emma and Lorinka in the castle?" How tremendous was Merlin's mind power! Forget about merely Wilson Castle itself, for he was easily able to blanket the entire Frost City. It was a piece of cake to locate one or two individuals. Nonetheless, he had not found his previous servant Lorinka or his disciple, Emma. When she heard this question, Felinda's face turned oddly somber, but she still replied, "Wizard Merlin, Lorinka and Emma had both died due to the collapse of their spell models more than a decade ago." Merlin's expression did not shift, but his heart was gripped by distress. A spellcaster's path was not all smooth sailing, for every step was filled with risk. If Merlin did not have the matrix which enabled the construction of stable spell models, he would not be capable of reaching where he was now. Even now, when Merlin fused the wizard hearts, he was still at great risk. A slight slip-up, and even he might die from the collapse of his wizard hearts. After a moment of silent thought, Merlin calmed his emotions, and waved his hand carelessly. "Your achievements in runology aren't insignificant, but fumbling about by yourself is still a limited method. This runic heartprint is the life work of the Dark Magic Region's founder, the great wizard Fidel. Endless knowledge on runology is recorded within. It's no longer useful to me, so I'll pass it to you now. I hope you'll progress further in the field of runology." Following that, before Felinda could say anything, Merlin tapped his forehead. Instantly, the runic heartprint emerged. This runic heartprint had assisted Merlin many times, but by now, it was no longer of much use to Merlin. If it was passed to Felinda, it would be fully put to use. Boom! Merlin extracted the runic heartprint, and it turned into a white ray of light. Merlin imprinted this forcefully into Felinda's body. At that moment, her face contorted in slight anguish as if she was slowly receiving the huge amount of information contained in the runic heartprint. As time passed by gradually, Felinda's expression resumed its initial calmness bit by bit, until she finally revealed a flash of glee. Whoosh! Felinda opened her eyes. On her forehead was the imprint of the runic heartprint. One could tell that she had already begun to absorb the knowledge of the runic heartprint. "Wizard Merlin, this runic heartprint is too precious. Not even the Dark Magic Region, which specializes in runes, would have such a comprehensive inheritance." As a rune wizard, of course, Felinda would understand what the runic heartprint represented. With this runic heartprint, her understanding of runology would only deepen. The runic heartprint is your reward. However, the following knowledge which you'll receive, you must pass on to the members of the Wilson clan, leaving nothing out. Got it? After Merlin spoke, his eyes seemed to brighten, and Felinda was unwittingly drawn into an illusion. This was a hallucinating spell cast by Merlin. Thereafter, he began to pass on the knowledge he had obtained in the Void Zone regarding spell models, alchemy, potions, and so on. All this information was firmly imprinted into Felinda's mind. The entire glorious land had been sealed for over millennia, which was akin to being cut off from the rest of the world. The spellcaster civilization in the Void Zone had developed to an inconceivable stage, yet the glorious land was still lagging. With this knowledge, Felinda practically had a mountain of treasures. In the future, barring any unexpected mishaps, the Wilson clan would gradually grow stronger even if Merlin had left. At the very least, in terms of their foundation, they would not be inferior to any large-sized spellcasters' organizations. This was the final gift that Merlin had left for the Wilson clan. Following that, Merlin walked away from Wilson Castle without alerting anyone. To him, there was nothing else in the Wilson clan that he would be reluctant to part with. Bang! The three-headed dragon landed heavily before the highest tower in Frost City. Merlin, who was on the dragon's back, leaped down immediately, and entered the tower. At the moment, Wizard Seymour was knitting his brow in the tower. Upon seeing Merlin, he raised his eyebrows and broke into a smile. "Wizard Merlin, why have you returned?" Merlin glanced at Wizard Seymour, then asked directly, "I've heard that in Sub-Zero Snowfield, Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort are fighting overt and covert battles against you?" Wizard Seymour seemed hesitant to speak, but finally nodded. "That's right, Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort are closing in on us, step by step. I'm coming up with a countermeasure now. These two factions are watched by 9th-level spellcasters, so they're not easy to deal with. If we're not careful, then we would." Before he could finish, Merlin flapped his hand and said coldly, 3 days. All that's needed are 3 days for you to conquer these two factions. I must unify the entire spellcaster world as swiftly as possible, and mustn't waste time in a small place like Sub-Zero Snowfield. Unify the entire spellcaster world? Wizard Seymour was taken aback as if he was stunned by Merlin's ravings. In truth, ever since the fall of the Malta Empire, there had been no individual or forces during these 3,000 years that could unify the entire spellcaster world. It was far too difficult. Even if Merlin was comparable to a great wizard, it was a fool's dream to unify the entire spellcaster world. Combine all the factions of Sub-Zero Snowfield first. I'll send the three-headed dragon along with you. Wizard Seymour was instantly relieved. He knew very well how fearsome the three-headed dragon was. If the three-headed dragon was sent along with them, success was practically guaranteed. Regardless of whether it was Bloodlion Tower or Sleet Fort, they would be unable to resist. After all, the three-headed dragon was on par with a great wizard. In the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield, there was no faction which was managed by a great wizard. What? Is there any other problem? Merlin questioned in a level tone. Wizard Seymour was slightly astounded, sensing the irrefutable manner in Merlin's voice. Even Wizard Seymour, on a subconscious level, dared not disobey. Nevertheless, he still cautiously said, "Wizard Merlin, with the three-headed dragon, naturally, there won't be any problem. However, if Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort don't agree, I'm afraid we might need some more time." Merlin's eyes flashed coldly. "I'll give you only 3 days' time. If either Bloodlion Tower or Sleet Fort doesn't agree, let the three-headed dragon resolve the matter. What I need is a Sub-Zero Snowfield led by the Dark Magic region." Wizard Seymour sensed the steely determination of Merlin's voice as well as his willingness to kill, and he knew that the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield might be transformed henceforth. The Dark Magic region's chance is finally here. Wizard Seymour was excited deep down, after which he nodded gravely. "Be rest assured, Wizard Merlin. In 3 days, no matter whether it's Bloodlion Tower or Sleet Fort, they would no longer exist." Thereafter, Wizard Seymour turned and left in enthusiastic spirits. A strange glint twinkled in Merlin's eyes. The entire spellcaster world was currently in unspeakable disorder. If he did not use an Iron Fist approach to unify the entire spellcaster world, there would surely be innumerable challenges in terms of confronting the Church of Light. After unifying Sub-Zero Snowfield, then it's time to unify Osmu, the northern spellcaster world, and even the royal family of the Kingdom of Black Moon? Merlin dared not underestimate in the slightest the power of the Church of Light, so he was already calculating the next step of his plan. Chapter 659, Unification 2. Chapter 659, Unification 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The icy wind was biting cold. Near the Triad River, a group of spellcasters marked by the prominent imprint of a blood-red lion was setting up some runic magic circles. Wizard Evan, complete these runic magic circles quickly. We're not that far from Frost City. If they hurry here, there would be trouble. Some of the spellcasters were urging their teammate. Among these 5 spellcasters, it looked like only one was proficient in runes. The task of setting up the runic magic circles was assigned to him. Worry not. So, what if they come? Our Bloodlion Tower has already joined forces with Sleet Fort. Each of our factions has one 9th level spellcaster, and together we've invited 2 other 9th level spellcasters. With such an impressive lineup, wouldn't it be easy to handle one mere Frost City? This isn't for certain. Frost City is controlled by the Dark Magic region. I've heard that the Dark Magic region is a spellcasters organization with extensive resources. It's precisely because the Dark Magic region is a spellcasters organization that Bloodlion Tower would join forces with Sleet Fort at all costs to deal with the Dark Magic region together. Once the Dark Magic region, which possesses abundant resources, has been vanquished, the power of our 2 factions will surely advance by leaps and bounds. These spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower seemed rather familiar with Frost City and the Dark Magic region. In the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield, most spellcasters knew that the ruler of Frost City, the Dark Magic region, was a spellcasters organization with extensive resources. Previously, no one would dare to even think of attacking Frost City because the Dark Magic region had one 9th level spellcaster. However, things were different now as Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort had risen, similarly having 9th level spellcasters. Now that they had further formed an alliance, and in addition, invited 2 9th level spellcasters, they were the mightiest force in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Currently, they were quite emboldened and brazen, so they were closing in step by step. Nonetheless, just as these wizards were working diligently to put up the runic magic circle, they suddenly noticed a gigantic shadow in the distance. It was a 3-headed monster of unparalleled size, which was spreading its wings as it flew toward them with a snarl. Behind the 3-headed monster were more than 1,000 spellcasters, all of whom were dressed in the same color, indicating they were spellcasters above the 4th level of the Dark Magic region. These spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower were immediately shocked to their core as they stared numbly at the massive, swooping shadow. Those are the spellcasters from the Dark Magic region of Frost City. My heavens, there are so many of them. What are they planning to do? Oh no, they seem to be heading toward our Bloodlion Tower. Go now. Head back and report that the Dark Magic region has made its move. The spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower were no longer able to remain calm. They instantly turned tail and swiftly headed back toward Bloodlion Tower. The Dark Magic region has mobilized over 1,000 wizards, and is rushing toward our Bloodlion Tower. In Bloodlion Tower, a lofty 9th level spellcaster, upon hearing the report of the 5 wizards below, broke out in a puzzled expression. Alright, I've got it. You can go now. The 9th level spellcaster of Bloodlion Tower, Wizard Bloodlion, waved his hand, dismissing the 5 spellcasters. Wizard Bloodlion turned to look at the 3 other spellcasters, his face wearing a serene expression. He spoke leisurely, "Wizards, just as we were discussing how to deal with Frost City, unexpectedly, the Dark Magic region has instead delivered themselves to our doorstep. The elemental fluctuations exuded by the 3 spellcasters were not inferior to Wizard Bloodlion in the slightest. Evidently, they were all 9th level spellcasters." Another wizard, dressed in a blue robe, pondered for a moment before replying slowly, "We mustn't let down our guard. The Dark Magic region is still a spellcasters organization after all, with great resources. The Grand Elder Wizard Seymour is also a 9th level spellcaster. Everyone should understand how difficult it was for us to become 9th level spellcasters. We were all merely roaming wizards before this. After much hardship, we've established our factions, but compared to a spellcaster's organization with 1,000 years of heritage like the Dark Magic region, we're still significantly lacking. Both Wizard Bloodlion and I might just about be able to handle Wizard Seymour. According to the report of the Bloodlion Tower's spellcasters earlier, the Dark Magic region also seems to have brought a ferocious monster. Perhaps they're relying on it as well, and it might be on par with a 9th level spellcaster. This aggressive onrush of the Dark Magic region clearly means that they're confident of wiping out Bloodlion Tower on their own. Only then would they dare to dispatch such a large army. A snowflake was imprinted on this wizard's long blue wizard robe, which looked extremely unusual. This was the symbol of Sleet Fort, and it only had one 9th level spellcaster, Wizard Sleet Knight. Wizard Bloodlion nodded as well. That's right. Everything that Wizard Sleet Knight has said is the truth. We're all roaming wizards who have built our factions after great hardships. We're still a long way from the 1,000-year inheritance of the Dark Magic region. This is the reason we've invited you two wizards. Wizard Bloodlion was referring to the other two strangers who were also 9th level spellcasters. They were both old, and each of them held a magic staff. They were wearing the most ancient robes, and appeared to be very mysterious. These were the two 9th level spellcasters invited jointly by Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort. After all, the Wizards of Spellcasters organizations were generally more powerful than those roaming wizards. Therefore, faced with Wizard Seymour, both Wizard Bloodlion and Wizard Sleet Knight were not assured of victory. Consequently, although they had established their factions long ago, they had never dared to cross the line in their actions against Frost City. Up until today, when they had invited two 9th level spellcasters. Please be rest assured, we'll make our move when the time comes. However, as per our pact, after Frost City is destroyed, both of us will get half of the Dark Magic region's treasures, and we'll get the right to pick first. These two wizards spoke in raspy voices. Be rest assured, both of you. We've already signed the contract. Can we even go back on our promise? However, the Dark Magic region is coming at full force, so we'd better go and get ready. Wizard Bloodlion and the other three wizards immediately left the main foyer. Before Bloodlion Tower, there was a blood-red stone lion of incomparable size. The stone lion's mouth was agape, inducing a vague sense of dread in onlookers. This was the origin of Bloodlion Tower. According to rumors, the Blood Lion formed the foundation of Bloodlion Tower. Back then, as Wizard Bloodlion had obtained this Blood Lion, he became a 9th level spellcaster and founded Bloodlion Tower, which became one of the three major factions of Sub-Zero Snowfield. Rise! Wizard Bloodlion brandished one hand. Instantly, the Blood Lion began to vibrate gently, following which crimson light shot out from the Blood Lion's mouth, rapidly covering the entire Bloodlion Tower. Alright, I've already activated the Blood Lion. This is a formidable casting tool. In one blow, it's enough to match a 9th level spellcaster's full force attack. Humph, the Dark Magic region is foolish indeed. They dare to attack on their own. Otherwise, we might have to waste additional effort. Wizard Bloodlion evidently had great confidence in the Blood Lion. This was the home ground of Bloodlion Tower, so naturally, it was heavily guarded. If four of them were to attack Frost City, they would similarly be faced with the defenses of the Dark Magic region's runic magic circles, which would pose huge challenges. However, now that the Dark Magic region had made their move, Wizard Bloodlion and the rest were gleeful instead. Now, they would not have to deal with those troublesome runic magic circles. That's right. No matter how many from the Dark Magic region are coming, we must kill them all, stripping them of any power to resist. Wizard Sleet Knight's confidence grew many times over. With 4 9th level spellcasters, in addition to not having to deal with the runic magic circles of the Dark Magic region, this was undoubtedly an advantage for them. Bloodlion Tower passed down its orders, and the spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower prepared themselves as well, after which they quietly waited. After a few hours, a dark cloud appeared at the skyline. Nonetheless, if one looked closely, one would see that it was not a cloud but a three-headed monster of unparalleled proportion. Behind this three-headed monster were more than 1,000 spellcasters, who were wizards of the Dark Magic region, dressed in the same color. They're here. What's that three-headed monster? It looks to be extraordinary. Both of you wizards, I'll let you take care of that creature while we deal with Wizard Seymour. Wizard Bloodlion and Wizard Sleet Knight exchanged a glance. None of them knew what that three-headed monster was, only sensing that it was rather unusual. It must be on par with a 9th level spellcaster, or the dark magic region would not have brought this three-headed monster to attack Bloodlion Tower. Halt! At Wizard Seymour's single command in the sky, everyone stopped in their tracks. When Wizard Seymour felt 4 different forces that were no weaker than his own, his face shifted greatly. He had gotten the news about the secret communications between Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort, and it seemed like they were going to quietly join forces. Those 2 9th level spellcasters used to be 2 roaming wizards, so Wizard Seymour felt that he could take them on. However, if there were 4 9th level spellcasters, then it was quite dangerous. Frost City would be on the brink of extinction. I've heard that the three-headed dragon is comparable to a great wizard. I myself was only able to locate records of the three-headed dragon in the most ancient books of the dark magic region. It looks like Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort aren't familiar with the three-headed dragon. Wizard Seymour saw that the 4 9th level spellcasters had all rushed forward. He knew that these were roaming wizards who did not have extensive resources as the dark magic region. Naturally, they would not recognize the extremely ancient three-headed dragon. After all, in the entire spellcaster world, there was only one such three-headed dragon left. It was just that even Wizard Seymour could not say for sure how strong the three-headed dragon really was. Boom! Suddenly, the Bloodlion below shuddered violently, and a beam of light, powerful enough to match a 9th level spellcaster, streaked toward the three-headed dragon. Roar! The three-headed dragon had received Merlin's instructions. Anyone who dared to retaliate must be killed. Therefore, the three-headed dragon stretched both its wings. It stared at the blood-red light speeding toward it and gave a vicious flap. Bang! The crimson light slackened at that moment and was directly shattered by the wings of the three-headed dragon. The full-force attack of a 9th level spellcaster was not even able to breach the three-headed dragon's defenses. Nevertheless, this further enraged the three-headed dragon. It was vicious enough in the first place, especially after Merlin had subdued it by force. It had not been able to unleash the ruthless nature of its heart. Now, it was provoked by a few puny spellcasters. The three-headed dragon had truly exploded then. Boom! The three-headed dragon's body grew double in size, and its 3 wart-like heads all opened their mouths, spewing furiously toward Bloodlion Tower below. Instantly, the mad three-headed dragon sprouted gale poison fog and flames, all of which were comparable to a great wizard. Bloodlion and Sleet Knight, both of these 9th level spellcasters did not even have the slightest chance to defend themselves. They were instantly submerged, and under the effect of the poison fog and flames, both of these lofty 9th level spellcasters were swiftly reduced to ashes. Nonetheless, the other 2 old wizards who were strangers, seemed able to hold on. They were wielding a casting tool and surviving with great difficulty. However, the three-headed dragon became even more berserk. Its humongous body was like a mountain as it thundered toward those 2 old wizards, and its mammoth claws swiped forward viciously. Rip! The casting tool beside the 2 old wizards was instantly shattered. Thereafter, the three-headed dragon became even more merciless. It stretched its colossal jaw and swallowed the 2 old wizards in one mouthful. Kacha. Following that, the three-headed dragon crashed heavily into the ground. That massive Bloodlion in front of Bloodlion Tower was trampled to smithereens by the three-headed dragon which had landed from the sky. The three-headed dragon even extended its 3 gigantic heads, glaring with matchless ferocity at the countless spellcasters below. All spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower were so frightened that they dared not move. Even 4 9th level spellcasters could be promptly slain by this savage three-headed dragon, let alone ordinary spellcasters like them. Bloodlion Tower is destroyed? Wizard Seymour stared blankly at the scene before him. He had brought along more than 1,000 spellcasters, who had not even attacked. The entire Bloodlion Tower was stunned by the menace of the three-headed dragon, too afraid to resist. Soon, Wizard Seymour recovered from his shock. Next, it was time for him to unify Bloodlion Tower. Before this, he had thought that 3 days were too short, but now, from the looks of things, why would he need 3 days? Even 1 day was more than enough. As long as the three-headed dragon was there, Wizard Seymour was confident of completely unifying the entire Sub-Zero snowfield. Chapter 660, The South Eye. Chapter 660, The South Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Before a colossal castle, 3 7th-level spellcasters were blocked by a runic magic circle, hence they could do nothing but wait outside quietly. Can we succeed this time? It's been 3 months. The southern spellcaster world is now completely controlled by Osmu. We can only go to Osmu, but the headquarters of Osmu is enigmatic, and no one could locate it. We can only go through their strongholds that are scattered all over the southern spellcaster world, hoping that they'll pass a message to their headquarters. These 3 lofty spellcasters, despite holding a high position, still maintained a sense of humility before this castle. After all, this was the stronghold of Osmu, the true master of the southern spellcaster world. Soon enough, some spellcasters exited from the castle. One of the female wizards in the lead said coldly, "Come on. Wizard Hubble is willing to see you." Following that, the 3 spellcasters were brought into the castle. "Welcome, my friends from the royal family who've traveled a long distance. We meet again." In the hall of the castle, an old wizard with a head of silver hair, and dressed in a long black wizard robe smiled as he greeted the 3 visiting spellcasters. The 3 spellcasters bowed slightly, then said in a helpless manner, "Honorable Wizard Hubble, this is the 2nd time we paid you a visit. 3 months ago, we came as representatives of His Majesty of the Kingdom of Black Moon, bearing a request in hopes that Osmu would send some powerful wizards to join the royal family in stopping the Church of Light's activities. I wonder if there have been any updates from your headquarters?" These 3 7th-level spellcasters were special envoys of the Black Moon King, here to communicate with Osmu, hoping that they could stop the Church of Light together. A succession of wars had already caused the Black Moon royal family disastrous losses. Meanwhile, the Church of Light, for some reason, had substantially increased its powers. By now, it was closing in step by step. The balance of power between these 2 had been disrupted. The Black Moon royal family had no choice but to seek help from the spellcaster world. Wizard Hubble kept up his smile, saying serenely, "Up until now, Osmu headquarters still hasn't sent any messages. Please wait for a while more." The 3 7th-level wizards of the Black Moon royal family shifted their expressions slightly, and exchanged glances. Thereafter, they took a deep breath and said hoarsely, "Since there are no updates, we'll go back and wait." With that, the 3 spellcasters took their leave. After the 3 of them had left, Wizard Hubble's face gradually darkened in a sinister manner, and he laughed icily. "Humph, the Black Moon royal family? We'll take care of the northern spellcaster world before we'll get to you. Since when would spellcasters obey the orders of a puny royal family?" Wizard Hubble's words were not heard by the 3 spellcasters, but as soon as they left the castles, their expressions turned unpleasant. D*MN. Osmu doesn't take the royal family into account at all. What do we do now? They had received the king's orders 3 months ago, but even now they still had not gotten in touch with Osmu headquarters, much less obtain Osmu's assistance. Now, we can only report everything as it is to His Majesty the King. That's all we can do. The 3 spellcasters clenched their fists tightly, and soon, they had vanished without a trace. In the dazzling and splendorous palace, the king who wore a purple gold crown listened to the report of the spellcasters below, wearing a gloomy expression. "Your Majesty, there's a recent message from the south, saying that Osmu isn't paying attention to the special envoys of the royal family." After they had finished, the spellcasters below did not dare to look up. They knew very well that this king before them had grand plans and high ambitions. Back when he was just the 8th prince, he had gotten involved in government affairs. Thereafter, he became the king, and further developed the entire kingdom of Black Moon. It was just that the kingdom of Black Moon was now faced with the Holy Light Empire's Church of Light. Ever since the Church of Light had annexed a few small kingdoms, and established the Holy Light Empire with the Church of Light as the ruler, its power had advanced tremendously. By now, it had even started a crusade against heresy. As for the kingdom of Black Moon, which had been growing rapidly, it was no match for the Church of Light. Any clashes against the Church of Light only resulted in progressive losses, which was hard to believe. The king with the purple gold crown was silent in thought for a moment, then said with an unchanging expression, "I've expected this long ago. Osmu is currently busy dealing with the northern spellcaster world. Why would they help the royal family? In addition, I'm afraid that to Osmu, this royal family is an obstacle as well, which must be eliminated sooner or later. Heh, but who in the entire spellcaster world knows that the Church of Light is the biggest threat? They're no longer as easy to handle as they were before. Ever since the 8th prince had become the king, he felt in complete control of every aspect. However, this time, faced with the Church of Light, he was gripped by a profound sense of powerlessness. Your Majesty, before Osmu controlled the southern spellcaster world, the 3 major spellcaster organizations of the southern spellcaster world would always lend their assistance during each war against the Church of Light. However, Osmu isn't providing the slightest support. If this goes on, we'd be hard-pressed to defeat the Church of Light by relying solely on the strength of the royal family. How about if we send someone to the northern spellcaster world? There are the 7 major spellcaster organizations, so perhaps they might send their forces. Before the spellcaster could finish, the 8th prince shook his head. Forget about it. The northern spellcaster world is now dealing with Osmu, who is closing in. They're even at a critical juncture now, so how would they be willing to send wizards to aid us in defeating the Church of Light? It's better to take care of this ourselves. I'll pay a visit to the Elders' Court, and invite the elders to take this on. I believe this would slightly reduce the pressure we're facing on the front lines. The 8th prince knew that even if he had mobilized the Elders' Court, the royal family's power alone was incapable of resisting the Church of Light. Instead, he hoped that the victor of the conflict between Osmu and the northern spellcaster world would be quickly determined. Only then might the royal family obtain support from the spellcaster world. Following that, the 8th prince stood up and hurried toward the Elders' Court. In the frigid sub-zero snowfield, snow was falling heavily with flakes the size of feathers. Even though it was a city built by spellcasters, they had to utilize a runic magic circle to block off the chilly wind. Frost City was now the most prosperous place in the entire sub-zero snowfield. The dark magic region, who ruled Frost City, had already unified sub-zero snowfield completely. Wizard Merlin, after 1 month, we finally managed to unify the entire sub-zero snowfield completely. The remaining spellcasters of Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort are willing to join our spellcaster alliance. Wizard Seymour was reporting to Merlin in detail about the matters of Sub-Zero Snowfield. Ever since they had defeated Bloodlion Tower and Sleet Fort, there was only one major faction, the Dark Magic region, in Sub-Zero Snowfield. Unifying the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield was only a matter of time. Nonetheless, it had been a problem dealing with those remaining spellcasters. It was impossible that everyone should be allowed to join the Dark Magic region, for the selection process was very strict. In the end, it was Merlin who had suggested setting up a new faction called the Spellcaster Alliance. This would benefit the unification of the spellcaster world in the future too. By now, Wizard Seymour no longer had any doubts regarding Merlin's ravings about unifying the entire spellcaster world. In the past month, he had even made a trip to the southern spellcaster world just to help Merlin find updates on Osmu. Wizard Seymour, the matters of Sub-Zero Snowfield aren't much of a concern. In general, everything's under the control of the Spellcaster Alliance. What I need is information about Osmu headquarters. Did you manage to find out anything? Merlin asked in a calm voice. The headquarters of Osmu? Wizard Merlin, I've already asked around for a long time, but no one knows where Osmu headquarters really is. Nevertheless, Osmu has strongholds scattered all over the southern spellcaster world. Perhaps we could obtain the location of their headquarters from one of those strongholds. Merlin shut his eyes lightly. He had been delayed in Sub-Zero Snowfield for too long. He needed to speed up the process of unifying the entire spellcaster world. After all, according to what he understood, the current kingdom of Black Moon would not be able to hold on much longer. I'll make a journey to the southern spellcaster world myself. Merlin stood up and exited the castle. He gently patted the head of the three-headed dragon, saying quietly, "Come on, let's go to war." Roar! The three-headed dragon appeared to be extremely thrilled. It spread its wings and instantly carried Merlin into the sky, flying toward the south. Chapter 661, Wiping Out the Stronghold's Eye. Chapter 661, Wiping Out the Stronghold's Eye. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There had been a recent rainstorm in the south, and the air was still damp. In a small town near the north, no one knew that the most magnificent, mysterious ancient castle was a stronghold of the powerful Osmu, the ruler of all the southern spellcasters. Although this stronghold was tiny, it was managed by a 7th-level spellcaster. This was the strategy of Osmu. A small stronghold would at least have a 7th-level spellcaster keeping watch, while a medium-sized stronghold would have a 9th-level spellcaster. Most of Osmu's strongholds were small or medium-sized, but there were also a few large strongholds. These large strongholds could only be found in a few rare spots throughout the southern spellcaster world, and they were managed by great wizards. Nonetheless, these great wizards were not around most of the time, leaving a few 9th-level spellcasters to handle the matters of the large strongholds. The entire southern spellcaster world was strictly governed by Osmu. In a few short decades, they had full command of the strongholds, and even had remaining strength to coerce the northern spellcasters. At the moment, the small stronghold in the small town only had 6 spellcasters. The strongest of them was a 7th-level spellcaster, who was idly chatting with the rest out of sheer boredom. "We should be able to leave this place in 3 years, right? There's nothing significant about this stronghold. It doesn't even have any resources. In 3 years, we'll get to leave, and also get a huge reward from headquarters." These spellcasters had been dispatched to this stronghold. Each shift was 10 years long. Once that period had passed, they could leave the stronghold, and obtain various rewards in the form of resources from Osmu headquarters. Therefore, even though there was nothing much to cultivate in these tiny strongholds, many spellcasters of Osmu were still willing to come here. Who? A breeze flew by. Suddenly, the sky, which had been bright and sunny, turned dark all at once. These spellcasters looked up toward the sky. Instantly, a great change washed over their faces. "Oh no, it's an enemy attack!" The spellcasters of the stronghold started to yell. In the sky, they observed a massive shadow. It was a 3-headed monster of unparalleled size, who nearly shielded half the sky as it spread its wings. "We're here. Attack then!" Atop the 3-headed monster, Merlin's cold gaze swept across the spellcasters down below in the stronghold. Roar! The 3-headed dragon was overjoyed as it opened its mouth and spat. A gale whistled downward, and the runic magic circle of the stronghold flashed with a brilliant light. Boom! However, the runic magic circle collapsed instantly. Each of the 3-headed dragon's heads was able to unleash a spell on par with a great wizard, so it was difficult for this stronghold to withstand the impact even for a moment. The furious windstorm swept downward, raising the stronghold to the ground. Naturally, the spellcasters of Osmu within were also killed by the 3-headed dragon's gale. "Let's go! Onward to the next stronghold!" Merlin's face was expressionless. This was the first stronghold of Osmu he had annihilated after he came to the southern spellcaster world. This was only the beginning. He believed that Osmu headquarters would surely send someone over. At that point, naturally, it would be child's play to learn of Osmu headquarters. Squeak squeak! A few shrews scurried back and forth across the moist ground, scavenging for scraps. The damp air was filled with oppressive heat, causing much distress to the wizards. In the dense grove, 2 black-robed spellcasters stared unwaveringly at the castle in front. They dared not move a single muscle. As they could not cast spells, sweat soon drenched both of their backs. "Dimar, why isn't the 3-headed dragon here yet?" "Just wait for it. According to reports, the 3-headed dragon has already destroyed 3 small strongholds. Our stronghold is the nearest to it, and it'll surely reach this place today. I wonder who's this 3-headed dragon? To dare to launch such a wide-scale attack so brazenly against our Osmu in the southern spellcaster world. This is the most serious provocation. Ever since we had defeated the 3 major spellcaster organizations, we had never suffered such a grievous loss in the southern spellcaster world. No matter who this 3-headed dragon is, there's only one fate for it, and that's death. We'll just keep watch here. Once we see any sign of the 3-headed dragon, we'll head back to report immediately." Both were drenched and stifled within the grove. They waited for a full 4 or 5 hours, and their patience nearly waned. Crash! Just then, a gale wreaked havoc in front of the stronghold, and a 3-headed monster landed from the sky. It was as if the earth itself was quaking. "It's here!" The two spellcasters within the grove instantly became nervous when they saw this three-headed monster. Merlin, who was on the three-headed dragon, cast his mind power forward, and swiftly learned of the stronghold's situation. No one? This was the first time there was no one in the stronghold after Merlin had wiped out 3 of Osmu's strongholds. Nonetheless, after he thought about it carefully, a cold smirk flitted over his lips as he mumbled, "That's right, Osmu has lost 3 strongholds in a row." Naturally, they would have heard the news. I'm afraid that the spellcasters in the surrounding strongholds must have evacuated. That really is a problem. If there was no one in the stronghold, then surely Merlin must look for the strongholds one after another. This deviated Merlin's initial plan, for it would take up a lot of time. He would not possibly search for the strongholds one by one. Rustle. Just as Merlin was feeling somewhat vexed, his sensitive mind power instantly detected some movement in the grove behind. Huh? There's still someone? Merlin raised an eyebrow, then splayed one great hand. He unleashed his 4 elemental spell, which swiftly transformed into a giant net, blanketing the entire grove. Thereafter, 2 puny 5th-level spellcasters appeared within the range of Merlin's mind power. Merlin gently patted the head of the 3-headed dragon. It folded its mammoth wings and rushed into the grove. The 3 humongous, ugly heads glared at the 2 black-robed spellcasters in the grove. "You're both from Osmu?" Merlin questioned icily. The 2 spellcasters eyed the 3-headed dragon, and knew that if they did not speak, they would immediately be swallowed by this merciless 3-headed dragon. Thus, they nodded hurriedly. "We were ordered to find out what's happening here. Once the 3-headed dragon has arrived, we're to return and make our report." "Oh? You knew that it would be a 3-headed dragon? It looks like Osmu's connections run deep indeed. Tell me, where did the wizards of the stronghold go?" A cold look glinted in Merlin's eyes. "The spellcasters in the stronghold have evacuated to the large stronghold in the Abyss Mountains." The 2 black-robed spellcasters dared not hide the truth and told Merlin everything they knew. The Abyss Mountains? Merlin thought for a moment, following which the 3-headed dragon, with Merlin's permission, instantly swallowed the 2 spellcasters in one gulp. These 2 spellcasters did not know that even up until their deaths that they were sent to set up a trap for Merlin. The large stronghold of the Abyss Mountains? There must be many spellcasters gathered there by now, waiting for me to show up in order to kill me in one move. A chilling smirk played over Merlin's lips. These 2 were not sent as scouts at all. Rather, they were thrown away as bait by Osmu, used to lure Merlin toward the Abyss Mountains. Nonetheless, this was in line with Merlin's desires. Since the spellcasters from most of the surrounding strongholds had gone to the Abyss Mountains, the trouble for Merlin running around was saved. Perhaps the spellcasters in the Abyss Mountains stronghold would know the exact location of Osmu headquarters. Even if they did not, after Merlin annihilated that stronghold, he would surely cause a commotion within Osmu. Their headquarters would naturally send someone to kill Merlin. Merlin was still able to fulfill his objective. Therefore, the 3-headed dragon stretched its wings once more, and snarled as it flew into the sky, speeding toward the Abyss Mountains. In the Abyss Mountains, a tall and imposing castle towered on the peak. Normies were unable to understand why such a gigantic castle would be built on the peak. However, spellcasters would know very well that this was one of the rare large strongholds Osmu had set up in the southern spellcaster world. It was in charge of managing the northwest region. Nonetheless, Abyss Stronghold was currently thronging with many formidable wizards. Counting just the 9th-level spellcasters, there were no less than 11 of them. This was considered a tremendous number. Even a large stronghold would never have so many powerful wizards. This was only because all the strongholds of the entire Northwest Territory had evacuated to Abyss Stronghold. Wizard Descent, the 3-headed dragon that has appeared so suddenly, is it or is it not one of the most ancient monsters of the legends? In the hall of the stronghold, the 11 9th-level spellcasters were looking towards a 9th-level wizard in their midst. This spellcaster named Descent was the real overseer of Abyss Stronghold. A large stronghold was guarded by a great wizard, but that was only in name. Presently, Osmu was at daggers drawn with the northern spellcaster world. Almost all the great wizards had left the stronghold, moving to the headquarters. Therefore, the large strongholds were managed by 9th level spellcasters who were relatively powerful, and one of whom was Wizard Descent. I've looked through some books. Based on the descriptions of spellcasters who have personally witnessed that three-headed monster, the resulting conclusion is almost for certain it's a three-headed dragon. As soon as Wizard Descent had spoken, many spellcasters began to discuss fervently. The legendary monster, the three-headed dragon, was one of the most ancient creatures. 3,000 years ago, it was a monster of fearsome reputation during the spellcaster's most glorious era, possessing terrifying powers on par with a great wizard. Therefore, these 9th level spellcasters were rather anxious. Wizard Descent, the three-headed dragon has appeared, and it's furthermore controlled by someone who's attacking Osmu everywhere. Come to think of it, it must be the surviving members of those spellcasters' organizations of the previous Southern Spellcaster world, exacting their revenge toward Osmu. This matter must be reported to headquarters as soon as possible so that they may send a great wizard over here. Many 9th level spellcasters nodded in response, expressing their worry regarding the three-headed dragon. Don't worry, everyone. I've already reported the matter of the three-headed dragon to headquarters. However, there's no need to send a great wizard. As long as the three-headed dragon dares to approach Abbey's stronghold, it'll be unable to handle us if we rely upon the defensive measures of the stronghold. Don't forget, this stronghold has something that can contend against gods. The Abbey's Godfighter hasn't been used for a long time. The Abbey's Godfighter? That's right, we still have the Abbey's Godfighter. With the Abbey's Godfighter, we won't be afraid even if we meet the three-headed dragon. When the Abbey's Godfighter was mentioned, these 9th level spellcasters seemed bolstered by confidence all at once. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire castle seemed to shudder as if it would collapse any time soon. It has arrived so soon. Dear wizards, follow me as we find out what kind of wizard is able to control a three-headed dragon. Wizard Descent was in control of Abbey's stronghold's runic magic circle. Naturally, he would know at once that it was an attack from a colossal three-headed monster outside the stronghold. Chapter 662, Wiping Out the Strongholds 2. Chapter 662, Wiping Out the Strongholds 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the Abbey's mountains, Merlin was currently standing atop the three-headed dragon, watching its attack. Nonetheless, its first attack only rattled the entire Abbey's stronghold slightly, but it did not completely shatter the stronghold's runic magic circle. It looks like the defenses of this Abbey's stronghold aren't too shabby. Merlin no longer possessed the runic heartprint, so naturally, he was unable to decipher the runic magic circle surrounding Abbey's stronghold or discern how special it was. Nevertheless, it was rare enough that it could withstand the three-headed dragon's blow. After all, the three-headed dragon was comparable to a great wizard. In the glorious land, existences on par with great wizards were rather rare. Back then, the Southern Spellcaster world had less than 10 great wizards. As for great legends, ever since the fall of the Malta Empire, no great legends had emerged. The three-headed dragon seemed indignant, and its three heads stretched their jaws. Just as it was about to start its attack to break the runic magic circle in one blow, the runic magic circle rippled like water as rings undulated across the surface. Following that, a massive passage appeared. Many spellcasters flew out from the passage. On closer look, there were 11 in total. The elemental fluctuations of their bodies indicated that they were 9th level spellcasters. Such a lineup could be considered very formidable. If one was not a great wizard, it would be impossible to resist. Nonetheless, Merlin was instead curious. If they knew it was a three-headed dragon, why would they send 11 9th level spellcasters to their deaths? You're still hiding a great wizard? Merlin's gaze swept across the faces of the 11 9th level spellcasters, then looked toward the castle behind this group. As far as he knew, the large strongholds of Osmu were all managed by a great wizard. Not coming out? Merlin still had not discovered any traces of a great wizard. Although his mind power was all-penetrating, this stronghold was protected by a runic magic circle, one which was unlike the average. Therefore, Merlin's mind power was unable to investigate the situation inside. Since you won't come out, let me invite you. Merlin gently patted the three-headed dragon's head. Roar! The three-headed dragon appeared to be excited, and the three heads opened their mouths. A terrifying wave of elemental fluctuations was brewing, causing the 11 ninth level spellcasters to be scared witless. This wizard is truly insane. He won't listen to what we have to say, and attacks immediately. Since that's the case, let us send out the Abbey's Godfighter. That's right, send out the Abbey's Godfighter. Following that, Wizard Descent created countless runes with his hands, and the entire runic magic circle started to vibrate. Soon, a giant puppet appeared, with a body that was pitch black like ink, and nearly as large as the three-headed dragon. A puppet. The product of alchemy? Merlin, as a spellcaster of the Void Zone, was naturally able to tell in one glance that this was a puppet, a product of alchemy when it was developed to its peak during the Golden Age of spellcasters. These puppets were transfigured from the sturdiest material, possessing boundless strength. Powerful puppets could even compare to those formidable great wizards. In the Void Zone, Merlin had seen way too many puppets, but in the Glorious Land, especially in the southern spellcaster world, it was the first time he had seen an alchemy puppet. Based on its tremendous magnitude, it must be comparable to a great wizard. In the past, the three major spellcaster organizations of the southern spellcaster world didn't even have such a powerful alchemy puppet. There's no doubt that this is Osmu's alchemy puppet. Osmu, it looks like you're keeping plenty of secrets. Merlin was now interested in Osmu. Back then, Osmu had been very enigmatic, enlisting genius spellcasters everywhere, not hesitating to make enemies out of large spellcasters organizations. Such an insane gambit was outrageous to most wizards. Now, after Osmu had taken over the southern spellcaster world, its powers had experienced a huge surge, and many formidable great wizards had risen. Even in terms of number, it was not something the previous three major spellcaster organizations could compete with. There was even a being like Clys who was unrivaled among great wizards. Even though Clys was a 6-elemental spellcaster, and further possessed a unique spatial type talent, for him to become a great wizard so quickly, there must something beyond his outstanding talent. Surely Osmu must be hiding some big secrets. Abbey's Godfighter, I grant you the power to go forth and pulverize all enemies before you. Descent seemed to have a way to activate this alchemy puppet called the Abbey's Godfighter. His body did not exude elemental fluctuations. Instead, it was his mind power that was unusually active. Following that, lines of complicated runes appeared in Descent's hands, and he swiftly imprinted those into the Abbey's Godfighter's chest. Boom! Suddenly, that massive bulk of the Abbey's Godfighter trembled violently. Merlin could feel that a frightening force was awakening within the ice-cold body of the puppet. Swoosh! The Abbey's Godfighter opened its eyes. There was no liveliness in its eyes, which immediately fixed upon the three-headed dragon. Roar! It was as if the three-headed dragon had been aggravated. Ever since it had followed Merlin and destroyed a few strongholds of Osmu in succession, the three-headed dragon had not seen such an aggravating look for a long time. Whoosh! The three-headed dragon's wings flashed, and its gigantic body moved like a shadow which covered the Abbey's Godfighter's head. Nevertheless, the Abbey's Godfighter began to sprint frantically as well, pulling out a massive hammer from behind. Bang! The two colossal monsters crashed together thunderously. Half of the three-headed dragon's solid claws were smashed instantly, whereas the Abbey's Godfighter was also scorched by the flames spat by the three-headed dragon. However, this seemed to be useless against the Abbey's Godfighter. A faint layer of light covered the Abbey's Godfighter's body. No matter how furious the flames burned, their effect was nullified. As for the poison fog, it would be of no use against an alchemy puppet. Therefore, the three-headed dragon spewed out a wild gale which could stop the alchemy puppet. Moreover, it relied upon its own physical prowess to match the Abbey's Godfighter's strength, meeting force with force. The three-headed dragon was truly ferocious. Back then, it had been subdued by Merlin, but only because the disparity was too great. Otherwise, not even those preeminent great wizards would be able to conquer the three-headed dragon. Bang! Although the Abbey's Godfighter was an alchemy puppet, it was very agile. Moreover, as a battle puppet transfigured especially by great alchemists, the Abbey's Godfighter also displayed an extreme level of skill in combat. Its wielding of the hammer had no weak spots at all. Therefore, in a drawn-out battle, the three-headed dragon gradually became at a disadvantage. Roar! The three-headed dragon was not happy about this, and spat out a gust of violent wind. Its humongous body was like an unstoppable force as it dashed madly toward the Abbey's godfighter. This mighty force nearly destroyed the runic magic circle of the stronghold. Those 9th level spellcasters retreated further and further, not daring to approach the center of the battle. Faced with the intimidating onslaught of the three-headed dragon, the Abbey's godfighter simply shrank its massive body, then immediately put away its giant hammer. It stretched its hands from behind, like a pincer, viciously clamping down on the three-headed dragon. Boom! The Abbey's godfighter pounded backward resolutely, smashing the helpless, colossal three-headed dragon into the ground. Blood splattered everywhere, and the three-headed dragon could only whine pitifully on the ground. Well done! The Abbey's godfighter is indeed the mighty battle puppet that could handle two great wizards. Back then, headquarters had placed the Abbey's godfighter in each large stronghold. At first, we thought we won't get to use it, but it turns out to be very useful now. A smile had crossed Wizard Descent's face. He looked at the three-headed dragon whimpering on the ground, and laughed coldly. Ha ha, the three-headed dragon is defeated. You're a mere 9th level spellcaster. What else do you have? Abbey's godfighter, go on, kill that wizard, then capture the three-headed dragon alive. I believe that headquarters will definitely reward us handsomely. These 11 9th level spellcasters could almost see the huge rewards they would get from headquarters upon capturing the three-headed dragon alive. Thump thump thump. The Abbey's godfighter was only an alchemy puppet controlled by Wizard Descent. Of course, it would obey the orders. Thus, its eyes instantly locked onto Merlin, and it raced toward Merlin in great steps. As he looked at the approaching Abbey's godfighter, Merlin wore a calm expression. He only glared coldly at this gigantic alchemy puppet. It really was powerful to be able to defeat the three-headed dragon. The enormous Abbey's godfighter raised its black hammer high in the air. That huge hammer was like a mountain peak, whistling as it cut through the air toward Merlin. The immense pressure was enough to suffocate. Merlin simply stretched out a fair arm leisurely, then pushed forward lightly. Boom! In the sky, endless fire element was condensed, and a giant palm of flames appeared in mid-air. This giant palm, in accordance with the movement of Merlin's arm, pressed down heavily upon the Abbey's godfighter. Crack! The Abbey's godfighter, which had been incomparably magnificent, able to defeat even a terrible monster like the three-headed dragon, was now like a fragile plaything. It crumbled promptly under a single push from the flame palm. The crack spread swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, the Abbey's godfighter was thoroughly shattered. It fell to the ground, becoming a field of black splinters. Everyone was completely stunned. The faces of the 11 9th level spellcasters were gripped by an irrepressible astonishment. This was because, from the start, they had received news that the strongholds of Osmu were wiped out by the three-headed dragon. Thus, they had assumed Merlin was an average spellcaster who had used some special method to control the three-headed dragon. However, it now looked like the three-headed dragon was nothing at all. This 9th level spellcaster who appeared so puny was the truly terrifying one, countless times more fearsome than the three-headed dragon. We've been tricked. This wizard is an existence even more terrible than a three-headed dragon. Right now, Wizard Descent's eyes were filled with despair as he stared at Merlin. Chapter 663, A Past Acquaintance I. Chapter 663, A Past Acquaintance I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Crack! The runic magic circle of Abbey's stronghold was easily broken by Merlin. The three-headed dragon stood up unsteadily. It was merely injured somewhat, not grievously harmed. Merlin patted the head of the three-headed dragon tenderly, saying softly, "Go on, use your raging fire to destroy Abbey's stronghold." The three-headed dragon gave a mighty roar, and its three heads immediately perked up with vigor. It spread its wings and flew toward Abbey's stronghold, which was behind it. Without any defensive measures, Abbey's stronghold was totally powerless to block the three-headed dragon's attack. With a great wave of his hand, Merlin swiftly bound the 11 9th level spellcasters. "Tell me, who among you know of any information regarding Osmu headquarters?" Ultimately, what Merlin wanted was information on Osmu headquarters. Perhaps these 9th level spellcasters might know. No one said a word. Merlin laughed, and did not continue his inquiry. Instead, he unleashed his invisible mind power, and these 9th-level spellcasters were instantly caught in the illusion. "Where's the headquarters of Osmu?" Merlin asked softly. In the illusion, Merlin's words were able to entice spellcasters who were caught in the illusion to tell the truth. Nonetheless, this was not the realm of the illusory heart after all. Merlin was unable to directly control these spellcasters, and those who had resolute willpower or robust mind power were able to resist him. Therefore, out of the 11 9th-level spellcasters, only 3 replied. However, their answers were all the same. They did not know where Osmu headquarters was. Osmu was extremely mysterious. It had been enigmatic even back when the Southern Spellcaster world still had the 3 major spellcaster organizations. Later, Osmu gradually took over the Southern Spellcaster world. Even though it set up countless strongholds of various sizes thereafter, the headquarters of Osmu remained a secret. According to what these 9th-level spellcasters said, only great wizards would know about the headquarters of Osmu. Besides them, even the 9th-level spellcasters in these large strongholds would not know. Merlin stared at the majority of the spellcasters who were not enticed by him, but he was no longer interested in asking more questions. "Since I still can't find the headquarters of Osmu, then I shall let the headquarters of Osmu find me instead." Merlin glanced at these 11 spellcasters, following which he pointed with all his fingers. Bang bang bang. These spellcasters were blown up, turned into a mist of blood on the spot, by some unseen force. As the wind blew, they disappeared without a trace. The 3-headed dragon also appeared abnormally berserk, annihilating Abby's stronghold completely. Not even a single wizard had escaped. It was not surprising that the 3-headed dragon was named as one of the most tyrannical creatures even during the spellcaster's most glorious era. It was truly ruthless indeed. Merlin glanced at Abby's stronghold, which had been destroyed in one day. This was a large stronghold, unlike the other small ones. News of this incident would certainly spread to the headquarters of Osmu. At that point, Osmu headquarters was sure to become concerned. This was Merlin's objective. Let's go. The strongholds of the Northwest Territory had all been destroyed. Time to head to the Southwest region. Osmu's influence in the Southern Spellcaster world isn't insignificant. I'll have to let them find me easily. If I wipe out the strongholds of the Southwest Territory, I believe they'll get the message quickly. Merlin lightly stroked the head of the 3-headed dragon as he spoke. When the 3-headed dragon was raising the stronghold, it was matchlessly vicious, but now, before Merlin, it appeared incomparably docile as it was patted by Merlin. It even wore an expression of enjoyment. Roar! The 3-headed dragon gave a resounding roar, and extended its wings, quickly flying toward the distance. After a few hours, 10 or so spellcasters flew from the distance. They stared at the devastation of Abby's stronghold before their eyes with a look of utter shock. The entire stronghold had been thoroughly razed to the ground. Even Abby's stronghold had been completely leveled to the ground. Quickly report to headquarters. This matter is way too big. These spellcasters were wizards from Osmu's other strongholds. They had heard the commotion and hurried over, but they were too late. By the time they had reached, all they saw was that the mighty Abby's stronghold had been razed to the ground. Everyone was guessing who could have such power to completely raze Abby's stronghold to the ground. In a mysterious valley, on a flight of white jade stairs that went underground, a few figures were slowly making their way toward the depths of the passage. In a moment, a brilliant ray of light appeared before them. This was an underground palace of unparalleled magnitude. It was a dazzling sight. The stone pillars were inlaid with gemstones each the size of an egg, and carved with many mysterious runes. A soft radiance illuminated the entire palace, just as daylight would. In front of the palace, a slim figure with closed eyes bore a serene manner, but below this figure, many powerful wizards stood separated. The elemental fluctuations of their bodies were astonishing indeed, because they were fluctuations indicative of great wizards. First Elder, we've just received news that Abby's stronghold has been razed to the ground by someone. Down below, a red-robed old man reported to the slim man in a deep voice. What? My Abby's was leveled to the ground by someone? Who did that? Before the First Elder sitting above could speak, a great wizard below could not help but cry out. He was the one who was overseeing Abby's. Technically, he was the great wizard of Abbey's stronghold. However, the stronghold he was managing had now been razed to the ground. This was extraordinarily humiliating. Wizard Lennon, be silent. We'll follow the First Elder's instructions. The red-robed great wizard spoke icily. Only then did Wizard Lennon seem to recall where he was. He hurriedly raised his head to glance at that slim figure, his eyes still marked by lingering fear. Everyone knew how powerful and mysterious Osmu was, but very few knew how cruel it was within Osmu. Even though there were many prodigious wizards, once they had entered Osmu, they would have to live with the merciless competition. Of course, if one could rise above the rest in this competition, one would obtain generous rewards that were nearly inconceivable. Even after becoming a great wizard, one would have to compete. Only the strongest spellcaster could become Osmu's First Elder. In particular, First Elder before them who looked so young was definitely the strongest spellcaster in Osmu's history, inducing great fear in the other elders. Who would have the ability to raise Abbey's stronghold to the ground? I recall that Abbey's stronghold was a large stronghold. It even had an alchemy puppet on par with a great wizard, the Abbey's godfighter. Who could destroy Abbey's stronghold so easily? The youthful First Elder opened his eyes, and inquired in a level tone. Nonetheless, everyone felt a slight shiver in their hearts as if there was a chill. First Elder, before that, there's another report. It was transmitted to headquarters by Wizard Descent of Abbey's stronghold. This report mentioned a mysterious wizard who controls an ancient three-headed dragon, who had destroyed multiple strongholds. Wizard Descent had gathered 11 9th-level spellcasters in addition to the defenses of the stronghold as well as the Abbey's godfighter. He planned to kill the three-headed dragon in one stroke. Clearly, he had failed as Abbey's stronghold was leveled to the ground. The red-robed wizard gave a detailed report, but the young First Elder remained unmoved. His eyes still flashed coldly as he said, "You haven't answered my question. Who would have the ability to destroy Abbey's stronghold?" The red-robed wizard drew in a deep breath, following which he fixed an unwavering stare at the young First Elder, saying softly, "First Elder, this wizard is a past acquaintance of yours. He's the one who shared the title of the Dark Magic region's strongest genius with you, Merlin." Merlin? The First Elder, whose face had always remained calm, now looked up abruptly. His piercing gaze locked onto the red-robed wizard as his body flickered with terrifying elemental fluctuations. Chapter 664, A Past Acquaintance 2. Chapter 664, A Past Acquaintance 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The young First Elder's eyes gleamed a crimson light. He could not forget the scene where he fled away from Merlin. Merlin! He had finally appeared. I knew that he wouldn't have died that easily. A smile appeared on the First Elder's lips as if he was not surprised at Merlin's appearance. Back then, when Osmu had completely ruled over the southern spellcaster world, he thought that Merlin had already died. However, now it seemed that Merlin was not dead. "Have you found out detailed information about Merlin?" the First Elder asked solemnly. "We have. Merlin most recently appeared at Sub-Zero Snowfield. At that time, he had already controlled the three-headed dragon, and used it to eliminate the Sleet Fort and the Bloodlion Tower, and controlled the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield. Then, he went south alone, and arrived at the Southern Spellcasters organizations, and fought against Osmu everywhere, destroying stronghold after stronghold." The red-robed wizard had investigated Merlin so carefully in such a short period of time, which also showed how huge Osmu's power was now. It was far from what the three major spellcaster organizations could match. "First Elder, I suggest to just send 1 or 2 great wizards. They'll be enough to kill Merlin. His three-headed dragon is only comparable to an ordinary great wizard at best." The red-robed wizard suggested to the First Elder. "Send only 1 or 2 great wizards?" An old smile appeared on the First Elder's lips, and he shook his head. "No, ordinary great wizard definitely isn't Merlin's match. We don't understand Merlin enough. Since he dares to appear, then he has a certain degree of assurance. I sincerely want to meet him again. Back then, he used Darkness Eye to defeat me, and it was also my first time losing to someone. However, I can't leave now, and the decisive battle with the Northern Spellcaster world is about to begin. Then, the first elder hesitated for a moment before staring at the red-robed wizard, and said solemnly, "Wizard Tammo, you're the most cautious and dependable, and you're also a peak great wizard. If you go, I'll be at ease. However, you don't understand Merlin. I have a feeling that he won't be easily beaten by you when he returns to the southern spellcaster world this time. Therefore, Wizard Gurdolf, Wizard Zavir, and Wizard Gilles will go as well. Right, there's also Wizard Lennon who was overseeing Abby's stronghold. Merlin destroyed your stronghold, so you go with them. The 5 of you great wizards should be able to deal with Merlin." The first elder arranged for the 5 great wizards, including the red-robed wizard Tammo, to go. With such a strong lineup, besides the 3 major spellcaster organizations that went against the southern spellcaster world, no one could let Osmu mobilize such a large force. "First elder, we'll go. You still have to fight in the decisive battle with the northern spellcaster world. This time, the 7 major spellcaster organizations have made up their minds. You." Before he finished speaking, the first elder interrupted coldly, "It's good that the 7 major spellcaster organizations joined hands. It saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Ever since I became a great wizard, who could stop me? No one. Not even the spellcasters from the 7 major organizations." The first elder exuded powerful confidence. "All right, go. Don't bother me about other things. I'll wholeheartedly prepare for the decisive battle with the northern spellcaster world. Whether or not we control the entire spellcaster world will depend on this battle." The first elder's tone was also slightly excited. To be able to unify the entire spellcaster world was something that not any wizard or force could do since the Malta Empire collapsed. However, now, the opportunity was right before his eyes, and it seemed to be within his reach. "Ha ha, you can't run." In the dense forest, there were more than 10 5th level and 6th level spellcasters chasing after 4 spellcasters in front of them. D*MN those remnants from the southern spellcaster world. They haven't been completely killed even after so many years. This time, I heard that headquarters ordered that the Abyss Fort remnants be pursued. If we can catch them and hand them over to headquarters, we'll all get a lot of benefits. Abyss Fort used to be just a small spellcasters organization at the southern spellcaster world. Why is headquarters so nervous about the remnants from Abyss Fort? You don't know about this. Although Abyss Fort is indeed a small spellcasters organization, they have many good things. Rumor has it that Abyss Fort is proficient in darkness-type spells, and there's also a special Pandora demon ability among those darkness-type spells called Darkness Heart. Back then when Abyss Fort was destroyed, no one discovered the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. Therefore, headquarters has always suspected that a remnant from Abyss Fort had escaped after secretly stealing the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. For decades, they did not give up on pursuing them. Hee, do you see that female wizard in front? I received information that this female wizard seems to be a very important wizard among the Abyss Fort's remnants. It's rumored that she cultivated Pandora demon ability Darkness Eye, and she has its cultivation method with her. As long as we catch her, we'll be awarded by headquarters." Hearing the word reward, a hint of greed appeared in the eyes of some spellcasters. Osmu pursued the remnants of the southern spellcaster world with great efforts, especially Abyss Castle, all because they wanted to obtain Abyss Castle's Darkness Eye. Seeing that there were more than 10 spellcasters behind them, the 4 spellcasters in front exchanged looks. 2 wizards immediately stopped, and told the female wizard, "You lies, you've cultivated Darkness Heart. Only Abyss Fort can cultivate Darkness Eye, so you can't be in danger. Too many from our Abyss Fort had already died, and only the 4 of us are left. You and Wizard Henry run now, the further the better. I heard that there are spellcasters in northern Sub-Zero Snowfield. Go there and stay away from the northern spellcaster world, and pass on our Abyss Fort." Saying that, the 2 spellcasters flew back, trying to block the 10 or so wizards from Osmu. Another 2 are sending themselves to their deaths again. These remnants are annoying. Kill them. Don't let the female wizard escape. Elemental fluctuations immediately appeared on the 10 or so Osmu spellcasters' bodies. Spells covered the heavens and cascaded down wildly, directly drowning the 2 Abyss Fort spellcasters. No. The female wizard saw this scene. Her eyes turned red, and her voice seemed to become hoarse. "You lies, let's go. We can't let them die in vain." The other spellcaster, Wizard Henry, forcefully pulled Ulize deep into the forest to escape. Rustle, rustle. The sky gradually darkened, but the chase in the woods did not end. The two spellcasters blocked Osmu's spellcasters with their lives, but they only bought a bit of time. Osmu's spellcasters were still chasing after them. Feeling that the pursuers were getting close, Henry also suddenly stopped. His deep eyes flashed with boundless nostalgia as he stared intently at Ulize. After a long time, he finally said, "Ulize, go. I'm afraid I can't accompany you to Sub-Zero Snowfield anymore. Remember, you need to hide the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. It's the last chance of our Abyss Fort. Hopefully, one day, you can cultivate Darkness Eye. At that time, what can Osmu do? Our Abyss Fort will return to glory, ha ha." Henry laughed, and turned around, choosing the same path as the previous two spellcasters. He rushed head-on toward Osmu's spellcasters, fighting with his life to buy time for Ulize to escape. Ulize's body shook violently. In the beginning, there were so many spellcasters in Abyss Fort, but now there was only her left. While looking at Wizard Henry's figure, Ulize desperately wanted to tell him the truth. The truth was that there was no Darkness Eye at all. Back then, when Abyss Fort was in danger, and suffered Osmu's attack like many other spellcasters' organizations in the southern spellcaster world, Hobbs gave Ulize some important Abyss Fort inheritances. Among them was the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. However, Hobbs had gnashed his teeth, and said that the cultivation method for Darkness Eye was fake. It was impossible to cultivate Darkness Eye by following that method. Thereafter, when Abyss Fort was destroyed, many spellcasters who escaped Abyss Fort with Ulize firmly believed that Wizard Hobbs took Ulize as his last hope, and even passed on the cultivation method for Darkness Eye to Ulize. As a result, Ulize was protected by so many Abyss Fort spellcasters. Otherwise, how would a third-level or fourth-level spellcaster like her survive until now? It was because countless Abyss Fort spellcasters protected Ulize with their lives. They had already regarded Ulize as Abyss Fort's final hope. If Ulize could cultivate Darkness Eye, she would be able to restore the glory of Abyss Fort. However, there was no Darkness Eye in Abyss Fort at all, but Ulize did not dare to say it. Even Osmu was convinced that she had the cultivation method for Darkness Eye with her. As a result, Ulize had been followed by many Abyss Fort spellcasters, and more wizards were willing to sacrifice themselves for her safety. It was also because of Darkness Eye that Osmu pursued her relentlessly, never giving up on catching her. Ulize's mood was very complex. At this moment, she saw Wizard Henry's frail figure being drowned in violent spells. His life force rapidly weakened until it disappeared. He has died. There's only me left. At this time, Ulize finally understood that the time Wizard Henry bought for her was completely useless. However, she felt calm instead, and a cold smile was revealed on her mouth. After running away for so long, she also grew tired. "Come, I don't want to run anymore." Ulize raised her hands and large amounts of darkness-type elements gathered by her side, almost making the entire sky black. The mighty darkness elemental fluctuations rapidly spread out in all directions. Rumble. The huge heads of the three-headed dragon opened their mouths wide and fiercely inhaled a clear river in front of it. Immediately, the water in this small river was completely drained by the three-headed dragon. Even the bottom of the river was dried up. The river would not be recovered unless a rainstorm happened. "All right, let's go after you finish drinking. We should be close to the stronghold of Osmu's Southwest Territory. Maybe Osmu headquarters already received the news and is waiting for me to arrive at the Southwest Territory." Merlin lightly patted the three-headed dragon's head, and then jumped up on it. The three-headed dragon spread its wings, and was just about to take to the skies when a fierce elemental fluctuation suddenly appeared deep in the forest in the distance. Half the sky seemed to darken. What a familiar feeling. Is that Darkness' heart? Merlin's heart stirred as he raised his head and looked into the deep forest. Chapter 665, Encounter. Chapter 665, Encounter. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the quiet sky, the sun was shining. Tammo and 4 other great wizards flew directly from Osmu headquarters to the Southwest Territory. According to reports from some spellcasters along the road, the 3-headed dragon was heading toward the Southwest Territory. Are we reaching the Southwest Territory soon? Wizard Tammo looked around, and asked somewhat uncertainly. We're almost at the Southwest Territory. The 3-headed dragon wouldn't miss such a large target. This time, we'll find Merlin. I'll be sure to kill him myself. Wizard Lennon said through gritted teeth. His abbey's stronghold was destroyed by Merlin, and even the abbey's godfighter had lost, causing him to lose his prestige in Osmu headquarters. His position might even drop his elder's ranking. Wizard Lennon's hate for Merlin naturally reached his bones. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 5 great wizards raised their heads, and looked at the sky. Currently, the sky was covered in dark clouds. However, upon closer look, one would realize that those were not dark clouds but darkness elements. Darkness-type spell? An ordinary darkness-type wizard won't be able to produce such fanfare. We don't have many darkness-type wizards in Osmu either. Could it be from those remnants of the spellcaster world from back then? It's possible. We've just recently received a report that there were Abyss Fort remnants discovered at the Southwest Territory. Hearing about Abyss Fort, all the great wizards' eyes brightened. Abyss Fort had the cultivation method for Darkness Eye, which had passed the point of legendary. Ha ha, if it really is remnants from Abyss Fort, then we're too lucky. Let's go take a look. Great Wizard Tammo laughed, and locked onto the source of the darkness elemental fluctuations, and swiftly flew toward it. Above Yuli's head was a shadow. The terrifying darkness elements was rich enough to be able to affect someone's emotions, but it was not a threat to these 5th level, and 6th level Osmu spellcasters. Swoosh swoosh. More than a dozen spellcasters quickly surrounded Yuli's. Only then did they finally feel relieved. Hee hee, after chasing for so long, we finally caught you. The leader, a 6th level peak spellcaster, sneered. Yes, it's been so long. However, you won't be able to catch me. Yuli's long hair draped over her shoulders, and her face grew cold. Coupled with the darkness life force around her body, it caused others to feel cold as if Yuli's was extremely terrifying. Darkness nightmare. Yuli's voice was icy. The dozen or so spellcasters surrounding Yuli's were immediately stunned as if they encountered something terrifying. Their faces were full of panic. Illusion? It's a darkness-type spell. Several 6th level spellcasters instantly became alert. They also knew about the special characteristics of darkness-type wizards. However, they did not expect a mere 4th level spellcaster like Yuli's to be able to cast such a powerful darkness-type spell. Not any ordinary spellcaster could construct Darkness Nightmare. Even some Darkness-type wizards needed an extremely high talent as well as a deep understanding of Darkness-type spells in order to successfully construct it. As a 4th level spellcaster, to be able to momentarily trap a dozen, also 5th level and 6th level spellcasters into an illusion was already enough for Yuli's to feel proud. However, Yuli's was only a 4th level spellcaster, and Darkness Nightmare was not a powerful Pandora demon ability. Therefore, it could not shake the 6th level peak spellcasters. Just give up. A ripple like water appeared in the hands of a 6th level spellcaster. It was a 6th level binding spell. Yuli's knew that she could not resist it, and gently closed her eyes. I don't want to run anymore. In Yuli's memory, she thought back to the days at Abyss Fort. Although the competition was fierce, as Wizard Hobbs' disciple, her life was undoubtedly free and rich. However, Osmu came and destroyed Abyss Fort. From then on, she started to run for her life. She truly felt tired. Hum hum hum. The elemental fluctuations on Yuli's body began to grow chaotic. It became extremely violent as if it would explode at any moment. Experienced spellcasters immediately saw what Yuli's was planning. Stop her! We can't let her spell model collapse. Some Osmu's 6th level spellcasters yelled. Once the spell model in Yuli's body collapsed, there was no way for her to survive. Although a dead Abyss Fort remnant could bring some rewards, it was better if they were alive. If they could ask for the cultivation method of Darkness Eye, their rewards would be even richer. Unfortunately, Ulysse wanted to detonate the spell model in her body, and those 6th level spellcasters could not stop her at all. It's over. Explode! Ulysse shut her eyes. Her mind power mobilized the spell model in her awareness, and quickly became violent. Cracks even began to appear on her spell model. Phew! A gust of wind blew, and Ulysse paled as she opened her eyes. The spell model in her body had already stopped rampaging. Around her, there seemed to be a powerful force that confined them. She could not even put up the slightest resistance. It really is a remnant from Abyss Fort. Do you want to die? It won't be that easy. 5 spellcasters stood in midair in the sky. Even the wizards from Osmu could only blankly look at the 5 spellcasters. They felt a terrifying life force as boundless as the ocean. It was the elemental fluctuation of great wizards. There was no intent of hiding it at all. Honorable great wizards, we're spellcasters from Sighton's stronghold chasing after remnants from Abyss Fort. This female wizard carries the cultivation method for Darkness Eye with her. The 6th level spellcaster who acted as the leader hurriedly saluted the 5 great wizards in the sky. All Osmu's great wizards were high-ranking figures. Some of them were even powerful wizards in charge of large strongholds. They were much nobler compared to mere small stronghold spellcasters like themselves. Many spellcasters would not even see a great wizard in their entire lives. Oh! Does she have the cultivation method for Darkness Eye? Our luck this time is quite good, ha ha. Great Wizard Tamo stared down at Ulysse, and laughed along with the other 4 great wizards. They had never thought that while they were chasing after Merlin and the 3-headed dragon, they would coincidentally encounter a remnant from Abyss Fort. More importantly, they might even obtain the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. Before them, a mere 4th level spellcaster like Ulysse would find it difficult to die even if she wanted to. You're a spellcaster from Abyss Fort, right? Abyss Fort had been destroyed for so many years, and you've been in hiding ever since. In fact, there's no need for that. As long as you hand over the cultivation method for Darkness Eye, you can become a wizard for Osmu, and you won't have to hide anymore. No matter who destroyed your Abyss Fort back then, when you become strong in the future, you can openly challenge that wizard and kill him in order to avenge your Abyss Fort. We at Osmu never refuse challenges. There are many such examples which I'm sure you've heard of as well. Ulysse gnashed her teeth, but did not move. Osmu indeed allowed one to challenge anyone else, but once one became a member of Osmu, one would no longer have freedom. Furthermore, even if she handed over the cultivation method for Darkness Eye, those great wizards would be able to tell at a glance that it was fake. At that time, they would kill her as well. In that case, why should Ulysse die so sullenly? Therefore, Ulysse was still trying to detonate the spell model in her body. However, the distance between the great wizards and her was too large, and she was unable to mobilize the spell model in her body. Wizard Tamo, what's the use of Darkness Eye? Even if Abyss Fort has Darkness Eye, wasn't it destroyed by us, Osmu, back then as well? We should just hurry and find Merlin and kill him as well as his 3-headed dragon, to support the First Elder in his decisive battle with the Northern Spellcaster world. Wizard Lennon did not value Darkness Eye, and urged them to leave. Wizard Lennon, before the First Elder became the First Elder, he only lost once, and that was to Darkness Eye. This matter was well known to all. However, Wizard Lennon continued to sneer. Back then, the First Elder's spatial Pandora demon ability had not been cultivated yet, which was why he was defeated. HMPH, I don't believe it. How strong could Darkness Eye be? I heard that the spellcaster who destroyed Abby's stronghold was Merlin, who defeated the First Elder back then. I want to see just how powerful his Darkness Eye is. Wizard Tamo ignored Wizard Lennon. He raised a hand, and prepared to capture Ulysse. When they slowly interrogate her, they would naturally obtain the cultivation method for Darkness Eye. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded, shocking everyone present. At the same time, a shadow appeared in the distant sky, and a huge 3-headed dragon slowly appeared in their line of sight. A 3-headed dragon? Merlin? The 5 great wizards immediately cried out, feeling shocked. They had never thought that they would meet Merlin here. Whoosh! The 3-headed dragon stretched out its wings that blocked out the sun. It roared as it flew over and casually hovered in the sky. Standing on the dragon's back was Merlin, who coldly stared at Ulysse as well as the 5 great wizards. His eyes instantly fixed at Great Wizard Lennon. As those sharp eyes glared at Great Wizard Lennon, even the Great Wizard seemed to feel a huge pressure, and became alert. You want to experience Darkness Eye? In that case, I'll grant your wish and let you see it with your own eyes. Merlin gently patted the 3-headed dragon, and it swooped down directly. Its sharp claws caught Ulysse, and directly broke the binding spell on her body. At the same time, Merlin stood in the air, and gently raised his palm. A strange blood-red eye appeared on the center of his palm. Darkness Eye, summon demon spirit. As Merlin's voice fell, darkness elements 1,000 times stronger than the darkness elements formed by Ulysse swarmed together, and seemed to cover the entire sky. In the darkness, it was as if a terrifying force was slowly awakening. Chapter 666, Important Information. Chapter 666, Important Information. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The 6th form of Darkness Eye, a darkness demon spirit, appeared in the sky. That huge body brought along an extremely shocking trepidation. Pom pom pom. Darkness demon spirit was originally a powerful being capable of fighting against the giant tribe. The 6th form of Darkness Eye, darkness demon spirit, was comparable to peak great wizards in terms of strength. Therefore, his sudden appearance sent the 3 great wizards, Wizard Lennon, Wizard Gurdolf, and Wizard Zavir, flying. Of the 5 great wizards sent out by Osmu headquarters, only Wizard Tamo was a peak great wizard. The other 4 great wizards were still a great distance away from a peak great wizard. 3 great wizards were smashed at once. The 3 great wizards were all badly hit, especially Wizard Lennon, who glowered at Darkness Demon Spirit with a look of disbelief. Bind! Wizard Tamo finally reacted. He knew that they were in trouble after seeing Merlin wielding the 6th form of Darkness Eye, Darkness Demon Spirit. Darkness Demon Spirit was an existence comparable to peak great wizards. Not even he was confident of victory. However, Wizard Tamo still firmly believed that with the other great wizards, they would definitely be able to go against Darkness Demon Spirit. In fact, that was the truth. Even though they were injured, the great wizards very quickly surrounded Darkness Demon Spirit. For a moment, all that could be heard were Darkness Demon Spirit's roars. A peak great wizard? Merlin did not expect Darkness Demon Spirit to be able to defeat all 5 great wizards. It seemed that the strongest being in Osmu, Merlin's enemy, Clys, truly understood Merlin for him to send such a powerful and grand team. After all, this was not the Void Zone. Even a large spellcasters organization might not be able to produce a peak great wizard. Illusion. Merlin cast a hallucinating spell against spellcasters for the first time in the Glorious Land. Mind Power Masters seemed to only gradually develop after spellcasters had stepped into the Void Zone. Therefore, in the Glorious Land, spellcasters had no contact with Mind Power Masters and did not know the characteristics of Mind Power Masters. With Merlin's current hallucinating spell realm, he naturally could easily plunge all these great wizards into an illusion. As a result, the 5 great wizards all fell into the illusion with glassy eyes. Speak! Where's Osmu headquarters? Merlin asked bluntly. However, these great wizards were indeed very alert. None of them answered. Merlin only made them fall into the illusion. He did not control them. Awaken! Merlin's voice rang like thunder, reverberating in Wizard Lennon's ear. Wizard Lennon immediately awoke. However, when Wizard Lennon saw the other great wizards around him were still dazed, a trace of fear appeared on his face. Even spellcasters would feel afraid in the face of unknown power. What did you do to them? Darkness spells don't have such an ability. Furthermore, there's no trace of you casting a spell. What exactly did you do? Wizard Lennon fired off questions. However, Merlin's gaze was calm. He remained silent and merely stared coldly at Wizard Lennon. After a long moment, Merlin finally asked slowly, Speak! Where's Osmu headquarters? Wizard Lennon paled, and a violent elemental fluctuation quickly appeared on his body. He was both surprised and overjoyed to find that he was not restricted and could still cast powerful spells. Merlin shook his head, and his huge mind power once again plunged Wizard Lennon into the hallucinating spell. Bang! Darkness demon spirit smashed its fist against the defenseless wizard Lennon. A great wizard died just like that. Awaken. Next was Wizard Gurdolf and Wizard Zavir. When the two of them awoke, Merlin asked them the same question, but they were not willing to answer either. Merlin could only let them follow Wizard Lennon's footsteps, directly killed by Darkness demon spirit. Seeing Merlin casually killing a terrifying great wizard, Ulysse, who was successfully rescued by the three-headed dragon, gaped openly, and stared at Merlin. Her body even seemed to tremble with nervousness and excitement. That was a great wizard, not a 7th level, 8th level or a 9th level spellcasters. That was a great wizard that only large spellcasters organizations had. However, now, Merlin had casually killed them all. Awaken. Wizard Gilles, I don't think I have to say anything. You've already seen the fates of those 3 great wizards. Tell me. I only want to know the specific location of Osmu headquarters. Wizard Gilles' face was ashen. He was frightened, and hurriedly said, all great wizards have already signed contracts. We can't reveal the specific location of Osmu headquarters. Since a contract was signed, no one could violate it. However, in a while, Osmu's first elder will fight a decisive battle against the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the northern spellcaster world. At that time, all of Osmu's great wizards will go. Although Wizard Gilles did not reveal the specific location of Osmu headquarters, he provided an important piece of information. Decisive battle? Merlin pondered carefully, and found that it was very possible. Osmu and the northern spellcaster world had already incurred deep hatred against each other. There had been many conflicts between the two sides, but they had suddenly calmed down recently. There would surely be undercurrents behind the calm that they were experiencing. It would not be unprecedented for there to be a decisive battle. Who's your first elder? Merlin asked in a heavy voice. Although he already guessed in his heart, he still wanted confirmation from the mouth of an Osmu great wizard. You don't know? Osmu's first elder is Great Wizard Clyse. Wizard Gilles said everything he knew. At this point, there was nothing left to hide. After all, he learned his lesson from watching Wizard Lennon and the others. He did not want to become the 4th one. Clyse? It was him. Merlin shut his eyes as countless thoughts flashed past his mind. Wizard Gilles was most likely telling the truth. Merlin's mind power could detect any changes in the other party's expression, which was enough for him to distinguish truth from falsehood. A decisive battle. Perhaps that's an opportunity. Merlin's aim was to end the dispute in the entire spellcaster world as soon as possible and unite them. Now, Osmu was about to have a decisive battle with the northern spellcaster world, and all the experts would come to play. This was a great opportunity for Merlin. As long as he could interfere in the decisive battle or even use absolute strength to suppress those spellcasters, then the forces in the entire spellcaster world would be unified in the shortest possible time. The Church of Light was the glorious land's greatest threat. Then, Merlin made the peak great wizard Tamo awaken, who understood what had just happened. It seemed like he found Merlin more terrifying than Clyse. Go! Merlin waved his hand, and allowed Wizard Tamo and Wizard Gilles to leave. You're letting us go? Wizard Tamo and Wizard Gilles glanced at each other, their faces revealing suspicion. Of course, I'm letting you go. The strength of the spellcaster world shouldn't be consumed too much. Besides, we'll meet again in the future. A mysterious smile was revealed on Merlin's mouth. Although they did not know why Merlin was letting them go, Wizard Tamo and Wizard Gilles naturally refused to stay there any longer. They immediately turned around, and flew to the skies, leaving in just a short time. Merlin jumped onto the 3-headed dragon. He no longer prepared to find Osmu headquarters, but prepared to go to the northern spellcaster world instead, before the decisive battle between Osmu and the 7 major northern spellcaster organizations started. Just as the 3-headed dragon spread its wings and prepared to leave, Uly's face flashed with determination as if she had made a final decision. Honorable Sir Wizard, please take me with you. Ulysse gathered up her courage, and shouted loudly. Chapter 667, Settled. Chapter 667, Settled. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. You? Merlin seemed to recall that there was another spellcaster who had used a darkness-type spell. Looking at this female wizard who was also a darkness wizard, Merlin could tell at a glance that she already cultivated the fusion Pandora demon ability, Darkness Heart. Merlin clearly remembered Darkness Heart. It was originally a Pandora demon ability from Abyss Fort. "You're a spellcaster from Abyss Fort?" Merlin hesitated before asking. "Yes, I'm a spellcaster from Abyss Fort. My name is Ulysse. Please take me with you, Wizard Merlin." Ulysse knew that Merlin was her only hope. She had just seen how powerful Merlin was when he had defeated 5 powerful great wizards alone. This was unheard of. Perhaps only Osmu's first elder Clys could compare to him. Therefore, Ulysse wanted to seize the opportunity to remain beside Merlin. That way, she would not have to be cautious of everything and be on the run like before, constantly worrying about being found by Osmu. Most importantly, Ulysse had seen Merlin use Darkness Eye. It was the genuine Darkness Eye with unimaginable power. Although Ulysse had a fake cultivation method for Darkness Eye in her hands, she was also eager to obtain the true cultivation method for Darkness Eye. That way, there would be a chance to rebuild Abyss Fort and fulfill what her teacher had entrusted to her. "I have some special relations to Abyss Fort. Since you're not afraid, then come up." Ulysse's heart soared. She did not hesitate upon looking at the ferocious and frightening 3-headed dragon, and directly jumped on the 3-headed dragon's head, standing beside Merlin. The 3-headed dragon spread its wings, and roared loudly at the sky to vent its dissatisfaction at Ulysse. Although it had submitted itself to Merlin, it was still very proud. In the 3-headed dragon's view, a mere 4th-level spellcaster like Ulysse was not qualified to stand on its back. However, the 3-headed dragon did not dare to disobey Merlin's order. It merely roared angrily, and its huge body quickly flew toward the north. In an ordinary castle, Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles had just opened their eyes. Their faces showed traces of helplessness. They were still a little concerned as they thought about what had happened a few days ago. There were 5 great wizards, and Wizard Tammo was even a peak great wizard. However, they were completely helpless against that powerful spellcaster. "Wizard Tammo, you've received the news too. The First Elder has already gone to the Northern Spellcaster world. I'm afraid the decisive battle with the 7 major spellcaster organizations will begin soon. However, we have no way of contacting the First Elder, so we can't report this news to him," Wizard Gilles said calmly. He knew that this matter was too important and had to be reported to the First Elder immediately. However, they could not contact the First Elder now. Even a great wizard like him felt anxious. "Wizard Gilles, what do you think of Wizard Merlin in comparison to the First Elder?" Wizard Tammo suddenly raised his head and asked. "The First Elder?" Wizard Gilles was slightly stunned. After careful consideration, he shook his head helplessly. "There's no comparison. The First Elder became a great legend with 6 elemental spells. His strength is terrifying. In addition, he also has special spatial Pandora demon abilities, which makes his power even more unimaginable. At least, the First Elder would easily win against the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the Northern Spellcaster world. As for Merlin, he's too mysterious. His life force is also faintly similar to the First Elder's." Wizard Gilles trailed off. His meaning was very clear. The First Elder was powerful, but Merlin was not weak either. Without a proper battle, they would not know who was better. Swoosh! Wizard Tammo's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he said in a deep voice, "Of course his life force is similar. That's because Merlin is also a 6-elemental spellcaster. We must go to the Northern Spellcaster world at once and report this information to the First Elder. I have a feeling that the Northern Spellcaster world isn't anything at all, but in the entire Spellcaster world, Merlin will definitely become the First Elders as well as Osmu's greatest enemy." Wizard Tammo immediately stood up. In his heart, Osmu's greatest enemy was not the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the Northern Spellcaster world, but the mysterious and strange wizard who had suddenly appeared, Wizard Merlin. Thus, the 2 great wizards did not return to Osmu headquarters, and instead flew to the Northern Spellcaster world. Huff! The huge 3-headed dragon spread its wings, and found an open clearing in the dense forest to rest. The three-headed dragon was a big eater, and needed to eat large amounts of food every once in a while, such as drinking a small river dry before. They had been flying for 3 days and 3 nights straight, and the three-headed dragon was somewhat unable to keep going. It had long wanted to gorge itself, but without Merlin's approval, it did not dare to leave without permission no matter how hungry it was. Go! Remember, come back here before dawn tomorrow. Merlin waved his hand at the three-headed dragon. Immediately, the three-headed dragon gave a jubilant roar, and spread its wings, quickly flying to the skies and heading deeper into the dense forest. Some powerful monsters in this dense forest were going to suffer a calamity. Merlin closed his eyes to recuperate, and silently waited for the three-headed dragon. Previously, it was just Merlin and the three-headed dragon, so Merlin stayed quiet for a few days. However, this time, there was another wizard, Ulize. Ulize watched Merlin with a complicated look. Since the last time she had exchanged some simple words with Merlin, they had not said a word to each other for the past few days. Ulize wanted to say something but hesitated. She wanted to ask Merlin about Darkness Eye. That was the most important thing to her. After a long moment, Ulize seemed to make up her mind. She came to Merlin's side and hesitated before saying, "Wizard Merlin, have you really cultivated Darkness Eye?" Merlin opened his eyes, and calmly glanced at Ulize. He nodded and said, "Yes, I've cultivated Darkness Eye." "Why? Do you want to learn it?" Merlin's words seemed to see through Ulize's thoughts. Ulize was slightly stunned and seemed to be at a loss. Merlin laughed. How could Ulize's thoughts be hidden from him? Wizard Ulize had very high quality as a darkness wizard, and her gift for darkness-type spells was even far greater than Merlin. After all, not every darkness wizard would be able to cultivate Darkness Heart. In Abyss Fort, anyone who could cultivate Darkness Heart would be a spellcaster valued by Abyss Fort. "Wizard Merlin, I want to learn Darkness Eye. Please accept me as your disciple." Ulize bit her lip tightly, and finally made up her mind, although she knew that this request was overboard and even rude. After all, Merlin had not only saved her, but he was even willing to let her follow him along the way. In fact, he was protecting her. However, she put forward the request of cultivating Darkness Eye. Even Ulize herself felt that it was extremely rude. However, she had no other choice. She could not give up this opportunity. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly. His gaze seemed to become deep. "Which wizard was your teacher in Abyss Fort?" Merlin did not directly answer Ulize, and asked softly instead. "It's Teacher Hobbs. He gave me a cultivation method for Darkness Eye, but he personally told me that it was fake, telling me to never cultivate it. However, even such a fake cultivation method for Darkness Eye attracted Osmu to capture anyone who narrowly escaped Abyss Fort." It was the first time Ulize had mentioned that the cultivation method for Darkness Eye she had was fake. However, Ulize also knew that while other wizards might not be able to tell, Merlin, who had the real Darkness Eye, would definitely be able to authenticate it. Therefore, even if she had told the truth to Merlin, he had already long known about it. Wizard Hobbs? Merlin indeed already knew. He pondered for a moment. To be honest, he owed a favor to Abyss Fort. Back then, Wizard Leo had used a fake cultivation method for Darkness Eye to cheat and gain the Abyss Fort's Pandora demon ability Darkness Heart. The fake cultivation method for Darkness Eye with Ulize was actually Wizard Leo's work. This matter had a great deal to do with Merlin. When he returned to the glorious land this time, he did not expect to encounter a spellcaster from Abyss Fort. It somewhat made him want to sigh. "You really want to cultivate Darkness Eye? I'll tell you the truth now. Darkness Eye isn't easily cultivated. Out of 10, 9 will die, and only 1 will live. Once you've cultivated it, there's no turning back." Merlin stared solemnly at Ulize as he said, "Ah? Wizard Merlin, you're willing to teach me Darkness Eye? No matter how dangerous or difficult Darkness Eye is, I'll definitely put in effort to cultivate it. This is Teacher Hobbs' lifelong wish." Ulize was overjoyed. She did not think that Merlin would agree so easily. "I won't accept you as a disciple. However, I have some relations with Abyss Fort in the past, so it's perfectly appropriate to pass on Darkness Eye to you." Merlin laughed but did not tell Ulize the story in detail. In the beginning, Wizard Leo had used a fake Darkness Eye to cheat and gain Abyss Fort's Darkness Heart. It was a ruse. However, Merlin returned to the glorious land and successfully cultivated Darkness Eye to its 7th form. Passing on Darkness Eye to a spellcaster from Abyss Fort could be considered making up to Abyss Fort on behalf of Teacher Leo. Although Darkness Eye was dangerous, it was a special Pandora demon ability that the Legend of Darkness, Wizard Oflas, created to control powerful and gifted spellcasters. However, Oflas would only be able to control them if they had cultivated it to its 7th form. Merlin did not think that anyone from the glorious land would be able to cultivate Darkness Eye to its 7th form. Therefore, it was quite safe for Ulize to cultivate Darkness Eye. Thus, Merlin cast a hallucinating spell, and used it to firmly imprint the detailed cultivation method for Darkness Eye deep into Ulize's mind, settling an entanglement with Abyss Castle. Chapter 668, The Northern Spellcaster World. Chapter 668, The Northern Spellcaster World. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The Northern Spellcaster World had always been the most stable and peaceful place in the entire Spellcaster world. When the Southern Spellcaster World was at war with Osmu, many spellcasters had entered the Northern Spellcaster World, making the already powerful Northern Spellcaster World even more powerful. Furthermore, although Osmu had finally won and occupied the Southern Spellcaster World, some powerful great wizards from the 3 major spellcaster organizations of the Southern Spellcaster World had also entered the Northern Spellcaster World in succession, and relied on help from the 7 major spellcaster organizations. Therefore, when the Southern Spellcaster World was in chaos, the Northern Spellcaster World took the opportunity to expand its power. However, they now faintly regretted cooperating with Osmu back then. In the beginning, the cooperation with Osmu was just to strike down the Southern Spellcaster World, and foster a powerful force to compete with the Southern Spellcaster World. This was so that the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the Northern Spellcaster World would become more powerful, and perhaps even have the chance to completely expand the Southern Spellcaster World. They did not expect that Osmu would take that opportunity to slowly establish a foothold, and inflict heavy losses against the 3 major spellcaster organizations. They had developed more and more rapidly, and directly destroyed the 3 major spellcaster organizations, completely controlling the Southern Spellcaster World. Osmu, which had completely controlled the Southern Spellcaster World, became a major threat to the Northern Spellcaster World. Compared to the 3 major spellcaster organizations, Osmu was more troublesome and powerful. They had even faintly compelled the Northern Spellcaster World. At this moment, in a huge ancient castle, 7 spellcasters sat on large chairs along 2 sides. Each spellcaster exuded terrifying elemental fluctuations. They were all at least powerful great wizards. Everyone, I believe you've received the news. Clyes from Osmu has mobilized most of Osmu's forces and is heading to the north. On the other hand, Osmu had entered our Northern Spellcaster World by themselves, which is truly arrogant. Sitting at the top was a great wizard wearing gold-colored robes. His voice reverberated in the large hall, full of majesty. Arrogance. Utter hubris. Clyes grew even more arrogant after he had defeated 5 of our great wizards alone. The wizards from Osmu even bragged that Clyes was the #1 wizard in the entire spellcaster world. What a big joke! The identities of each of these spellcasters were special. They were all great wizards who held real power in large spellcasters organizations. They were also very familiar with Clyes. A mere spellcaster rapidly rose, and even faintly suppressed them. These great wizards also felt extremely sullen. However, Clyes had such strength. Once, he had single-handedly defeated 5 great wizards from the 7 major spellcaster organizations. It was also because of that one battle that Osmu gradually gained the upper hand in the confrontation with the Northern Spellcaster World. The entire hall plunged into silence, setting an oppressive atmosphere. Although those words were said to vent his anger, everyone understood in their hearts that those words could not be ignored. Right now in the Northern Spellcaster World, there was indeed no one who could contend against Clyes. There's no need to doubt Clyes' strength. According to ancient records, among the 5 great wizards whom he had defeated back then, 3 of them were peak great wizards. A wizard like this should be recorded in ancient books as a preeminent great wizard, the most powerful great wizard that truly stand on the pinnacle of great wizards. preeminent great wizards were the most dazzling geniuses even in the spellcaster's most glorious era. Since the collapse of the Malta Empire, it was tough for preeminent great wizards to appear in the spellcaster world again. Even the strongest ones were just peak great wizards. Both the 7 major spellcaster organizations and Osmu had peak great wizards, but peak great wizards were no longer a decisive force. Gentlemen, a catastrophe is coming. I believe you all know the fate of the southern spellcaster world. Back then, we were gravely wrong to help Osmu and let them slowly grow. Now, they had even produced a preeminent great wizard, who is threatening our 7 major spellcaster organizations. We must do something about this. These great wizards all represented their respective spellcasters' organization. They were the clearest on their own organizations, and knew what forces they had like the back of their palm. However, even such powerful forces seemed to be useless against Clyes, a preeminent great wizard. Perhaps they would be able to curb him slightly with 10 or more peak great wizards. Even if the 7 major spellcaster organizations had made an all-out effort, they would still be unable to gather 10 peak great wizards. Therefore, that plan to deal with Clyes would not be reliable. We can arrange a runic magic circle in advance. With Clyes' arrogant character, he'll definitely enter the runic magic circle. At that time, with the restrictions of the runic magic circle, even a preeminent great wizard like him would be greatly weakened. Then, it'll be our chance to defeat Clyes. The 7 major spellcaster organizations had inherited the spellcaster's most glorious era from 3,000 years ago, and were deep and profound. Therefore, they had some powerful runic magic circles that were quite formidable. However, some spellcasters shook their heads. No matter how formidable a runic magic circle is, it's of no use. It might be able to deal with others, but Clyes is a rune wizard. He's very proficient in runology. It'll be very difficult to weaken his strength with a runic magic circle. In reality, they were also shocked by what they understood about Clyes. Not only was Clyes powerful, but he had also constructed 6 elemental spells, and was even extremely proficient in runology, alchemy, potions, and so on. He truly was a genius among geniuses. An average wizard would use up all their energy just on constructing spell models, not to mention being proficient with runology, alchemy, and potions. Yes, we can't use runic magic circles. What do we do if we don't use runic magic circles? Are we going to contend with him with brute strength? For a moment, the entire hall was tense and noisy, and no consensus could be reached. I have a way to deal with Clyes, but I need your full support. Seeing that the many spellcasters could not make up their minds, the golden-robed wizard sitting in the middle slowly said, "Oh. Wizard Ian, your Fog City is one of the oldest spellcasters' organizations. As long as you have a way to deal with Clyes and Osmu, we, the remaining 6 major spellcaster organizations, will naturally give you our full support." The other great wizards expressed their support one after another. They were currently in Fog City. It was also Great Wizard Ian from Fog City who had invited these great wizards to discuss how to deal with Osmu. However, Wizard Ian, what idea do you have? After expressing their support, the other great wizards started to wonder. Clyes was a preeminent great wizard. Did Fog City have the power of a preeminent great wizard? After thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was impossible. If Fog City had a force comparable to a preeminent great wizard, they would have annexed the other spellcasters' organizations long ago. My Fog City is good at alchemy. You all might not know, but our Fog City has a secret for many years. 3,000 years ago, the Malta Empire had passed down an alchemy puppet. According to the records in ancient literature, this alchemy puppet once killed a preeminent great wizard. It killed a preeminent great wizard? As Wizard Ian's voice fell, the entire hall became silent. Chapter 669, Battle Preparations. Chapter 669, Battle Preparations. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a big gap between peak great wizards and preeminent great wizards. Generally, only spellcasters with more than 5 elements could become preeminent great wizards. Of course, there were also some 4 elemental spellcasters who became preeminent great wizards due to special reasons, but they were far too rare, and all of them were spellcasters with huge destiny. Therefore, for many years, the entire spellcaster world had hardly produced any great wizard, but now, Fog City's alchemy puppet had actually killed a preeminent great wizard before. This naturally greatly shocked the 6 other wizards. Wizard Ian, what other conditions are needed to activate this alchemy puppet? Finally, someone seemed to sense the crux of the situation. The stronger the alchemy puppet, the higher the cost needed to activate it. Therefore, a high price had to be paid to activate an alchemy puppet that could kill a preeminent great wizard. Otherwise, Fog City would have relied on this alchemy puppet to unify the entire northern spellcaster world. Say it. What's needed to activate this alchemy puppet? The other great wizards also raised their gazes and stared at Wizard Ian. It's very simple. It just needs elemental crystal stones. Wizard Ian laughed. Elemental crystal stones? It's that simple? How can that be? Even low-grade alchemy puppets need elemental crystal stones. Do high-grade alchemy puppets also need elemental crystal stones? All the great wizards were slightly stunned. They had never thought that an alchemy puppet that was capable of killing a preeminent great wizard would only need ordinary elemental crystal stones. Wait, if only elemental crystal stones are needed, why can't your Fog City activate the alchemy puppet? Hearing these words, the other great wizards were surprised as well. Indeed, if only something simple like elemental crystal stones were needed, why would Fog City be unable to activate this alchemy puppet? A wry smile appeared on Wizard Ian's face, and he said, "How many elemental crystal stones do you think this alchemy puppet needs to activate?" "How many elemental crystal stones?" 1 million? Wizard Ian helplessly shook his head. Fog City would be able to take out 1 million elemental crystal stones. If it were that simple, Fog City would have unified the entire northern spellcaster world long ago. Is it 10 million elemental crystal stones? A great wizard finally reacted. His face was solemn. 10 million elemental crystal stones weren't a small amount. It was a very large sum. Everyone, if it were only 10 million elemental crystal stones, our Fog City would still be able to gather it at all costs. Why would we wait until now but still be unable to activate the alchemy puppet? I'll be honest and not hide things from everyone. If it weren't for the threats that Clyde and Osmu posed to us, my Fog City wouldn't have exposed the secret of this alchemy puppet. I wouldn't have revealed it even if it can never be activated. However, with Clyde's threat now, we already calculated that it'll cost at least 80 million elemental crystal stones to bring out the alchemy puppet and activate it. 80 million elemental crystal stones will only be enough to support it for a few hours of battle. Therefore, even if we want to activate this alchemy puppet to deal with Clyde, it's not something that a single spellcasters organization like my Fog City can achieve. Only with our 7 major spellcaster organizations unite and concentrate our efforts would we be able to activate the alchemy puppet. Boom! The other 6 great wizards immediately stood up after Wizard Ian had finished speaking. Their faces were full of shock, and the entire hall seemed to be full of violent elemental fluctuations. 80 million elemental crystal stones? Which spellcasters organization can afford that? The most we can produce is 5 million elemental crystal stones. That's the limit. That's right. How can activating an alchemy puppet use up so many elemental crystal stones? Even if we spend all we have, it's still not enough to activate this alchemy puppet. 80 million elemental crystal stones were an unimaginably large number for the entire spellcaster world. The spellcaster world was no more glorious than the spellcasters 3,000 years ago. At that time, elemental crystal stone loads were everywhere, but now, only a few loads were controlled by large spellcasters organizations. The reason why large spellcasters organizations were superior to other spellcasters organizations was not only because there was a great wizard in charge. It was also because they had controlled elemental crystal stone loads. Gentlemen. Wizard Ian clapped his hands and said deeply, 80 million elemental crystal stones might be a huge amount for everyone, but if we don't act against Osmu and Clyde's aggression, we'll end up following in the footsteps of the southern spellcaster world. Hearing Wizard Ian's words, all the great wizards fell silent. They knew exactly what had happened to the southern spellcaster world. Large spellcasters organizations that had been passed on for thousands of years were instantly destroyed by Osmu. The 7 major spellcaster organizations could not accept such a fate. After a long time, one of the great wizards raised his head and took a deep breath before saying, "Each spellcaster's organization will have to pay a huge price for 80 million elemental crystal stones. If we clench our teeth, we'll still be able to make it. However, we must sign an agreement." Sign an agreement? What agreement? Wizard Ian's heart soared. As long as they could gather 80 million elemental crystal stones, Fog City would be able to activate that powerful alchemy puppet. The greatest wish of all the previous elders of Fog City would be realized in his hands. The conditions are simple. After we've gathered 80 million elemental crystal stones and activated the alchemy puppet, your Fog City cannot attack our 6 major spellcaster organizations. Furthermore, after repelling Osmu and Clyze, the remaining elemental crystal stones have to be returned to our 6 major spellcaster organizations. If you agree with these 2 conditions, we'll gather the elemental crystal stones and deal with Osmu and Clyze together. Hearing the conditions demanded by the great wizards, Wizard Ian's expression changed slightly. This agreement hit the key point. If Clyze was defeated, Fog City might threaten the remaining 6 major spellcaster organizations by using the alchemy puppet. After all, the large spellcasters organizations in the northern spellcaster world were not a monolithic whole. They were still fighting and competing with each other in the dark, so naturally, they could not let Fog City put on airs. Ha ha, indeed. If you sign this agreement, we can deal with Osmu wholeheartedly. The other spellcasters had agreed to sign the contract. It was an agreement made to restrict Fog City, and was not detrimental to them, so it was only natural that they would support it. This. Wizard Ian hesitated slightly. He did have some thoughts, but it seemed that if he did not sign the agreement, it would be impossible to persuade the other 6 large spellcasters organizations to gather the elemental crystal stones. That would not be good for anyone. All right, I'll sign it. I'll sign it now. Wizard Ian gritted his teeth, and finally decided to sign the contract. Thus, he directly took out a contract from the ring on his finger. The other 6 great wizards also left their mind imprint on the contract. The contract exuded an invisible force which made the great wizards feel bound. This was the characteristic of a successful signing of an agreement. All right, the contract has been signed. It's not too late. We'll go back immediately to gather the elemental crystal stones. These great wizards also did not stay, and returned one after another, beginning their preparations for the battle. Chapter 670, here. Chapter 670, here. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. How are the 7 major spellcaster organizations? In a shabby room, Clyze, dressed in a blue wizard robe, asked calmly. In front of Clyze was a 9th-level spellcaster with cold sweat currently beading on his forehead. In front of Clyze, he felt an invisible pressure. First Elder, we're closely watching the movements of the 7 major spellcaster organizations. Not long ago, a few days before the First Elder arrived, they've sent a great wizard to Fog City, but we don't know what they've talked about. Later, they returned to their spellcasters organizations, and there has been no movement since. No movement? They must be discussing how to deal with me. There's no need to discuss any further. Send someone to the 7 major spellcaster organizations to tell them that I'm coming. My target is Fog City. Clyze's words surprised the 9th-level spellcaster, and he could not help but say, First Elder, we have to strike the 7 major spellcaster organizations down one by one. Fog City is indeed a breakthrough point. However, if we send out the news, I'm afraid the First Elder will face a siege from the great wizards of the 7 major spellcaster organizations. At that time, it'll be very disadvantageous to the First Elder. Strike them one by one? Who said that I have to strike them one by one? It'll be great if they gather together, so I won't have to waste time. Leave, I'll make the arrangements. Clyze's tone was unquestionable. The 9th-level spellcaster did not dare to say anything, and cautiously withdrew. For a long time, there seemed to be a strange power on Clyze's body. The space around him seemed to be cut into pieces, like a smooth mirror being broken. Crack! Space instantly shattered, and Clyze's figure also suddenly became blurry. In the sharp and biting winds, the three-headed dragon's wings spread, and moved rapidly through the clouds. Merlin stared at Ulysse. Ever since he gave Ulysse the cultivation method for Darkness Eye, Ulysse had been eager to cultivate. Not even Merlin had seen the first form of Darkness Eye. In the beginning, he directly inherited Wizard Leo's Darkness Eye. He did not cultivate from the first form but could directly use the third form of Darkness Eye. Therefore, Merlin had no practical experience regarding the first form of Darkness Eye as well as how to cultivate it. However, Darkness Eye cultivation brought on by the Void Zone should be very reliable and could be used for cultivation. Reality had proven that Ulysse's talent for darkness was indeed commendable. Although she had not cultivated the first form of Darkness Eye yet, she was on the right path. As long as she kept practicing, within 3 months, she would definitely cultivate the third form of Darkness Eye. Soon, Ulysse opened her eyes. Her heart grew excited as she was confident that she would succeed and cultivate the first form of Darkness Eye. In the future, there was hope for the second form, third form, and so on. This was a special Pandora demon ability. Back then in Abyss Fort, she would not even dare to imagine that she would one day really cultivate a special Pandora demon ability. Wizard Merlin, the Northern Spellcaster world is at war with Osmu. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous to go there now. Although Ulysse had cultivated Darkness Eye, she was still unclear about Merlin's objective in the Northern Spellcaster world. She only knew that the Northern Spellcaster world was very chaotic and dangerous now. Is it? It's slightly dangerous, but this is an opportunity. I don't have much time to waste. Merlin murmured in a low voice, his eyes solemn. An opportunity? Ulysse did not know what opportunity Merlin was talking about, but she could feel that his purpose in going to the Northern Spellcaster world was not simple. In Fog City, all the spellcasters stood at the ready. Outside Fog City were many spellcasters closely watching the surroundings, especially the south, which was where Osmu would attack from. In Fog City's main hall, 15 great wizards were assembled. This was most of the forces the 7 major spellcaster organizations could send. 15 great wizards was an unimaginable force. Only the 7 major spellcaster organizations would be able to gather such a huge lineup. However, the expression of these 15 great wizards was all grave. There were even some that were resentful. Wizard Ian, Clyde is mad. He sent us a message in advance to come to Fog City. It's obviously because he wants us to gather so he can get us all in one go. What arrogance! It's indeed arrogance. Clyde even left us some time for the 7 major spellcaster organizations to discuss countermeasures. He really is too arrogant. In the beginning, Osmu only conquered the 3 major spellcaster organizations of the Southern Spellcaster world with our help. That's right. If it weren't for us, how would there be Osmu today? These great wizards gathered together for one purpose, and that was to fight with Clyde. Clyde deliberately released information that he was going to attack Fog City, and even set aside some time to let Fog City prepare for the 7 major spellcaster organizations to join forces for a decisive battle against Clyde. After the dispute, the hall once again fell into silence. Although they said that Clyde was arrogant, in reality, all the spellcasters knew that Clyde's arrogance was backed by his extreme strength. Osmu even addressed Clyde as the First Elder. Although the Northern Spellcaster world disdained him, no one could find an existence stronger than Clyde. Clyde's threat was genuine and true. Everyone, although Clyde is arrogant, he really is powerful. At least, with so many of us great wizards working together, I'm afraid he'll have to go through us one by one. There's not much time left until Clyde arrives, so let's gather the elemental crystal stones, and activate the alchemy puppet according to what we've previously agreed. Wizard Ian said in a composed voice. Activate the alchemy puppet? It seems there's really only one way left. Alright, let's activate the alchemy puppet. We'll see if it really has the power to kill a preeminent great wizard. As a result, the great wizards all took out large sums of elemental crystal stones from their spatial rings. According to the agreement, as Fog City supplied the alchemy puppet, so they did not have to take out elemental crystal stones. Therefore, the 80 million elemental crystal stones were all provided by the other 6 major spellcaster organizations, which were painstakingly gathered over 1,000 years. Seeing that 80 million elemental crystal stones were gathered, Wizard Ian's expression was full of joy. His heart was also very excited. Fog City had been around for 1,000 years, and the greatest wish of all the elders in the past were to activate this alchemy puppet. Now, he finally had the chance to truly activate the alchemy puppet. Everyone, please go to the public square outside. I'll personally activate the alchemy puppet. Wizard Ian pointed outside the hall. Then, he brought the 10 or so great wizards and flew out of the hall, arriving at a spacious square. Open! Following the mysterious rune played by Wizard Ian, the entire square began to shake, and a large hole was revealed. Under the square was a colossally large puppet. Its body was black as ink, and its eyes were shut. There was no sign of life. Wizard Ian looked at the huge alchemy puppet. This would be his first attempt at activating the alchemy puppet. Go! With a wave of his hand, Wizard Ian threw the 80 million elemental crystal stones into the huge hole on the alchemy puppet's head. Swoosh! The moment all the elemental crystal stones were thrown, the icy-cold alchemy puppet's eyes suddenly opened. Its entire body emitted an inexplicable force that made even great legends feel heavy. It's awake! Ha ha, the alchemy puppet is finally activated. I finally fulfilled the wishes of Fog City's elders. Wizard Ian was very excited. This was the wish of the late elders of Fog City. Now, Wizard Ian had finally achieved it, and successfully activated this ancient and powerful alchemy puppet. At this moment, a huge life force suddenly appeared. The strength of this life force could even stir up the elements, forming a terrifying storm and sweeping toward Fog City. He's here, Clyde is finally here. All the spellcasters tuned around fiercely, their sharp eyes fixed on a strange figure in the distance. Chapter 671, Alchemy Puppet Callias. Chapter 671, Alchemy Puppet Callias. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the distant sky, surrounded by a storm so horrible that even space seemed to be distorted, a deity-like man leisurely treaded on air as he made his way toward them. The great wizards who were initially planning to rely on their numerous numbers to put up a semblance of resistance, fell silent once they felt the suffocating power. Just this aura alone made them feel that this battle was a lost cause. Clyde came to them brazenly with an unstoppable force. Clyde! Wizard Ian snarled loudly. A wild gale appeared in the sky and collided with the storm surrounding Clyde. Both forces met head-on, each frantically trying to smother the other. Good, everyone is here. The storm gradually dissipated, and Clyde remarked with a calm expression. Although he had come alone, the threat on the 15 great wizards did not alleviate at all. On the contrary, with Clyde standing before them right now, they seemed to realize that their previous assumptions had been incredibly naive. Fortunately, they had Fog City's alchemy puppet. With this thought in mind, everyone shifted their gazes toward Wizard Ian from Fog City. Wizard Ian smirked. Clyde, back then, if not for the help of the 7 major spellcaster organizations in the northern spellcaster world, would Osmu have grown to what it is today? Your greed will be your downfall, as with Osmu. Regardless of the harsh gazes from Wizard Ian and a dozen great wizards, Clyde's expression remained completely calm. Fire! With a cruel glint in his eyes, Clyde gently extended his hand. Instantly, the surrounding temperature soared, and violent flames began to burn. The fire elements in their surroundings seemed to be completely controlled by Clyde. The terrifying flame spell was immediately up to an unimaginable level. This was the power of a preeminent great wizard. This is bad. A preeminent great wizard is too powerful, he's not someone we can stand against. Wizard Ian, act quickly, otherwise, it would be too late. The entire Fog City will be destroyed. Even though there were a total of 15 great wizards, these 15 great wizards had come to realize that they were utterly defenseless against Clyde. In fact, they were unable to counter even a random spell wielded by Clyde. Right now, they could only pin their hopes on the mysterious and powerful alchemy puppet that belonged to Fog City. Wake up now, Callias. Wizard Ian took a deep breath, and swiftly entered a bunch of complex runes into the large square. Rumble rumble. Suddenly, the entire Fog City seemed to be quaking. On the large square, a huge crack appeared. Through the crack, an immensely huge, pitch-black alchemy puppet could be seen. Callias? In the Malta language, it means invincible. Is this the final trump card of the 7 major spellcaster organizations in the northern spellcaster world? Despite seeing this menacing alchemy puppet, Clyde still appeared unruffled, almost as if he had already expected it. That's right. Do you think Osmu truly knows the foundation of 7 major spellcaster world? Invincible Callias, kill the enemy before you. Following Wizard Ian's command, the gigantic alchemy puppet Callias flew out of the crack vehemently, and stood in the air. In the Malta language, Callias indeed meant invincible. The fact that this alchemy puppet was bestowed such a name spoke volumes of its might back in the day. Boom! In reality, Callias was truly powerful. Its punch released an unimaginable burst of strength. This violently oppressive force exerted such a strong pressure around Clyde, that the elemental fluctuations surrounding him were completely crushed. Clyde was a 5-elemental spellcaster, one who leveled up to become a great wizard, so he was at least the most preeminent great wizard. Since this alchemy puppet was able to crush a preeminent great wizard's elemental fluctuations, it had demonstrated the extent of its might. Good, truly worthy of being the trump card of the 7 major spellcaster organization. Now it's more interesting. Finally, a more serious look appeared on Clyde's face. With a gentle wave of his hand, the flames instantaneously transformed into a large shield in the air. Crack! However, the spell that Clyde so painstakingly cast was smashed by the alchemy puppet with just a single punch. Moreover, its aftershocks were still whistling straight at Clyde. This alchemy puppet is truly impressive, even more powerful than the alchemy puppet Osmu had obtained. Clyde retreated one step after another as he consecutively released several spells. Finally, he was able to withstand the alchemy puppet's punch. Nonetheless, this was merely the first punch. Subsequently, the alchemy puppet Callias turned incomparably ruthless. Its gigantic body was like a dark shadow that constantly shrouded Clyde. It had suppressed the area surrounding Clyde, exerting massive pressure on him. Clyde could only resist desperately, completely at a disadvantage. However, the strange thing was that there was not a trace of worry on his face. Instead, he appeared to be quite relaxed. Clyde is suppressed. Haha, looks like the 7 major spellcaster organization will win hands down. Bravo! Clyde is quite impressive too. He's unequivocally the most preeminent great wizard. If not for this alchemy puppet of Fog City, then the entire northern spellcaster world might have been ruled by Osmu. Many of the great wizards could clearly see that Clyde was at a disadvantage. It seemed like a complete defeat was imminent. Perhaps, the alchemy puppet could even leverage on some opportunity to kill Clyde. In that case, not only would it crush Osmu, but they might be able to occupy the southern spellcaster world, turning a risky situation into an opportunity. Nevertheless, only Wizard Ian remained uneasy. This seems too easy? Wizard Ian knew of Clyde's prowess as well as his reputation. Despite having confidence in Fog City's alchemy puppet, he did not think that it would proceed so smoothly. What am I missing? Wizard Ian stared unblinkingly at the battlefield. As a result of the face-off between the alchemy puppet and Clyde, Fog City's surroundings had almost been completely leveled. Bang! There was another hard collision. This time, Clyde was sent flying by the alchemy puppet. Whoosh! Suddenly, Clyde, who was sent flying, no longer rushed forward. On the contrary, a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth as he slashed with his hand. Kai! Space shattered. A gaping black hole appeared in the sky. An epiphany flashed across Wizard Ian's mind. He was jolted awake as a look of shock appeared on his face. He finally realized what he was worried about. Spatial Demon Ability. Clyde's Spatial Demon Ability. A distance away, Clyde pointed 2 fingers with a cold expression. Immediately, an invisible force ripped through space and flew toward the alchemy puppet. Chapter 672, Clyde's Spatial Demon Ability. Chapter 672, Clyde's Spatial Demon Ability. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Spatial Demon Ability. As everyone knew, the famous Clyde was a rare spatial wizard with an unparalleled mighty spatial demon ability. However, since no one had seen it before, they gradually forgot about Cly's spatial demon ability. Even without the spatial demon ability, for his identity as a 5-elemental spellcaster 1, Cly's was already a most preeminent great wizard. So, if he were to wield his spatial demon ability, how much more powerful would he be? At the very least, Wizard Ian felt his blood ran cold, and his mind blanked white. Kai. Spatial energy, like an incomparably sharp knife, lightly ripped space apart. Streaks of black gashes appeared in the sky. These gashes expanded rapidly, and eventually shrouded the gigantic alchemy puppet Callias. The black rays on Callias' body flashed continuously, seemingly cognizant of the substantial threat. Then, it stopped and tried to resist Cly's spatial demon ability. At this time, the alchemy puppet Callias, who was capable of vanquishing preeminent great wizards, appeared to be defenseless. The black rays on its body gradually dimmed and disappeared altogether. Crack! At last, cracks began to surface on Callias' body. The cracks grew bigger and deeper, until finally, it shattered into smithereens. How could this be? Even the alchemy puppet is unable to defeat Callias. The 15 great wizards who were gathered in Fog City stared at the shattered mess on the ground, utterly stunned. After all, they had witnessed with their own eyes the formidability of the alchemy puppet Callias. It was undeniably comparable to a preeminent great wizard. In the beginning, the alchemy puppet did not disappoint. It was able to keep Cly's subjugated up until the moment he wielded the spatial demon ability. Subsequently, the odds were completely reversed, and the alchemy puppet was unable to withstand even a single strike. Equipped with the special spatial demon ability, Cly's had far surpassed the likes of a preeminent great wizard. Everyone, if you have any other tactics, please feel free to wield them now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Cly's tone remained calm, as though his act of defeating the alchemy puppet was simply a negligible event. All around him, space was distorted and crushed, clearly establishing his dominance as a spatial wizard. Wizard Ian, quickly think of something. This is your Fog City. Wizard Ian, let's hurry into Fog City. With Fog City's 1000-year foundation, I'm sure we'll be able to resist Cly's and Osmu. All the great wizards appeared to be in favor of retreating. Cly's before them was so powerful that they all felt despair. Retreat into Fog City. Use the runic magic circle to hold on for a while. Wizard Ian gritted his teeth. Right now, he had no other choice. The other spellcasters might be able to escape, but his Fog City was right here. There was nowhere for him to escape to, unless he abandoned this 1000-year legacy. Otherwise, he had no choice but to rely on Fog City's runic magic circle and some other defensive tactics to put up a semblance of resistance. Swish swish swish. One after another, the great wizards flew into Fog City. The runic magic circle emitted white light, and rapidly covered the entire Fog City. Besides this, Fog City also had several powerful alchemy puppets that could be dispatched to face a powerful enemy. Nevertheless, Cly's spatial demon ability was too formidable. No matter how many alchemy puppets they send would be futile. Therefore, Wizard Ian could only defend to his death. Of course, defending to his death would also be useless. His only hope was to seek assistance from the other large spellcasters' organizations. Thus, Wizard Ian spoke to the dozen or so great wizards. Everyone, my Fog City is now in jeopardy. If we fail to protect Fog City, which other spellcasters' organization in the northern spellcaster world can stand against Cly's? I know that all of you still have some hidden forces that are guarding your respective organizations. It's no use hiding them anymore. It's time for us to lay out everything we have, and wage a final battle against Cly's. There's no escape. Else, we'll end up the same way as the southern spellcaster world. Wizard Ian's words were not to be taken lightly. Earlier, these great wizards had witnessed Cly's might for themselves. Any single spellcaster's organization would not be able to resist Cly's. Perhaps, it was like Wizard Ian had warned. The final battle was upon them. Wizard Ian, please be rest assured. We're well aware that if Fog City is destroyed, it would not be beneficial to the 7 major spellcaster organizations. With Cly's being so powerful only by combining our forces that we may have a tiny hope of resisting him. We'll inform our respective spellcasters' organizations immediately. Before one of the great wizards could even finish speaking, the entire fog city quaked dreadfully. At the same time, everyone snapped their heads up toward the sky. In the sky above Fog City, there was a large gash as deep as an abyss, rapidly spiraling down upon Fog City. Rumble. A huge impact befell. At this moment, the runic magic circle was completely shattered. The space around them was filled with spiderweb-like cracks. Clyde stood high up in the air, casting an indifferent gaze at Fog City below. The outcome of his first battle in the Northern Spellcaster world seemed predetermined. Soon, he would achieve his grandiose dreams of ruling over the entire Spellcaster world. Slash! Clyde's invisible spatial strength swiftly slashed down onto Fog City. The immense city was cut into blocks by spatial strength. The terrifying spatial slash was not a force that could be blocked even by the great wizards. Clyde looked at the struggling masses beneath him. Once upon a time, he was also a weak spellcaster who had infiltrated the dark magic region, a small spellcasters organization. Upon obtaining the runic magic circle that could help him cultivate the spatial demon ability and remove the final curse, he was at last able to cultivate this spatial demon ability. Thereafter, he slowly climbed through the ranks in Osmu. He advanced step by step to achieve his current accomplishment, which was almost undefeatable. Only that one time. That was the only time I've lost. Anyway, soon, I'll get rid of the Northern Spellcaster world. Merlin, I'll seek you out personally. That battle doesn't mean anything. Unbidden thoughts flashed past Clyde's mind. The scene of him losing to Merlin's darkness eye seemed to replay in his mind. That was the most humiliating defeat Clyde had suffered after cultivating the spatial demon ability. Let's fight to the end. Clyde isn't sparing any of us, he's trying to kill us as soon as possible. Fight. Fog City is already destroyed. Even if we temporarily pledge allegiance to Osmu, have you seen what happened to the 9th level spellcasters from the Southern Spellcaster world who had pledged their allegiances to Osmu? All of them were wiped out. There are 15 of us great wizards. If we join forces, perhaps there might be a chance. None of the great wizards were willing to pledge allegiance to Osmu. If it was the former Osmu which was focused on attracting talents, they would absorb some of the powerful spellcasters. However, since Clyde became the first elder and took control of Osmu, it became unusually bloodthirsty and cruel. Any wizard from the Southern Spellcaster world who had previously pledged their allegiance to Osmu were all wiped out. Therefore, learning from the past mistakes of the Southern Spellcaster world, the wizards of the Northern Spellcaster world knew that pledging their allegiance to Osmu would not amount to any good. Thus, they might as well fight to their last breath. Swish swish swish. 15 great wizards flew forward to confront Clyde with murderous glints in their eyes. Faced with the insane Clyde, they could only fight this battle to their last breath. That's great. All of you cannot be trusted, so everyone must die. Clyde's eyes turned bloodshot and his body exuded a blood-curdling vibe. Consequently, increasingly frightening spatial elements appeared around Clyde. Wisps of spine-tingling power descended upon all the great wizards, making them aware of the unreachable gap between Clyde and them. It appeared that Clyde would win this final battle without any doubt. First Elder. Suddenly, behind Clyde, 2 familiar figures flew toward him at top speed. Swish swish. The 2 figures came to a stop near Clyde. Wizard Tamo? Wizard Gilles? Why are you here? I thought you've gone to confront Merlin in the Southern Spellcaster world? Seeing these 2 figures appear, a look of suspicion appeared on Clyde's face. Wizard Tamo and Wizard Gilles exchanged a look and winced. First Elder, the reason we rushed here was to tell you a piece of unfortunate news. Out of the 5 great wizards who went to confront Merlin, there's only the 2 of us left. 5 great wizards and only 2 of you are left. All of you couldn't kill Merlin? There was a hint of veiled anger in Clyde's voice. First Elder, we've all been deceived by Merlin or miscalculated his abilities. We thought that he was only able to annihilate our strongholds successively because of the 3-headed dragon. However, after this battle with Merlin, we finally know how painfully wrong we were. The 3-headed dragon might be strong, but it's not a worthwhile threat to Osmu. It's Merlin who's the real threat to Osmu. Wizard Tamo said gloomily. Along the way, this thought had been playing in his head. Initially, he was not entirely sure, but upon seeing that even the northern spellcaster world was unable to resist Cly's great wizard Tammo became more steadfast in his conviction. The northern spellcaster world was not the real concern. On the contrary, Merlin was quite possibly Osmu's biggest enemy. Merlin? Although I predicted that he won't be easy to handle, I didn't think that he would grow this much. Anyway, that's good too. I'll kill him personally. Right now, however, I have to get rid of the 7 major spellcaster organizations. Clyde turned his head sharply. His steely gaze stared at the 15 great wizards before him. The invisible space-cutting spatial strength immediately whizzed towards the 15 great wizard from all directions. Ha ha, Clyde, even you have a foe you cannot handle? Apparently, Wizard Ian overheard the conversation between Clyde and Great Wizard Tammo, and he smirked. You're the Great Wizard of Fog City? Very well, I'll destroy your Fog City first, and all its spellcasters. None will be left. Even if Merlin were to create some small problems for me, right now, I'm the most powerful contender in the entire spellcaster world. Clyde cackled into the sky. The space-cutting spatial strength landed on the first 3 great wizards in front. True enough, they were completely unable to put up a resistance, and were immediately cut into chunks. Looking at the almost insane Clyde, Wizard Ian and the others gnashed their teeth, but dared not open their mouths. Despite being formidable great wizards, they were an easily crushable target in Clyde's insane eyes. Clyde, the most powerful contender, weren't you also defeated once? A calm voice suddenly reverberated in the air. Whoosh! Clyde's expression stiffened as he abruptly turned his head to look behind him. Chapter 673, Clyde's Demise I*. Chapter 673, Clyde's Demise I*. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The enormous 3-headed dragon stretched its wings and sped toward Fog City. Its brutal and ferocious aura overwhelmed everyone. The 3-headed dragon was undoubtedly a savage beast. Nevertheless, Clyde's eyes could only focus on the figure standing on the back of the 3-headed dragon. This figure had appeared in his mind many, many times, but every single time it had been accompanied by the memory of his humiliating defeat. Merlin! Clyde kept his eyes on Merlin as he shouted. Clyde's expression, which had remained unfazed when he was fighting against over a dozen great wizard and a powerful alchemy monster just now, actually turned solemn once he saw Merlin. Who is this person? Why does Clyde look so wary of him? Wizard Ian asked intriguingly. He only paid attention to the northern spellcaster world and Osmu, so he was not sure who this spellcaster riding on the back of the 3-headed dragon was. The other great wizards also exchanged blank looks, obviously not knowing the identity of the 3-headed dragon or Merlin. Respected great wizards, I might know some information. It was a mere 7th-level spellcaster who decided to speak up in a cautious tone. Tell us quickly, who is this person? Someone who could tame the legendary 3-headed dragon and make Clyde so wary must not be an average Joe, Wizard Ian asked hurriedly. The other great wizards also turned their attention towards this 7th-level spellcaster. I've been to Sub-Zero Snowfield before and interacted with some of the spellcasters there. Not too long ago, I've heard news of a new spellcaster named Merlin. He was actually a spellcaster from the dark magic region, but had disappeared for a few decades. When he re-emerged, he had managed to tame the 3-headed dragon and return to the dark magic region. Additionally, he led the dark magic region to defeat the other 2 major factions in a single swoop, thereby unifying the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield. There is only one 3-headed dragon. Unless there is another 3-headed dragon we don't know of, I'm afraid this spellcaster must be Wizard Merlin. Upon hearing the detailed explanation of this 7th-level spellcaster, these great wizards felt enlightened. The dark magic region. That's right, we've investigated Clyde's background before this. Clyde used to be a spellcaster from a small spellcaster organization in the southern spellcaster world, the dark magic region. Then, he betrayed the dark magic region and defected to Osmu before finally becoming the first elder of Osmu. This dark magic region actually gave birth to 2 prodigies. Since Clyde had betrayed the dark magic region, surely this wizard Merlin from the dark magic region has come specifically for Clyde. A spirited look appeared on Wizard Ian's face once again. Merlin's appearance seemed to have given the 7 major spellcaster organizations a glimmer of hope. The three-headed dragon might be powerful, but is it able to fight Cly's? I even suspect that Cly's spatial demon ability may have completely exceeded the level of a preeminent great wizard, and is actually comparable to the fabled great legends that only appeared in the golden era of spellcasters. One of the great wizards voiced out his speculation. Absolutely impossible. Cly's is definitely not a great legend. According to the ancient scrolls, all the great legends were able to consolidate a maxim. Cly's may be powerful, but he did not consolidate a maxim, so it is impossible for him to be a great legend. The great wizards of the 7 major spellcaster organizations were well learned. Naturally, they knew the characteristics of a great legend. Nonetheless, despite the fact that Cly's was not a great legend, he was actually very close to being one. Even the 7 major spellcaster organizations would not be able to defeat Cly's. This time, we must help this wizard Merlin no matter what the price is. Wizard Ian decided firmly. This Merlin who appeared out of nowhere seemed to be quite formidable and was able to make Cly so nervous. Thus, he must not be any simple person. Perhaps, he was the only hope for the 7 major spellcaster organizations. Once Merlin fell into a disadvantageous situation, they would go all out to help him defeat Cly's. Both Merlin and Cly simply stood in silence. Neither of them paid any attention to their surroundings. Protect Ulize, and go to the back. Merlin patted the head of the three-headed dragon gently and gestured for it to leave. The three-headed dragon growled softly and fixed its eyes on Cly's with a guarded expression. The three-headed dragon could sense the threatening aura rolling off Cly's and knew that this battle did not belong to it. Therefore, together with Ulize, the three-headed dragon flew behind Merlin and waited quietly. Merlin walked toward Cly step by step. This was the first time he saw Cly since coming back to the glorious land. He had thought that Cly's was merely a preeminent great wizard and did not expect Cly's to be even stronger than that. He had far surpassed the level of a preeminent great wizard. He was the mightiest existence in the Void Zone who's just shy of becoming a legend. Even during the most glorious of times for the spellcasters, birthing forth such an existence was unimaginable. It was even more unheard of to become the mightiest existence aside from a legend in the Void Zone. The chances of this happening were equivalent to discovering civilization-level prodigies. The fallen glorious land actually managed to give birth to the mightiest existence who was just a level away from being a legend. Perhaps even arcane wizard Sito would not expect such a thing. Merlin, you've finally shown up. I was planning to visit the dark magic region in Sub-Zero Snowfield once I'm done with the northern spellcaster world. Cly's had also seemed to calm down. The two of them were chatting as if they were old friends. Start now, Cly's. You call yourself the most powerful contender in the spellcaster world. I'm extremely curious just to see how powerful you actually are. Merlin's lips tugged up into a sardonic smirk. You'll find out soon enough. Cly's body began to emit multicolored rays. The elements around them gathered in a frenzy, illuminating the entire sky with a colorful radiance. The multicolored wizard heart. It was not Merlin's first time seeing it. He was painfully aware of how difficult it was to consolidate the multicolored wizard heart. Even he himself had only managed to combine the 4 elemental wizard heart, and had not succeeded in combining the multicolored wizard heart. Spikes of destruction. Cly's reached out with his hand. Endless elements converge into millions of sharp spears and rain down sadistically on Merlin. This was not an ordinary spell, but Cly's 5 elemental spell one. Every single spear was packed with a force that was comparable to a single strike from a peak great wizard. Clang! 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 Merlin's expression did not waver. A layer of white light automatically appeared before him and converged into a huge shield that could protect Merlin. The rain-like spell attack seemed to be drowning Merlin. Fire! Another brutal fiery rain fell from the sky. The terrifying temperature was almost unbearable to the great wizards who were present. Cly's control of spells had reached such a high level that any spell he wielded could detonate a huge force. Next, a fearsome chill appeared and encapsulated Merlin. Even Cly's himself might not be able to withstand such a barrage of spell attacks. Merlin, I had lost to your darkness eye back then, but this time, you'll die under my spells. I am the true victor. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Clyde's lips. However, that smile froze on his lips soon enough. This was because Merlin's aura was completely unharmed despite being inflicted with the vicious attacks of his spells. How is this possible? You've not become a great wizard. How can you resist my spell attack? Clyde could not imagine that Merlin was able to rely on spells to withstand his 5-elemental wizard heart. My turn. Merlin extended his palm and grabbed onto something in the air lightly. In an instant, Clyde felt his body tightened as if his entire surroundings were bound by an invisible force. At the same time, a huge fireball was amassing slowly in the sky. The frightening aura it radiated made even Clyde feel uneasy. Merlin had far surpassed Clyde in terms of spell power. After all, Clyde was only the mightiest existence below a legend. Merlin's 4-elemental wizard heart, on the other hand, was able to defeat even a great legend. Ha ha, I won't die. Merlin, you've forgotten that I'm also a powerful spatial wizard. As long as space exists, no one can kill me. Clyde's face turned shrewd. With a violent shrug, his figure stepped into a subspace passage that appeared out of thin air. Merlin frowned. He was unable to detect Clyde's aura. Spatial wizards truly had the unparalleled advantage aside from when they were in the void zone. Whiz. Suddenly, a flame sword appeared out of nowhere and flew towards Merlin. Merlin did not even turn his head. A shield converged behind him, and he had easily deflected the stealthy attack. Bam! Merlin had consolidated a fiery palm and clawed viciously in one direction. Immediately, space shattered and a black shadow flashed before him. Subsequently, Clyde appeared on the other side of him. HMPH, Merlin, as long as there is space, a spatial wizard cannot die. Ha ha, I will let you die a slow, fearful death. Clyde's figure flashed and disappeared again. As a spatial wizard, he was able to travel via subspace. As long as space existed, Clyde's abilities were undefeatable to anyone below a legend. It was a frustrating issue to deal with indeed. Nevertheless, Merlin was not the least flustered. A stern glint flashed across his eyes. His mind power extended outwards, and the elements rapidly gathered around him. Spatial wizards can't be killed? I don't believe it. Once Merlin's mind power had identified an area a few miles from where he was, he stretched out his hand. The entire sky was then filled with ferocious flames, blazing and burning angrily. Shatter now! Merlin growled under his breath. His wizard heart, which could be compared to a great wizard, had then released a terrifying wave of power at the instant. Boom! The space within those few miles shattered like a fragile mirror. Space is shattered? No one can shatter space other than a legend. Once space was shattered, an unsightly figure was revealed. Clyde's entire body had become incomparably weak and was staring at Merlin with incredulity. The ability to shatter space across a few miles was no longer within the realms of a great wizard. Chapter 674, Clyde's Demise 2. Chapter 674, Clyde's Demise 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The shattered space no longer allowed Clyde to travel through it. Merlin's spell power formed a binding circle which prevented Clyde from escaping. The true gap between the two of them was made apparent. Everyone stared at Merlin with their eyes and mouths wide open. Shattering space was an ability that belonged exclusively to the legendary great legends. No, how could you be more powerful than I am? I'm more talented than anyone else. I have spatial talent that enables me to become a powerful spatial wizard. I even constructed 5 elemental spells and infiltrated the dark magic region for such a long time. After I defected to Osmu, I've experienced all kinds of trials and tribulations as well as countless opportunities to achieve this level today. How could you be more powerful than me? Clyde's expression was distorted. He had not achieved his current success easily. He was the most powerful spellcaster in the spellcaster world. Even the 7 major spellcaster organizations in the powerful northern spellcaster world were unable to stop his conquest. Nevertheless, he had just lost to Merlin. He lost again, just like the last time. Merlin made his way towards Clyde. Although he had managed to defeat Clyde on his first try, Clyde's formidable talents were not to be dismissed at all. Clys was able to become the mightiest existence below a legend in a sunken place like the Glorious Land. Perhaps, if he were in the Void Zone and had experienced a wider stage, Clys might have possibly become a civilization-level prodigy. Unfortunately, Clys was in the Glorious Land and had Merlin as his enemy. Merlin might consider sparing the others from Osmu, but Clys was the only one he would not spare. Merlin still clearly remembered how furious Teacher Leo was when he found out about Clys' betrayal. Wizard Leo hoped that he could kill Clys, but he did not succeed until he died. In fact, Teacher Leo's death could even be indirectly linked to Clys. Therefore, Clys must die. No matter how talented or gifted he was, he had to die. As Merlin stepped closer to Clys, his expression grew more and more merciless. In his mind, he replayed each of his memories of Teacher Leo. Despite returning to the Glorious Land, Merlin was not able to resurrect Teacher Leo. Clys, do you still remember the Darkness Eye? Back then, I had used the Darkness Eye to defeat you. That was passed down to me before Teacher Leo died. Right now, I will use the Darkness Eye to kill you once again. If you are able to evade this, you can leave. I will not hunt you down again. The maniacal Clys was momentarily stunned upon hearing the offer. The insanity in his eyes gradually faded, and his composure returned. You're serious? A glimmer of hope flickered to life amidst Clys' hopelessness. As long as he could withstand one attack from Merlin's Darkness Eye. If it was just one attack, Clys believed that he could withstand it. This was because Clys had searched for any information related to the Darkness Eye after losing to Merlin and to the Darkness Eye specifically. He was able to actually find it in the end. After all, the Darkness Eye was a very powerful and special demon ability back in the most glorious era of spellcasters. Hence, there was a lot of written records on it. Clys understood that the sixth form of the Darkness Eye was only comparable to a peak Great Wizard, whereas the seventh form, Clys did not think Merlin could actually cultivate it. After all, back in the most glorious era of spellcasters, no one had been able to cultivate the seventh form of the Darkness Eye beside the Legend of Darkness, Oflers. Therefore, he would certainly be able to withstand the attack of the sixth form of the Darkness Eye with his abilities. Naturally, a glimmer of hope rose in Clys' heart. Merlin, this is your word. If you can't kill me, you must let me go. Clys' expression was sullen as he glared daggers at Merlin. As long as he could escape, Clys believed that he would be able to become a great legend one day. Then, he could defeat Merlin and even kill him. Of course. If you survive this strike from me, you can leave. A smirk danced on Merlin's lips. Then, he slowly extended a hand without caring whether Clys was ready or not. Resting on his pale palm was a demonic blood-red eye. It blinked continuously and emitted a chilling aura. Darkness Eye! Merlin called to the Darkness Eye gently. Looking at the Darkness Eye, Merlin felt as if he was looking at Teacher Leo again. Teacher Leo had sacrificed his life to pass the Darkness Eye to Merlin, and it had given Merlin a unique edge. Silencing Ray! A large crimson shadow coalesced in the air behind Merlin. It was a gigantic ghostly face, growing gradually clearer by the second. At last, it actually bore a vague resemblance to Merlin's face. Swoosh! A blinding crimson light shot out of the Darkness Eye. The colossal force caused Clys' face to grow pale. Abandoning all else, he dashed madly backward in an attempt to escape. Merlin! Clys could not believe that Merlin had actually managed to cultivate the seventh form. This was the most petrifying force comparable to an attack from a great legend. How could Clys possibly withstand it? Kai! A crimson light flashed and flew through Clys' body. The very next moment, Clys' body stopped moving. His body then appeared to disintegrate into countless crimson sprinkles, disappearing into the air. Clys was filled with resentment up until the last moment of his life. Dead? Clys is finally dead? The spellcasters of the Northern Spellcaster world exchanged looks of bewilderment, still reeling in disbelief. However, the truth was laid out right before their eyes. The invincible Clys was unable to withstand even a single attack and was killed by Merlin using the Darkness Eye. How could the First Elder be defeated? He is supposed to be the strongest spellcaster in all of Osmu's history. Great Wizard Tamo suddenly realized that his and Wizard Gilles' act of rushing to the Northern Spellcaster world was a foolish decision. they had ran straight into their doom. Especially since Merlin had already spared them once. Merlin swept his gaze downwards and picked up the ring that fell off Cly's. This ring contained everything that Cly's had accumulated over the years. He must have an impressive collection since he was the first elder of Osmu. Nonetheless, Merlin was not in a hurry to check it out. He stowed the ring away instead. Killing Cly's was not only to settle the grudge between them but more importantly, it was the first step towards unifying the entire spellcaster world. Whether it was the northern spellcaster world or Osmu, both parties had witnessed Cly's defeat to Merlin with their own eyes. In other words, he was establishing his dominance. A matchless, overwhelming dominance. With this clout of dominance, Merlin would be able to unify the spellcaster world more smoothly. Swish! Merlin flew directly toward Wizard Ian and the others. These 15 great wizards were regarding Merlin with a reverent expression. As great wizards of the glorious land, they had all at their highest possible limit, and there was no way for them to advance any further. Although they knew that above the great wizards were the great legends, they had no inkling whatsoever on how to become a great legend. Compared to the most glorious era of spellcasters back in the Malta Empire, the current generation of spellcasters in the glorious land was, in fact, suffering from a severe knowledge gap. Otherwise, it was impossible that no great legend had been born over the past 3,000 years. Hence, Merlin's appearance was dumbfounding to all of them. All of them saw that Cly's, who was infinitely close to becoming a great legend, was not able to withstand a single attack from Merlin. That meant that Merlin's power was already on par with a legend even though Merlin had not consolidated a maxim yet. Therefore, these great wizards held Merlin in high esteem. Wizard Merlin, we are truly grateful for your help. The 7 major spellcaster organizations are spared from Cly's destruction. Wizard Ian said with a smile. I'm sure you've heard of the grudge between Cly's and I. Me killing him has nothing to do with the northern spellcaster world. On the contrary, the reason I came to the northern spellcaster world is, in some sense, similar to Cly's. Merlin said with a strange smile. What? Wizard Ian's expression changed drastically. They were of course well informed about the reason Cly's came to them. Cly's wanted to conquer the whole of the northern spellcaster world and was planning to kill all the great wizards there. This was because Cly's had no need for forces that he could not control. In this regard, the great wizards could not be controlled by Cly's unless they were willing to sign a contract. Otherwise, Cly's would not spare any of the great wizards from the 7 major spellcaster organizations. The great wizards of the 3 major spellcaster organizations in the southern spellcaster world had all been killed by Cly's simply because they would not sign the harsh contract with Osmu. Not only did Wizard Ian's expression undergo a dramatic change, but even the other wizards were also sporting troubled looks. Although Cly's made them despair, they still had the courage to fight to the end. Merlin, on the other hand, was a different case altogether. They had just witnessed how powerful he was a moment ago. It was completely out of the league for great wizards, it was not a force they could possibly resist. Even the joint forces of the 7 major spellcaster organization would not be able to resist Merlin. Thus, they did not dare to even attack Merlin. Wizard Merlin, Cly's wanted to wipe us out, do you really intend to do the same? Wizard Ian could not help but ask loudly. Wipe you out? Merlin was stunned but seemed to have recalled something sudden. Why? He shook his head. Why should I wipe you out? You are the backbone of the entire spellcaster world. With you around, then only the spellcaster world can flourish. I'm different from Cly's. I've established the Spellcaster Alliance. Right now, the entire Sub-Zero Snowfield is under the influence of the Spellcaster Alliance. As long as you agree to join the Spellcaster Alliance and obey its instructions, not only will you be able to preserve your spellcaster organizations, but I will pass down some spell knowledge that you do not have about potions and alchemy. In fact, I will also disclose some of the precious demon abilities to you all. The Spellcaster Alliance that Merlin had established in Sub-Zero Snowfield was actually a very loose alliance, but with him at the helm, he could unify their strength to form a mighty force. He also did not want to give the Dark Magic region control over the other spellcaster organizations because that would be meaningless. Take for example the spellcaster civilization in the Void Zone. Despite the 3 great arcane cities being the largest forces, they never once thought about controlling all the spellcasters. Instead, they allowed the spellcaster civilization to develop freely. It was this freedom that would allow civilization to be as lively as it was now and continue to strengthen in the future. Merlin had established the Spellcaster Alliance in order to fight the Church of Light. Hence, he only wanted to unify the powers of the spellcaster world temporarily. Once the Church of Light was eradicated, the Spellcaster Alliance would naturally be disbanded. Then, he would allow the spellcaster world to develop on its own. This was Merlin's true objective. You won't disband the spellcaster organizations? You'll also pass down spell knowledge, potion knowledge, and alchemy knowledge, as well as disclose precious demon abilities. How is this controlling? You're obviously giving us benefits. Wizard Merlin, how could it be possible that you don't want to control us? These great wizards could not imagine that such an alliance would exist. What benefit would it bring to Merlin? Why would he spend so much effort and pay such a huge price just to form a loose alliance? Control? Why should I control you? With my current abilities, do you still have anything that could tempt me? Merlin smirked at them. Yes, that's true. I'm afraid even an alchemy puppet comparable to a great wizard at their peak would not appeal to Wizard Merlin. What else can the 7 major spellcaster organizations offer to Wizard Merlin? However, Wizard Merlin, you must tell us the true motive for your actions. It'll be hard for us to believe you without understanding your true motives. Wizard Ian voiced out everyone's doubts. Motive? It's because we're facing the same threat. I'll tell you the truth now, since you'll find out soon enough. The entire spellcaster world is facing impending doom. We have a common enemy. Unless we can unify the entire spellcaster world, any resistance would be futile. Merlin's words shocked everyone. His gaze was transfixed at the horizon far away, and his eyes were as unfathomable as the endless night sky. Chapter 675, The Final Fortress. Chapter 675, The Final Fortress. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. 10 days. I give you 10 days. After 10 days, I'll visit the Northern Spellcaster world again. Hopefully, I'll see you all prepared to join the Spellcaster Alliance by then. Otherwise, I'll be following after Cly's footsteps. Merlin did not wait for Wizard Ian and the others to respond. 10 days was already pushing the limit. It should be enough time for the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the Northern Spellcaster world to discuss their strategy. Merlin did not want to waste too much of the spellcaster force. However, if the 7 major spellcaster organizations remained unwilling to join the Spellcaster Alliance, then Merlin would not mind obliterating some spellcaster organizations and unify the Northern Spellcaster world by force at all. In some sense, this was similar to Cly's intention. Swish! Merlin flew towards Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles, causing the two of them to tense up immediately. We meet again, Wizard Tammo. Merlin took a look at Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles. Both of them were great wizards. Not too long ago, they tried to confront Merlin but were defeated. In the end, they came all the way to the Northern Spellcaster world to report the news to Cly's. Now that Cly's was dead, they naturally felt dismayed. Don't worry, as I've said, I'm doing this to unify the entire spellcaster world to defeat a common enemy, so I won't kill you. Nevertheless, the fact remains that Cly's is now dead, but Osmu headquarters stands still. Don't you think you have something to tell me? Merlin's gaze lingered on them. Cly's might be dead, but Osmu was not controlled by Cly's alone. It was controlled by numerous other great wizards. If he could not find Osmu headquarters and destroy it with a single move, then Osmu would still be a wildcard which might cause him problems in the future. We've signed a contract. Since you've obtained Cly's ring, there should be no problem for you to enter Osmu's headquarters then. It's a beacon ring. Wizard Tammo explained in detail to Wizard Merlin. After all, Cly's was dead now. Faced against Merlin, who was even more powerful than Cly's, how much longer could Osmu possibly hold on? Upon becoming a great wizard, Wizard Tammo had already realized how harsh reality was. His only motivation now was to grow more powerful and perhaps to become a legendary great legend. His so-called loyalty towards Cly's was simply because Cly's was probably the only existence that was closest to a great legend, and would one day become a great legend. Wizard Tammo would have a glimmer of hope to consolidate a maxim and become a great legend only if he followed Clys. Clys was dead now though. He had been replaced by the powerful Merlin. Not only was Merlin more powerful than Clys, but he was also comparable to a great legend. This was the level of power that Wizard Tammo dreamt of achieving. Therefore, Wizard Tammo did not see any further benefits of staying in Osmu. He might as well tell Merlin everything he knew, except for the bits restricted by the contract. Besides those, Wizard Tammo had shared all other information with Merlin in detail. Merlin produced a pale green ring that was glowing with a green light. Beacon ring? Merlin looked at Wizard Tammo suspiciously. Then, his mind power enclosed around the ring. Instantly, a strange feeling appeared. It felt like there was a special place far away that was calling out to Merlin. This is Osmu headquarters? Merlin reached an epiphany. Osmu headquarters had always been a very mysterious place. Even if he were to capture the great wizards of Osmu, they could not reveal the location of Osmu headquarters due to the contracts they've signed. Yes, Wizard Merlin, what you're sensing is none other than Osmu headquarters. The beacon ring is created by Clys. After he created the ring, even the great wizards are unable to know the location of Osmu headquarters. We can only rely on the beacon ring to find it. What's more, once a great wizard dies, their beacon ring will break. Hence, it's useless even if an enemy obtained it. They won't ever be able to find Osmu headquarters. Wizard Tammo spoke carefully. It would not be considered a breach of contract, and he would not be punished as long as he did not reveal the address of Osmu headquarters. If the beacon ring is to break after its owner dies, why didn't this ring break? Wizard Tammo shook his head in bafflement. The beacon ring is created by Clys. No matter what, he was a real prodigy and was also sufficiently talented in the field of alchemy. His alchemy skills were considered expert level even in Osmu. Perhaps, he didn't think that he would die. That could be why his beacon ring didn't break after his death. Merlin nodded. This was a highly plausible explanation if one took into account Keel's arrogance. Only Clys' beacon ring was unique compared to the others. However, Clys' arrogance would now bring calamity upon Osmu. Come on, let's go check out your Osmu headquarters. Seeing that Clys was able to become such a mighty existence in just a few decades, I'm sure that Osmu's support was also fundamental to his success besides his natural talents. Osmu had always been very mysterious. After all, it was not a simple feat to nurture the mightiest existence below a legend like Clys. Perhaps Osmu was one of the several secrets hidden by the glorious land. Crash! The three-headed dragon stretched open its wings and flew up into the sky. It caressed its three heads lovingly against Merlin's calves once it landed on the ground. Merlin beamed and patted the three-headed dragon on its crown gently. Then, he hopped on together with Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles and flew in the direction of the beacon ring. The remaining dozen or so great wizards of the northern spellcaster world finally regained their wits as they watched Merlin's departing figure. Wizard Ian, Clys is dead, but an even more powerful Merlin has emerged. Merlin is heading towards Osmu headquarters right now. What should we do? The great wizards were reluctant to accept Merlin's offer, yet they were sorely tempted by it at the same time. The terms outlined by Merlin were extremely tempting to the great wizards. The offered guidance to become a great legend through his sharing of experience was particularly tempting. It was an utterly irresistible offer for the great wizards. Many of them had in fact made up their minds when they inquired about Wizard Ian's opinion. Wizard Ian swept his gaze towards the direction in which Merlin had headed. He said in a meaningful tone, "Do we have a choice?" With that, Wizard Ian ceased to pay any attention to these great wizards and headed back to Fog City right away, leaving the great wizards baffled. In a dazzling golden palace foyer sat the 8th prince on the symbolic throne wearing a purple gold crown. He must be the king of the kingdom of Black Moon, King Butto-17. The 8th prince, or the ambitious King Butto-17, looked extremely troubled at the moment though. Several spellcasters, army men and officials were staring at him expectantly standing below his throne. King Butto-17 had vowed to transform the kingdom of Black Moon into a flourishing country the moment he ascended the throne. In the early days, the kingdom of Black Moon was indeed ruled commendably by the 8th prince, and its force grew stronger. However, the enemies of the Kingdom of Black Moon had grown even stronger and faster than them. Following the war waged by the Holy Light Empires in its crusade against heresy, the Kingdom of Black Moon had been defeated continuously. They had mobilized every last ounce of strength, including the Elders' Court of the royal family, but still did not manage to stop the conquest of the Holy Light Empire. They had just received news a few days ago that out of the 3 most powerful great wizards of the royal family, 2 of them had been assassinated by unknown assailants from the Holy Light Empire. Consequently, the army had also suffered an utter defeat. The Kingdom of Black Moon was in grave danger now. He had went from a proud and ambitious king to the ruler of a falling nation. This was the greatest humiliation and biggest blow to the 8th prince. Your Majesty, please make a decision. If we can't hold on any longer, then we can retreat from the imperial city temporarily. As long as your Majestic is still around, we have hope in our hearts. Moreover, the conflict between Osmu and the northern spellcaster world would soon be over. Regardless of whether Osmu or the northern spellcaster world emerges triumphant, the entire spellcaster world will be unified and the chaos will cease. I believe that they would not sit back and watch the Church of Light oppresses the Kingdom of Black Moon. After all, this is a free country for spellcasters. One of the black-robed spellcasters exuding 9th level spellcaster elemental fluctuations from head to toe exclaimed loudly, obviously feeling quite emotional. A free country for spellcasters. The 8th prince, who had been looking forlorn, whipped his head up suddenly and murmured, yes, this is a free country that belongs to the spellcasters. Countless spellcasters are able to live their lives freely in the Kingdom of Black Moon. Our royal family also has 3 great wizards. It's almost equivalent to a large spellcaster organization. In the beginning, it was the great wizard Black Moon who founded the Kingdom of Black Moon and became the first king of the royal family. His objective was none other than to safeguard the freedom of spellcasters. Numerous spellcasters who had reached a dead end entered the Kingdom of Black Moon and were given refuge by this kingdom. Gradually, the Kingdom of Black Moon became a free country for all spellcasters. In fact, we even hold on to the legacy of the Malta Empire, which collapsed 3,000 over years ago in hopes of recreating another glorious era of spellcasters. This was the original objective of establishing the Kingdom of Black Moon. Right now, the kingdom is in danger. Even if no one else comes forward to help us, the Black Moon royal family should defend this free country at first instance. Let's go and gather every last strength of the kingdom. I'll put on the purple and gold crown and march to the front line myself to stop the Church of Light's conquest into this free country. The purple and gold crown sitting atop the 8th prince's head was inlaid with several huge gemstones. At this moment, the gemstones radiated waves of strong elemental fluctuation, and they gradually soothed everyone's anxious hearts. The 8th prince was going to wear his purple and gold crown into the war. This meant that he was prepared to fight till the end. After all, the purple and gold crown represented the orthodox rule of the royal family in the Kingdom of Black Moon. It was also a powerful casting tool. Even a great wizard would find it difficult to break it. The purple and gold crown actually represented the final fortress of the Kingdom of Black Moon. Chapter 676, Osmu Headquarters. Chapter 676, Osmu Headquarters. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Up in the sky, clusters of clouds were pierced by the 3-headed dragon. Even the spellcasters felt chilly and cast spells to insulate themselves against the cold draft. Except for Merlin, who did not seem to feel anything at all. He had shut his eyes quietly, but his invisible mind power was rummaging through Cly's beacon ring. Cly's ring contained many valuable items. There were millions of elemental crystal stones. Possessing such an immense number of elemental crystal stones in the glorious land was absolutely unbelievable. Other than elemental crystal stones, Merlin also saw voluminous precious alchemy materials, potion materials, and even some runes, all left behind by Cly's. As the creme de la creme among the prodigies, Cly's was also very proficient in runology, potions, and alchemy. Such a prodigy was rare to find even in the Void Zone. Although there were countless valuable treasures inside the beacon ring, the most precious items were spatial spells and spatial demon ability. Merlin also found Cly's notes on spatial spells, which he hurriedly flipped through the moment he got his hands on the ring. The spatial spells were contained inside a spell manual which was far more detailed than Old Man Eater's spell manual, Cleis had documented all the spell models he had constructed with meticulous detail, all the way from his zero-level spell to becoming a great wizard. Such a detailed spell manual would be highly precious even in the Void Zone. It was especially so when the contents were about spatial spells. These were very rare spells. Across the entire Void Zone, the total number of spellcasters with spatial gift could be counted with one hand. In fact, the number of those who eventually managed to become spatial great wizards was even more negligible. At least, Merlin did not encounter any great wizard with spatial spells among the numerous spellcasters involved in the Civilization War. Merlin flipped through Cleis' notes page by page carefully. Back then, Cleis had obtained a spatial spell tome together with its demon ability under unexpected circumstances. Then, he followed the test given and discovered that he indeed had spatial talent. Therefore, Cleis had managed to become a spatial wizard quite easily. It was not a smooth sailing journey for after becoming a spatial wizard though. This was because the spatial demon ability was too dangerous. At one point, Cleis had no idea what to do with it. He did conceive an idea of using a runic magic circle to suppress the hidden dangers after a while. Afterward, Cleis had infiltrated the dark magic region. That was because the dark magic region was unmatched in the field of runology despite being a small spellcaster organization. Even those large spellcaster organizations were not a match for it. With Cleis' talents, he soon earned the approval of the dark magic region. The dark magic region nurtured Cleis with all their might, and he was able to obtain the runic magic circle he desired. The dark magic region could no longer support his quest to become an even stronger existence at the end. Cleis had chosen to betray the dark magic region and defect to Osmu as a result. The series of events that occurred thereafter was already known to Merlin. It led to the uprising of the Southern Spellcaster world against Osmu. The Southern Spellcaster world was defeated, and the dark magic region was then forced to evacuate to Sub-Zero Snowfield. Soon after that, Merlin had entered the Void Zone accidentally while Cleis gradually advanced to become the strongest spellcaster in Osmu, and eventually became the first Elder. Phew! Merlin heaved a long sigh. It seemed like Cleis' experience was not at all inferior compared to Merlin's exciting experiences. Cleis not only understood the art of endurance, but he also had talent and determination. For a prodigy such as Cleis, it would not be surprising if he managed to become a great legend, honored legend, or even a lord in the Void Zone. This spell manual is very useful. Spatial spells and spatial demon ability are extremely previous. Merlin isolated the spatial spell manual and stored it securely. Although he did not have any spatial talents, one day he might encounter someone who had spatial talents. When that time came, this spell manual would be highly useful to that person. Boom! The huge three-headed dragon landed on the ground heavily. Its enormous body caused the entire mountain to tremble. Wizard Merlin, we're here. Wizard Tammo said solemnly, looking at the very ordinary-looking mountain in front of them. Merlin opened his eyes. The location given by the beacon ring was indeed here. Osmu headquarters was hidden nearby. This forest that appeared to be completely ordinary might pose a stumbling block to others to find anything out of the ordinary inside, but Merlin's mind power was incredibly immense and could catch the tiniest of details. Even a tiny little ant could be sensed by him clearly. Therefore, Merlin finally found a trail of clues after investigating with his mind power. Up! Merlin reached out a finger. His spell immediately transformed into a giant hand that violently gripped onto the valley in front of him. Hum! Above the valley, a strong rumble erupted. Then, a series of runes flew out in a futile bid to resist Merlin's spell-conjured hand. However, Merlin's four-elemental wizard heart was already comparable to a great legend's or perhaps as powerful as a legend. These runic magic circles were unable to stop him at all. Hence, the runic magic circles flashed dimly and was instantly crushed by Merlin's spell-conjured hand. With that, the true appearance of what lied beneath the valley was revealed. It was an artificially constructed passage. Outside the passage, there were some large stone carvings. The stone carvings were originally covered with dense runes, but all of them had been crushed by Merlin earlier. Osmu is here? Well, let's take a look at the mysterious Osmu. Merlin was also filled with curiosity at Osmu. This spellcaster organization was extremely mysterious and had a long-standing history. They would recruit genius spellcasters around all corners of the world, and were completely unafraid of offending any of the large spellcaster organizations. If not for Osmu's obsessive recruitment of prodigy wizards, the battle with the southern spellcaster world would not have erupted. Perhaps the factions and distribution of the entire spellcaster world would have been drastically different. Wizard Tammo, how much do you know about Osmu? Merlin asked Wizard Tammo as he eyed the huge passage. Wizard Tammo frowned a little. The contract between him and Osmu only prohibited him from revealing the location of Osmu headquarters, which he did not breach at all. Merlin had found Osmu headquarters using Cly's beacon ring. Therefore, Wizard Tammo did not hesitate further and answered, Wizard Merlin, there might have been an influx of great wizards into Osmu in the recent years, and we are all able to enter Osmu headquarters, but in reality, our understanding of Osmu is not more than outsiders. The core secret of Osmu is known only to the original 4 ancient great wizards of Osmu. It's possible that Cly's might have found out about Osmu's secret upon becoming the first elder, but we definitely don't know anything. Merlin crinkled his forehead. Wizard Tammo actually did not know much about Osmu. There were so many great wizards, yet they were all not privy. In that case, it indicated Osmu's distrust towards these great wizards. Alternatively, it could be that Osmu's secret was so astounding that it could only be revealed to a selected few. Who are the 4 ancient great wizards of Osmu? Merlin continued to ask. Osmu originally had 4 ancient great wizards, but 2 of them had died in previous battles. There are only 2 left, but these 2 ancient great wizards are truly formidable. In the whole of Osmu, they are only inferior to Cly's. We guess that they must be at the level of peak great wizards. They are Great Wizard Savron and Great Wizard Turian respectively. Merlin nodded. These 2 ancient peak great wizards were the real core of Osmu. They were the ones who controlled Osmu's true secret. It was these ancient great wizards who were controlling the entire Osmu before Cly's had not become the first elder. Interesting. Let's go inside. No matter what kind of secret Osmu is hiding, it's useless now. With that, Merlin led the way and stepped into the pitch-black passage. After a moment of hesitation, Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles eventually followed him inside. As for Eulise, she obeyed Merlin's instructions and stood guard outside the passage with the 3-headed dragon. Chapter 677, Inner Chamber I. Chapter 677, Inner Chamber I. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The passage was so dark that it was impossible to see anything in front of them. It also seemed that they were descending to the underground. There was a trace of cold draft that seemed to be resistant to spellcasters' spells. Kai! A flame flickered to life before Merlin. He had released a spell to illuminate the entire passage. Merlin finally saw right then that the passage he was in was not very big. At most, it would only allow 2 people to walk side by side. To add to that, the passage also bore man-made chisel marks. There were some strange murals on the uneven surface of the stone walls. Merlin stroked the murals inside the passage gently. The icy sensation made him felt as if he was in another world. These stone carvings are very ancient. Merlin could almost feel the progression of time underneath these stone carvings. This passage was definitely not built in the last few decades, but a very long time ago. Maybe more than a few thousand years ago. It could be a remnant from the Malta Empire era. Wizard Merlin, this place had been discovered by the southern spellcaster world before and was almost destroyed. We've been through here many times, but it remains as mysterious as ever. Wizard Tammo whispered as he stared at the stone-carved murals. Osmu headquarters had always had a trace of mysteriousness about it. Nonetheless, all the other wizards did not know of the secret within aside from the 2 ancient great wizards of Osmu and Cly's. Merlin continued to walk down the passage and soon saw a glimmer of light. Just as Merlin was about to exit the passage, Wizard Tammo hurriedly spoke up behind him. Wizard Merlin, although your abilities are outstanding, there are still many great wizards inside Osmu headquarters. Cly's has always been arrogant, so he had only brought a small number of great wizards with him for the final battle with the northern spellcaster world. A majority of them are still in Osmu headquarters. If you barge in like this, I'm afraid it might be somewhat dangerous. Dangerous? Merlin's lips quirked into a smile. Wizard Tammo still had not grasped that no number of great wizard would pose a threat to him with Merlin's current abilities. Thus, Merlin did not heed Wizard Tammo's advice and stepped out of the passage. Bright dazzling light flooded Merlin's vision immediately upon exiting the passage. Nevertheless, he had adapted to the brightness in no time and began to examine his surroundings. This was a huge underground palace. It was glorious and sparkling with gold. Huge gemstones were inset on almost every surface of the place. These gemstones were considered immaterial to spellcasters, but the elements inside this underground palace were abnormally concentrated. In fact, they were more concentrated than any place in the glorious land. Merlin had only ever sensed such concentration of elements in some of the dimensions in the void zone that contained large loads of elemental crystal stones. It was unbelievable that such a place existed in the glorious land where resources were increasingly scarce. However, after a careful search using his mind power, Merlin realized that there was no elemental crystal stone lode underneath this place. The reason the elements were so concentrated was that the entire underground palace was built with elemental crystal stones. Every inch of the palace was polished out of elemental crystal stones. From the tiles on the ground to the glistening walls of the underground palace. Such extravagant behavior was completely unthinkable in the glorious land. Who is it? It was only at this moment that some of the spellcasters in the underground palace discovered the anomaly in their midst. All of these people carried powerful elemental fluctuations, so they must be great wizards at least. These spellcasters were taken aback when they realized that Merlin was not a spellcaster from Osmu. After all, Osmu headquarters had never been breached by external spellcasters. An invisible mind power shrouded all the great wizards in the underground palace just as some of the great wizards regained their wits, and were about to release some spells. Hallucinate! Merlin growled softly. All the great wizards fell into a hallucination, their expressions became blank and drunken. Judging on how powerful Merlin's hallucinating spell was now, these great wizards would never recover from the hallucination unless Merlin cancelled the spell. Merlin seemed to have entered a completely deserted place as he made his way deeper inside the palace. Swish! Swish! Despite their wariness, Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles followed in tight footsteps behind Merlin. Once they had stepped inside the underground palace, they were stunned to find that Merlin seemed to be splaying a large cloth all over the place, and all the great wizards around them had blank looks on their faces. Even with a single glance, they could tell that these great wizards had been trapped in an illusion. All trapped in an illusion. Every last one of them. This is the majority of great wizards in Osmu. Osmu's force should be greater than the 7 major spellcaster organizations of the northern spellcaster world even without Clyes. If they had not witnessed it with their own eyes, Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles would not believe that Merlin was able to entrap so many great wizards in an illusion with just a single wave of his hand. This was even more staggering than his act of defeating Clyes. Wizard Tammo, which of these people are the 2 ancient great wizards of Osmu? Merlin asked as he cast a glance over the great wizards in the underground palace. Wizard Tammo looked around hurriedly. His expression changed when he whispered, Wizard Merlin, Great Wizard Saveron and Great Wizard Turian are not here. They must be inside the inner chamber. Inner chamber? Merlin looked at the huge dazzling golden palace around him. There seemed to only be one palace. Where was this inner chamber? Wizard Tammo stepped forward and said, Wizard Merlin, you may not know, but this underground palace is very complex and very ancient. In fact, I suspect that this was not built by Osmu but was built a long time ago. This is only the outer chamber. The great wizards usually have access to the palace up to this outer chamber. The inner chamber can only be entered by the 2 ancient great wizards and Clyes. Following the direction of Wizard Tammo's finger, Merlin looked toward the front of the main chamber. There was a very large mirror installed at the front of the main chamber. A very bizarre accessory indeed. What was even more bizarre, though, was the fact that this mirror could not show any reflection. Its surface was covered densely with runes. Merlin could sense the complexity of these runes when he inspected the runes with his mind power. How do I enter? Merlin frowned, finding this runic magic circle to be slightly tricky. Wizard Tammo shook his head helplessly. This is the most secretive place in Osmu. No one except for a handful of people can enter. I don't have a clue as to how I could enter the place. Merlin tried using the beacon ring, but there was no response. Wizard Merlin, why don't we wait for a while? Maybe Great Wizard Savron and Great Wizard Turian will emerge from the inner chamber soon. Wait. Merlin snickered. There's no need. If we can't slip in unnoticed, then we'll just enter by force. Merlin stood up and stared at the gleaming mirror with a piercing gaze. Then, he walked towards the mirror slowly. Shatter now. Merlin extended a hand and slammed it down viciously. At once, ice crystals converged together to form a large hand, and there was even a layer of white flames wrapped around it. The coexistence of ice and fire was only possible to those who had fused the two spells and consolidated a wizard heart. Hum. The large hand slammed onto the gleaming mirror violently. The dense runes began to flash brilliantly in an attempt to block Merlin's spell-conjured hand. Surprisingly, it did manage to block it, but only for a brief moment. Crack! The flames on Merlin's spell-conjured hand burned strongly and devoured the large mirror entirely. The mysterious and powerful runes were unable to withstand the attack and shattered at once. The ferocious force even formed spiderweb-like cracks all across the mirror. Shatter! A tiny smile appeared on Merlin's lips when he saw the cracks forming across the mirror. He stretched out a finger and pointed gently. Just like that, the large mirror shattered into smithereens. After the large mirror was shattered, Merlin's expression changed dramatically as he stared at the dark passage behind the mirror. At this moment, a familiar aura wafted from the passage. This aura. Merlin was so astonished that he disregarded all else and dashed directly into the passage toward the inner chamber. Chapter 678, Inner Chamber 2. Chapter 678, Inner Chamber 2. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. The dark passage was obviously a spatial passage. Upon stepping inside this passage, Merlin's consciousness blacked out, and he was transported to a colossal subspace. Arriving in this subspace stunned even the well-traveled Merlin. In this almost endless subspace, there was an incredibly humongous vessel almost as big as the sky. Seeing this humongous vessel, Merlin was immediately reminded of the futuristic space warships depicted in the fantasy movies in his past life. This humongous vessel was inconceivably huge. Even the three-headed beast would seem minuscule next to it. This was obviously a warship. Only that the warship had been broken into two. Its hull was completely fractured. Even so, the ice-cold warship still gave Merlin a sense of imminent danger. What is this place? Merlin looked up and noticed that there were stars twinkling beautifully above his head, looking like an endless starry sky. There was nothing under his feet though. There was no land whatsoever. Evidently, this was a perfect subspace that was completely independent of the glorious land. Merlin was no stranger to subspaces. It was possible for a great legend to carve out an independent subspace. It was just that the subspace carved out by most legends were too small, perhaps only slightly bigger than the subspace contained in most spatial rings. In reality, only those who became great legends would be able to transfigure spatial rings. Moreover, the great legends would usually carve out an independent subspace to put larger items that could not fit inside their spatial rings. The more powerful a legend was, the bigger the subspace they could carve. This subspace was so vast that he could not find its boundaries even after extending his mind power. This subspace was definitely not carved out by an ordinary legend. If one became an ultimate arcane wizard, one could carve out not just a subspace but a brand new dimension. For example, the three great arcane cities were, in fact, new dimensions that were carved out by the three ultimate arcane wizards. Such a colossal subspace. I'm afraid even an honored legend would not be able to carve this. Merlin was mesmerized, not just by the humongous warship but also this colossal independent subspace. Swish! Swish! Two figures emerged from behind Merlin. They were Wizard Tammo and Wizard Giles. They were noticeably stunned as well when they saw that the inner chamber was actually this independent subspace. They were especially shocked to see the broken warship. Their jaws had gone slack, and they could not speak at all. This is... What is this place? And this giant vessel, what is it? After all, Wizard Tammo had only ever lived in the glorious land. With his limited experience, he was naturally unaware that this was an independent subspace which could only be carved out by a great legend. As for the warship, even Merlin was not sure why it had existed in the glorious land and inside the subspace carved out by a great legend. Giant vessel. Now I recall, Osmu has many completed ancient scrolls. One of the events described most frequently is a massive war that happened over 3,000 years ago. According to the scrolls, the Great Malta Empire had encountered an unprecedented crisis. From the outside world came a giant vessel the size of the sky, that was far more powerful than any spellcaster casting tool transfigured by the great alchemists. A single beam of light shot out by the giant vessel could easily destroy an entire city. Don't tell me, this is the mysterious giant vessel described in the ancient scrolls to be as big as the sky. Excitement glimmered in Wizard Tammo's eyes. He had thought that the ancient scrolls had been erroneous. How could there be a powerful giant vessel that was even more powerful than all casting tools? Moreover, a giant vessel the size of the sky was practically unimaginable to them. At one point, he also wondered whether it was merely a delusion. He did not think that the legend would be true. Giant vessel. Merlin mumbled under his breath. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration popped into his mind. Last time when he had obtained the ship of Nicola in the glorious land, he found out that the spellcasters had waged a war against a mysterious civilization when they first stepped into the Void Zone. That mysterious civilization was very different from the spellcaster civilization. They had massive warships as big as the sky. Even great legends could not defeat these vessels. Eventually, it was the arcane wizard's intervention that had managed to stop this extraordinary civilization. Afterward, Merlin found out the name of this civilization for the first time when he went to the Void Zone, the Atlan civilization. The war had not ended yet. Although the Atlan civilization had been banished back to their origin dimension, one of the ultimate arcane wizards of the spellcaster civilization stayed back to guard against the Atlan dimension. In other words, the war with the Atlan dimension had continued till today. So, is this the Atlan civilization's warship? Merlin did not dare underestimate the Atlan civilization. After all, due to the carelessness of the spellcaster civilization back then, the Atlan civilization managed to spread the flames of war all the way to the glorious land. This had caused irreparable damage to the glorious land, and it had yet to recover from them now. The reason for the legacy gap in the glorious land, as well as its gradual fall from grace, were all closely related to the Atlan civilization. Just as Merlin prepared to go closer, a layer of misty grey light suddenly appeared. The familiar aura that Merlin had sensed from the outer chamber emerged again. Maxim? Merlin's expression grew hesitant as he looked at this layer of misty grey light. This was clearly a Maxim consolidated by a great legend. The humongous warship was encapsulated by the Maxim. Wizard Merlin, you said that this is a Maxim. The Maxim that could only be consolidated by great legends? Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles' voices trembled. Merlin glanced at Wizard Tammo. He naturally understood the excitement and thrill in their hearts. Not a single great legend had been born on the glorious land ever since the collapse of the Malta Empire. The lifelong dream of these great wizards was to become a great legend. Now that they had stumbled across a Maxim of a great legend here, how could they not be excited? Yes, this is a Maxim consolidated by a great legend. Merlin no longer paid any attention to Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles after that. Instead, he stared closely at this layer of misty grey Maxim. He could sense that this Maxim was fluctuating rapidly. Splash! Suddenly, the Maxim trembled and vibrated like water ripples. A tall puppet materialized from within the Maxim. This puppet's eyes were hollowed out. It spoke in a deep voice when it saw Merlin, Wizard Tammo, and Wizard Gilles. Finally, someone is here again. You're all spellcasters, so you are allowed to come here as per Master's requirements. Come, follow me. Master? Merlin's heart skipped a beat. The fact that this puppet could walk freely inside the Maxim meant that it must have been left behind by the great legend who had wielded the Maxim. Merlin would not be able to break this Maxim even if he had used up all of his strength without the accompaniment of this puppet. This was by no means a simple Maxim. Follow me, and don't mess around. Merlin warned Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles walking behind him softly. Then, he took a deep breath and looked at the passage opened by the puppet. With Wizard Tammo and Wizard Gilles in tow, Merlin flew into the passage swiftly. Once they had passed through the Maxim, the first thing Merlin did was to look at the humongous warship. Merlin could not see this warship clearly before due to it being isolated by the Maxim. Nevertheless, he could still feel its threatening aura. Now that they were observing this warship close up, Merlin felt an even stronger threat coming from it. The dark and ice-cold metal emitted a faint sheen. On the warship stood rows of black cannons that gave Merlin a spine-tingling chill. It felt more dangerous than a great legend. This is the Atlan civilization's warship? Merlin finally could not hold back from asking the puppet. He knew that this puppet surely had some ounce of knowledge. Oh. You know about the Atlan civilization? Where did you come from? The puppet peered at Merlin curiously. The Void Zone. After a slight pause, Merlin uttered these three words. What? The Void Zone? A fiery glow appeared inside the hollow eyes of the puppet to show its excitement and shock. Since you've returned to the glorious land from the Void Zone, I'll tell you. Yes, this warship indeed belongs to the Atlan civilization's fleet. Although it has been destroyed by Master, it's still an Empire-level warship. It's normal for you to sense its threat. The puppet chattered cooperatively. It seemed that Merlin's identity as a spellcaster from the Void Zone had eased a lot of its concerns. Empire-level warships. I'm not very familiar with the Atlan civilization. Can you elaborate on that? Merlin was mystified. He was very unfamiliar with the Atlan civilization. He had heard of its name occasionally but did not know of the history behind it. The puppet explained in detail, the Atlan civilization is a very unique civilization. Their physical bodies are not very powerful. They're actually not much different from the Normies. In fact, compared with the civilization tribes in the Void Zone, you could say that they're them weak. However, they managed to develop some very powerful tools. These tools are somewhat similar to the spellcaster's casting tools, and the most powerful tool is none other than these warships. The Atlan civilization's warships are generally classified into Cita level, Empire level, Dimension level, and according to legends, Void level. A Cita level warship possesses powers comparable to a great legend, whereas an Empire level warship is comparable to an honored legend. As for the Dimension level warship, well, it has once killed a great lord. This was the first time Merlin had heard so much about the Atlan civilization. He frowned and said, so does that mean that a Void-level warship is comparable to an ultimate arcane wizard? The puppet shook its head incessantly. It's not that simple to achieve the level of an ultimate arcane wizard. Among the millions of civilization tribes in the Void Zone, how many civilizations do you know have given birth to an ultimate arcane wizard? Only a small handful has managed to produce an ultimate existence. Although the Atlan civilization's Void-level warship is very powerful, it's still unable to rival an arcane wizard. Nonetheless, even the mightiest lord would not be a worthy opponent of a Void-level warship. Not to mention, if the Atlan civilization achieved an ultimate existence, why would they remain suppressed in their origin dimension? The reason the war had lasted for so many years is due to their caution against the ultimate existences. Perhaps, there is something in the Atlan civilization that makes the ultimate arcane wizards wary, therefore they are unable to destroy the Atlan civilization completely. Merlin nodded. The Atlan civilization was very secretive in the Void Zone. In fact, most of the great legends were unwilling to talk about the Atlan civilization. Otherwise, it was impossible. Merlin still did not know much about the Atlan civilization after staying in the Void Zone for such a long time. By the way, which wizard is your master? Merlin spared a glance at the puppet and was very curious about the identity of its master. Firstly, the puppet knew so much, and secondly, this Empire-level warship, which was comparable to an honored legend, had been easily destroyed this puppet's owner. Hence, he must at least be an honored legend. You'd only be qualified to learn of Master's identity if you can pass Master's first challenge. The puppet replied coldly and did not answer the question. Chapter 679, The Origin Lord. Chapter 679, The Origin Lord. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Challenge? Merlin looked at the puppet. It did not seem to be kidding. Okay, challenge away. Merlin was now filled with confidence. No matter what challenge it was, he would be able to pass it. Very well, the first challenge is, you must defeat 6 puppets like me. Remember, these puppets are all comparable to a peak great wizard. As soon as the puppet finished speaking, 6 fully black puppets whizzed through the air from beyond. Merlin used his mind power to scan them. There was indeed no life force. However, the material that formed these puppets' bodies was quite extraordinary. The puppets were not made from conventional materials typically used in puppet transfiguration, but instead, a distinctive kind of metal. Can I start now? Of course. Upon hearing the puppet's reply, Merlin's magic power gushed out of his body and swiftly transformed into a terrifying hurricane that hurled toward the 6 puppets. This terrifying hurricane contained a potent shredding force that could be sensed even from the outside. It had far surpassed a great wizard, so even the mightiest existence below a legend might not be able to withstand it. This force was already comparable to a great legend. The hurricane advanced like a hot knife through butter, and ruthlessly swiped up the 6 puppets. In an instant, the potent shredding force immediately shredded the 6 puppets into smithereens. There was no resistance whatsoever. Did I pass the challenge? Merlin turned to look at the puppet beside him. Inside the puppet's hollow eye sockets, a fiery red glow appeared. The puppet was apparently quite stunned as it stuttered, "Of course, you've passed. Your spell is already comparable to a great legend's maxim power. Are you a civilization-level prodigy?" This puppet was extremely knowledgeable, and even knew about civilization-level prodigies. Merlin grinned. Just as he was about to continue asking about the spellcaster who had defeated this warship and created this colossal subspace, suddenly, from the corner of his eyes, he saw the 6 puppets who had been shredded into pieces by his hurricane earlier reassembling themselves from the countless smithereens. Soon, they were completely recovered, and looked undamaged. Recovered? What puppets are these? Merlin had seen many puppets, including puppets more powerful than these, but he had never seen puppets that could recover. This had exceeded his knowledge of puppets. Shatter! Without warning, Merlin wielded a mighty spell, and slammed downward. Immediately, the 6 newly restored puppets were crushed into dust again. However, this time, Merlin used his mind power to carefully observe these tiny smithereens. After a moment, the black smithereens began to vibrate, then, almost as if it was alive, rapidly reassembled together. Every single piece, without exception, reassembled together. Subsequently, they turned into liquid, and fused rapidly. Soon, the puppets which were turned into dust, reappeared once again. Immortal? Merlin was astonished. In the Void Zone, there were some civilization tribes that were known to be immortal, but they were not truly immortal, just harder to kill. Once their weak points were exposed, they could be killed easily. Merlin carefully examined these puppets. They looked exactly like other ordinary puppets. The only difference was the material of their body, which Merlin had never seen before. Do you see it now? Master transfigured all of them using the special metal from the warship. It's called liquid memory metal. This metal is very unique. No matter how much impact it undergoes, it can still recover rapidly, and remain unblemished. It's truly difficult to kill them. Moreover, this metal can also withstand extremely hot and cold temperatures. Unless you achieve the power level of a legend and can unleash a fearsome flame maxim, or other similar tactics to burn the liquid memory metal into ashes. Then, it'll not be able to recover and can be killed. Hearing the puppet's explanation, Merlin's interest was piqued by the liquid memory metal. Although the puppets transfigured from this metal was not truly immortal, their ability to recover was astonishing. If there were a big number of them, they would be a truly intimidating force to reckon with. The Atlan civilization is truly unique. That warship in particular, contains several battle tactics that impressed even Master. After some time, you'll come to understand it. Anyway, you've passed the first challenge. Come on, let's go and see what Master has left behind for you. This puppet appeared to be in control of the entire independent subspace. Oh, right, so who's your master actually? Upon hearing Merlin's question, the puppet paused, and stopped in its tracks, turning its head around. It replied softly, "Master's name is but a single word, Origin." Many of the spellcasters back then called him Wizard Origin. Origin? Merlin mumbled under his breath. Soon, he seemed to recall something, and raised his head abruptly with a look of astonishment. Do you mean the Origin Lord? One of the most ancient and most powerful lord in the spellcaster civilization? Later, unfortunately, he died in a battle with a foreign tribe. Merlin immediately recalled an ancient legend within the spellcaster civilization. The history of the spellcaster civilization did not date back very long, so the Origin Lord was one of the most ancient lords. Merlin had once asked the similarly ancient Blackfire Lord. However, compared to the Origin Lord, the Blackfire Lord was less ancient. It seemed that the Origin Lord existed since the birth of the spellcasters. Then, he gradually grew in power as they fought back against the gods. In fact, some wizards said that if the Origin Lord had survived until now, he might have become an ultimate existence. The Origin Lord died a very long time ago, but his legend still continued to live on within the spellcaster civilization, to the point that even Merlin had heard of it. It was completely unfathomable that the secret of Osmu headquarters was linked to the Origin Lord. That's right, the Origin Lord. He had constructed this independent subspace, and defeated this Atlan civilization warship, as well as left behind a series of challenges. If you manage to obtain everything left behind by the Origin Lord, then there's hope for you to become a great lord as well. The puppet left behind by the Origin Lord noticeably missed him quite dearly, and held a special affection for the Origin Lord. Merlin's heart was thrilled. The Origin Lord was a very ancient and very powerful lord. The items that he left behind must be extraordinary. Although Merlin had already met an arcane wizard, he was not an arcane wizard's disciple, so he could not obtain more benefits. This was different for the Origin Lord. The items he left behind were specifically intended to nurture spellcasters. Naturally, he would leave behind something beneficial. Thus, Merlin was incredibly thrilled. I wonder what the Origin Lord left behind. Merlin murmured inaudibly as he followed behind the puppet. They continued to traverse the pitch-black subspace. The items left behind by the Origin Lord are of course exceptionally beneficial, even to a great wizard. You are the second person to pass the first challenge, so I hope you can continue to pass the second and perhaps even the third challenge. The puppet's words revealed a lot of information. Apparently, the Origin Lord's challenge was just not a single challenge. There was a second and even a third challenge. However, the most surprising bit of information to Merlin was that he was not the first person to pass the first challenge. He could not imagine who else would be able to defeat 6 puppets that were not only comparable to peak great wizards, but were extremely tough to kill. Who was the first wizard to pass that challenge? Merlin asked quietly. The first wizard. He was also a very special spellcaster. He was a rare spatial wizard. Nevertheless, he was not as skillful as you. It took some time for him to pass the challenge. I think his name is Clyze. Clyze? An odd look flitted across Merlin's face. He did not expect that Clyze also passed the challenge. He wondered what item did Clyze receive back then. Thus, Merlin continued to follow behind the puppet, a look of anticipation plastered across his face. Chapter 680, 5 Elemental Wizard Heart. Chapter 680, 5 Elemental Wizard Heart. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Whoosh. Following behind the puppet, Merlin suddenly saw 2 peculiar zones suspended in the pitch-black void. Among these 2 zones, one of them was filled with a chilly sensation whereas the other felt earthy. We're here. This is what Master deliberately left behind. It contains Master's insights from when he consolidated his maxims. Inside, you'll witness the evolution of maxims. Every single transformation of the evolution of spells into maxims are manifested inside. Back then, Clyze also entered both places, and slowly collected insights for a few months. Merlin, these 2 places that Master has left behind are merely from his most ordinary maxim. They're not his ultimate maxim. If you want to receive insights into a more powerful maxim, you'll have to pass the second challenge. The puppet said cautiously as it pointed toward the 2 zones. Evolution of maxims? Merlin furrowed his brows. He did not know what the evolution of maxims was supposed to be. Correct, evolution of maxims. It's okay if you don't know what is it now. Once you enter, you'll understand. Nevertheless, I must remind you. Even if you don't derive any insight from it, you must memorize the evolution process of the maxims meticulously. The evolution process of a maxim is highly sought after even in the void zone. In fact, if you pass the second challenge, the evolution of an ultimate maxim is something that even the great legends would fight to get their hands on. Upon finishing speaking, the puppet left and disappeared without a trace. Its hiding place was indiscernible. Merlin took a deep breath and flew toward the earthy zone. Then, he entered it. Boom! Upon stepping his foot inside, Merlin had sensed that his surroundings had shifted. Before his eyes was an endless earth maxim. In this zone, the earth maxim was in every corner. Merlin's mind power examined his surroundings. The earth maxim in this place seemed to be circulating continuously. Merlin's consciousness began to penetrate the earth maxim. It was the evolution process of a maxim. In the beginning, there were only the earth elements. They existed everywhere and floated around in the air like dust. The earth elements could not be seen with the naked eye. Only a spellcaster's mind power could sense it. Then, the earth element was absorbed into the spellcaster's body and was converted by the earth-type spell model into magic power. Subsequently, the spell models grew stronger and stronger, until they eventually fused together as one. At this moment, the earth-type magic power began to undergo a qualitative transformation. For an unknown period of time, the earth-type magic power was slowly transforming. Then, the earth-type magic power became more solid, just like real earth. This was the essence of the earth element, solidness. Upon discovering the essence of element, the earth-type magic power would soon become a maxim that was superior to all the earth elements. Merlin carefully watched the entire evolution process of the earth maxim. It felt extraordinarily personal. Merlin had never seen the evolution process at such a close-up before. However, there was an obvious impact. The earth-type wizard heart in Merlin's body was trembling violently, and he felt a strong urge. Merlin still remembered that in the beginning, constructing an earth-type spell model was arduous. Later, he gradually fused his spell models and consolidated the earth-type wizard heart, but he never really understood the essence of the earth element. Now that he saw the entire evolution process of the maxim, he seemed to have gained a significant insight. He gently shut his eyes. Currently, the earth-type wizard heart no longer held any secret in Merlin's eyes. Merlin had seen a fair share of maxims, but the evolution of a maxim could not be reenacted by just anyone. If an ordinary legend were to reenact the evolution of maxim, there would be a huge price to pay. The Origin Lord had deliberately left behind the evolution process of maxim to help spellcasters. Although he paid a great price, he was able to withstand it. The evolution of maxims was indeed immensely beneficial to spellcasters who were yet to consolidate a maxim. In fact, it might even increase their chances of consolidating a maxim. Currently, Merlin had derived some insights, but he did not try to consolidate a maxim. He was yet to become a great wizard. Without consolidating the multicolored wizard heart, it was impossible to consolidate a maxim. However, the insights about the earth element still brought about a great change for Merlin's earth-type wizard heart. Previously, the reason Merlin had not been able to fuse the earth-type wizard heart with the four-elemental wizard heart was precisely due to his lack of understanding of the earth-type wizard heart. Perhaps he did not fully understand the earth-type wizard heart. A forced fusion would cause the wizard heart to collapse. Right now, however, he was very insightful about the earth-type wizard heart. His understanding was secondary only to great legends who had consolidated a maxim. Merlin gently shut his eyes. Since he had gained some insights, he did not need to forcibly memorize the evolution process of the earth maxim. It would naturally be filed away at the deepest part of his brain. Hum. Soon, in Merlin's awareness, the four-elemental wizard heart and the earth-type wizard heart began to tremble and edged closer to one another. This was a very natural reaction that Merlin did not even have to activate by force. The time was right. Fuse. In Merlin's mind, he replayed the entire evolution process of the earth maxim. It felt extremely personal, almost as if it had happened to him. Thus, he gained a comprehensive understanding of the earth-type wizard heart. When the two wizard hearts came together, his entire awareness shook. They fused very quickly. This time, the two wizard hearts did not vibrate precariously like the last time. In his last fusion attempt, the moment the two wizard hearts got nearer, they seemed ready to collapse. The four-elemental wizard heart was now incredibly powerful and was practically engulfing the Earth-type wizard heart. In fact, in the process of combining a wizard heart, once one side became more dominant, it would no longer be a fusion. Instead, it would almost be an engulfment. The more powerful wizard heart would engulf the weaker wizard heart. The only difference was whether the spellcaster could maintain control over the weaker wizard heart. If he could not control it, the wizard heart would collapse, and the fusion would fail. Therefore, it was because Merlin watched the evolution of Maxim here that he gained an understanding of earth elements, and was able to fully control the earth-type wizard heart. This was why the fusion went so smoothly. Boom! The fusion process only took up a few hours and was perfectly fused. At this moment, Merlin's wizard heart was further strengthened. This powerful feeling made Merlin feel like he could tear apart the Earth Maxim willfully. Bearing in mind this was a Maxim that belonged to a great lord. Although this Maxim was not comparable to an ultimate Maxim, it was still a Maxim of a great lord. Hence, it was far more powerful than an average Legends Maxim. The fact that Merlin could entertain the thought of tearing apart this Maxim shed light on the might of his five-element wizard heart. Maxims of the same type could be either strong or weak. Other than achieving an ultimate Maxim and becoming an honored legend, a Maxim could range from strong to weak. The Maxim left behind by the Origin Lord was fast approaching the level of an ultimate Maxim. This Maxim was so tremendously powerful that Merlin's four-elemental heart before this could not tear it. Coming to this thought, an eagerness sparked in Merlin's heart. Abruptly, he opened his eyes and stood up. Then, his hands stretched forward and grabbed. Swoosh! The newly consolidated five-elemental wizard heart immediately coalesced into two giant hands that forcefully grabbed the Earth Maxim. Scrack! The giant hand conjured by Merlin's five-elemental wizard heart clutched the Earth Maxim and tore with all his might. In an instant, the originally rock-solid Maxim had been torn apart, and the entire subspace shook. What happened? The mysterious puppet from before appeared in a flash. It stared anxiously at the Earth Maxim evolution zone where Merlin was in. A look of astonishment lit up on its ice-cold face.